So I've been getting to it, it don't stop. We stay ready to go. I'ma take my Titans with me wherever I go. Don't forget about me, don't forget about me. I know y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a buffet. Yeah, feelings who we on me, who wanna talk, yeah. And talking too fast gon' get you sparked, yeah. My team sourced up as long as you know. My hitters hit your hitters if they pseudo. They ask how everyone know what my name is, cause I stay hunted on the same shit. Yeah, history and logic going so hard. I built this from the bottom, made my own start. Yeah, wake the neighbors up, we be going so hard. I love this game, I gave it my whole heart. Yeah, V12 in it, it got horses. My phone ring, they want sources. Unload the clip on, turn them to corpses. Heard I'm tryna copy my recipe, that is hopeless. Yeah, hood luck, think that hating gon' work, tell them good luck. Titan gang or don't bang, throw your hood up. Gang, we got the knowledge on tap, could get you hooked up. They like A1, look at all this wisdom we done cooked up for the community. Partisan of arguments. You know, I know I'ma take my Titans with me where I go. So don't forget about me, don't forget about me. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a buffet. So don't forget about me, don't forget about me. I know debate or die, we flexing for sure. I'ma take my Titans with me where I go. Don't forget about me.
All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light, enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the show. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weakened. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go.
Microphone muted if you talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Coliseum of Arguments is back, hosted by Titans Debate League, where ideas collide, minds clash, and only the strongest argument survives. Sunday, August 28th, step into the arena for a battle of philosophy, history, religion, and reason. Bomb Squad Ashe versus Suave Boss. The question, is the black woman God? Why or why not? Suave Boss is taking the affirmative. Two debaters, two Two positions, one explosive question. This isn't a conversation, this is intellectual warfare. No punches, no weapons, just facts, logic, history, philosophy, and argument. And now, the entire tournament is members only. Want full access to all the debates? Become a channel member for only $3.99. That's right, $3.99 gets you full access to the whole tournament. Sign up now. Don't wait. Don't miss the battles. Don't miss the arguments. Don't miss the moments that everyone will be talking about. Bomb Squad Ashe versus Suave Boss. Sunday, August 28th. Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas enter the arena and only the strongest argument survives. Are you not entertained?
Rise and grind, rise and grind. Shalom. I forgot the word that Tahuti be using. We're gonna say a BB to me today. Shalom and BB to me. Unk and my rise and grind, peace and blessings. And all of that. Yeah. We
Fatimona.
Fatima.
Oh man, I'm feeling Fatimona. Fabulous. Feel good
Father,
this morning, man.
and Mother Nature.
Man,
Fatimona. For those who don't know.
Mona.
Yeah, man, we in here for another one, man. You see, I'm trying to stay consistent with it. You know, welcome back to Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League, if you didn't know where you were. And this is Morning Politics with A1 and Oli. I guess that's what we're going to start calling this show. So today we got a bombshell story. This new info is raising some serious questions. We're about to watch a video featuring the independent investigator, John Cullen. Some of you may be familiar with him from his work on the Las Vegas shooting. John Cullen, who recently appeared on the Jimmy Dore show to lay out his theory, and the evidence, he says, raises questions about what happened to Charlie Kirk. The question is explosive. Was Charlie Kirk actually killed by a military drone? Now, we're not here to tell you what to believe. We're going to watch the evidence, examine the claims, break down the timeline, and let you decide what holds up. There are claims, though, as well as counterclaims. There are questions about aircraft, drones, flight tracking data, and what happens in the skies around the time of the shooting. Most importantly, these theories remain unconfirmed and disputed, just so we have that on the record. Today, we're putting the claims under the microscope. So grab your coffee, buckle up, and get ready for another round of A1 and Oli with Morning Politics. Let's get any opening remarks, Oli, before we get into this video.
Yeah, man, I just want to say, again, shout out to you. Another great topic this morning when I woke up. Shout out to everybody in the chat and where you at. Shout out my man Smashing Idol. I predicted that you'd probably be first in. So yeah, you're right. The patterns is jumping. And the patterns about Charlie Kirk seem to be one of questioning and answers that seem to go this way and that way. And you know me, I love theories. There's different kinds of theories, even conspiracy theories, but I love theories all the same. So I can't wait to get into this, see exactly what they're talking about. I see it got military drone. Charlie Kirk killed by a military drone. So I know this is going to be deep because who knows what was going on in this big circle.
Facts. It's yeah, it reads like one of the best espionage novels I've never read. And let me shout out the first people in the chat. You know, shout out Oli, of course. You know, then we got Type Me in there talking about Rise and Grind. Shout out Smash Idol. Shout out Coliseum Arguments. And that's all the comments we have so far. Shout out the first people to comment in the chat today, helping keep us motivated while we bring this news to you. And yeah, you know, this reads like the best espionage novel I never read. So, you know, without further ado, I'm not going to hold y'all up. You know, we're going to get straight into this. I almost want to start with, I'm thinking prerequisite, like we should go over what do you know about the Charlie Kirk situation as bring us up to current with what's going on, if you can.
Well, the latest that I've known or came across was Candace Owens. She have a lot of theories about what was going on at the time it happened. I've watched videos of people doing strange things when it happened. Some people say that a guy had a object that might have looked like a phone, but was actually something that could shoot projectiles. There's all kind of things. There was an Israeli hit. I've heard that. Yeah, just some of the good stuff I've heard about. You talking about?
Well, don't be surprised if you come to find out that Israel is in this storyline as well too, and we're going to get into that. Okay, appreciate you. Let's go ahead and get into the video. Shout out John Cullen doing this thing, independent investigator.
Science building was a spent brass casing. That's the shot.
That's the shot. John Cullen is with us. He's a content creator who describes himself as the most dangerous investigative journalist in the world. And I would have to concur. With a professional background in relational database design, wow, whatever, I'm too dumb to understand what that is, and geographic information systems, he's transitioned to full-time research following the 2017 Las Vegas shooting, which was nothing like you think it was. Cullen is best known for publishing alternative analysis of high-profile events, including the Las Vegas shooting, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the 2024 assassination attempt of Donald Trump. And now he's coming on to let us know, which I think is the most compelling theory of how Charlie Kirk was killed. Let's hear it for John Cullen. Hey, John.
If you're running your own business,
How are you, man? Good to see you.
Good to see you. I've been wanting to have you on for quite some time. I'm glad we can finally hook up. And I look forward to having you on again if you don't get mad at me. But
you kidding? I love you guys. I love the whole crew.
That's very sweet of you.
Stephanie and Kirk, come on. I totally love you guys.
So the reason why I have you on today is because none of the stuff that the establishment, that the FBI and now the prosecutors of Tyler Robinson are saying makes sense at all. None of it makes sense. And no matter where you take a look at the case, whether it's the Losi building, whether it's the crime site, whether it's the paving over of the crime scene, whether it's the ride to the hospital, whether it's none of it makes sense. The fake confessions, the rifle that wasn't used, the dog sniffing, no matter where you point your attention, none of it makes sense. Not only are there anomalies, as some people like to say, but it doesn't make sense. And so Tyler Robinson's an obvious patsy. And one of the big things, John, and I think this is what your analysis gets to, and I'm going to play a little bit of it, is that the angle, if you were going to shoot Charlie Kirk from the Losi building, there's a problem with that angle, right? The angle at which Charlie Kirk was shot, the bullet, it hit a part of his vertebra. And if it hit that part that it did hit, it would have to have gone through his jaw. So the angle from the Losi building makes no sense. Right. And now you do unbelievable forensic analysis of the crime scene, and you had a problem with what they call the crack and the thump, right?
That's right.
And so the crack is when the trigger is pulled.
Yes, Smash. Yes, let the fog lift. This independent investigator, he's about to go over the evidence that shows a high probability of Charlie Kirk being shot by a military drone, allegedly. So yeah, we're about to go over this. I felt like it was some pretty compelling evidence, or I wouldn't have even brought it over here to share with you guys. I thought that this was something that everybody needed to see. So make sure you smash that thumbs up, hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live. And do us a favor, tag a friend and let them know that we out here and we doing what we doing right now. You feel me? Appreciate y'all.
Right? And then the thump is when it hits something?
No. So the crack is when a supersonic bullet flies past the observer, and the observer being sort of perpendicular. So in other words, when a bullet flies past you, you hear the supersonic, it's the sonic boom, basically, that the bullet is making as it passes you. That's the crack. The thump is the bang that the gun makes when when you pull the trigger, it goes bang, right? That sound of the gun is the thump. And that travels down range at the speed, at Mach 2.
Speed of sound.
Right. So the bullet's going to arrive and make that crack sound. And then a moment later, you're going to hear the boom, which we call the thump.
Oh, okay.
And at 375 yards, it's 1 second. Okay, so the speed of sound is 1,145 feet per second, 125, based on temperature. It's based on temperature, by the way, not altitude. And so it's about 375 yards is 1 second. So if you hear a crack and then you hear a thump, 1 Mississippi later, the shooter was 375 yards out. Okay,
so here, let me just play a clip from your video that you did about this. And you were having a hard time reconciling the crack with the thump. And
That's
here,
right.
let me play it.
And calculating the delay from when we hear the supersonic crack to when we hear the thump of the report of the weapon being fired, which is the boom. And when I did the early calculations, everything was coming out to 78 yards, 79 yards, 82 yards, stuff like that, 85 yards. Everything was in the 78 to 85 yard range. And but then I started doing some other calculations, and stuff was coming out in different places. And it wasn't consistent. And I couldn't understand what the issue was. Like, why is it not all the same? Like it was in Vegas. In Vegas, there was all showing basically, the route of the helicopters is where the gunfire was coming from. But here in UVU, I'm getting all kinds of different readings. And it just didn't make any sense to me. This is what I mean by this in science.
So what did you figure out, John?
You know that you can build an app in
I was gonna say I like John already, man. He said the science wasn't sciencing. Shout out to Hootie. Israeli military drone. We're about to get into that. Let me go ahead and drop that link if anybody wants to come up.
But I've got a hypothesis.
Let me go
right
here.
It's all showing basically, where the route of the helicopters is where the gunfire was coming from. But here in UVU, I'm getting all kinds of different readings. And it just didn't make any sense to me. This is what I mean by the science wasn't sciencing. So based on...
So what did you figure out, John?
Well, I don't know if I figured it out, but I've got a hypothesis.
Right.
That I welcome, somebody to come along and say, no, it's not really that. It's probably this. But right now, the working hypothesis is consistent with the evaluation and analysis that Chris Martenson did. And Chris Martenson get along very well.
Yeah, I know that. You've called him a limited hangout, but he's doing good work on this.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing about a really good limited hangout.
Yeah.
95% of the stuff they do is spot on.
Right.
Okay. It's like Simon Says. The really good Simon Says car is going to say Simon Says 98% of the time. And he's going to not say Simon Says only 1 or 2% of the time to catch you. And that's what the good limited hangouts, everything they're sharing is right on. And they don't talk about the UAVs, or they don't talk about the Hades spy plane. And that's what makes it a limited hangout, is ignoring the pivotal game-changing evidence. So this is one of these things I subscribe to as an Arthur Conan Doyle.
Are you hip to UAVs and Hades? Oh,
Um,
okay.
somewhat UAVs is unidentified aerial vehicle.
Nope. Oh no, he's about to tell
A
us.
quote about vital evidence versus incidental evidence. There's lots of evidence.
I forgot what it was for though, but he's gonna end up telling us. I think it was unmanned
Aerial vehicle. That's right.
Okay. Yeah. The UAV, yeah, the drones are
Figuring
called
out
UAVs.
what evidence is really
So the drones are unmanned.
Or
They have these
unmanned.
consoles, yeah, where one person can control like 4 drones at one time. And then they have attachments that they put on them, like weapons attachments.
Yes.
pivotal.
They say
Yeah, I keep hitting that button. My bad.
no, you could. They say I don't know. He probably gonna get into it. They say that Charlie Kirk's wife was in touch with the Israeli government at this time. Have you heard that? We're gonna see what he said about it, and then I'll see if I can pull up some of the things that I remember looking at.
I don't think he talks about that. So yeah, you can pull that up. You can grab a video or the article and just get it ready.
Evidence that the whole case is going to revolve around is something I've spent the last 9 years, I guess, getting good at. Right? So
tell us what your hypothesis is for the crack in the thumb.
It appears to me that what I was measuring the whole time was echoes of the crack, and that there is no thump, and that the shot was taken from much further out than where we're being told Tyler Robinson set up to take the shot. In other words, we're being told Tyler Robinson was about 142 yards, 144 yards out on the Losi rooftop. I believe the shot was actually taken from the vicinity of the science building, about 350 yards out. So significantly further away and higher up, meaning at a higher altitude, consistent with what Chris Martenson said. So Chris Martenson was on Redacted with Clayton Mars and was describing that the angle of the shot would have been a little bit higher and a little off center. And I'm like, okay, I can put a gun right there. It's called the Barrett Rec 10, and it flies.
So
and it comes from Israel.
So I'm going to show pictures of that in a second. So
he said it's called a Barrett Rec 10 is the gun, and it flies. And it comes from Israel. So shout out to Hootie, because he called it when he said it was an Israeli drone. And we're actually going to get it in. He's actually going to get into the company that makes these, who they're connected to, etc. So I'll let him continue. Shout out to Hootie for hitting that one right on the head.
Department of Defense.
Hey, you know how they coming.
So Chris Martenson has done this great work, and he has shown that the angle could not have been shot from the Losi Center. Now, my whole thing was the reason why they left the Losi Center unguarded was so they could use this as a cover story, right? So they could get fake pictures. And
I think it's
my bad, John.
So much simpler than people realize.
What do you think?
Well, again, you have to look at the whole barrel of evidence, right? And if the audience isn't familiar with what happened with Hades and the presence of the UAVs, that tends to change the story a bit.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and give them your theory then. So here, your theory is that it was a drone, which they're called. What does UAV stand for?
Unmanned aerial vehicle.
Okay, so they have these there's a drone. So there's an Israeli company that has an American counterpart, and they make these unbelievably sophisticated drones. And I'll show you a little bit of it. Here it is.
Thor's latest technological upgrades. This backpacked 11-kilogram platform can carry its own weight and payloads, an unprecedented capability on the market. So tell me about the operating systems, what really makes the drones work.
The Nevo, it's a common C4I software for all of our products. So if you are moving from one family to another, you don't have to switch the C4I system. The execution of the mission, which is actually controlling the payload itself while the drone is autonomously flying. Now, this software can support up to 4 drones simultaneously, when each drone has its own autonomous mission and everything is being controlled by a single operator. And last but not least, the support for the maintenance, every component.
So here's what it looks like close up, and I don't know if you can see that, but that's a rifle. And that's a rifle that can shoot from up to 600 yards away, and they put it on this drone, and then they have one operator who can control 4 drones at a time, and each drone has their own little mission. And
the operator doesn't need to be on the ground, because we have this really cool thing called Hades that we'll get to. But leave this up for a second, because the image that you're showing and sharing with the audience is something called a bird of prey. The bird of prey is the system that's hanging off the bottom of the drone. The drone itself is swappable. So we can put that bird of prey on the smaller drone, the one you just were showing about 60 seconds earlier in the video. The Thor. The rifle will mount on the Thor, which has a much lower profile, much harder to see. And then the net of this, Jimmy, like you just said, this is accurate to 600 yards out, man. That's over a quarter of a mile. It's a quarter of a mile away with a suppressor.
So I mean, when you say a suppressor, you mean a silencer. That's in layman's terms. Yeah. They put a silencer on a gun so you don't hear when the trigger gets pulled and the gun fires, and that's a suppressor. So you never hear
Nobody
the
looks
thump.
Up.
So you never heard the thump.
Nobody looks up. That's exactly right. So there's no thump. Where the gun is, where it's, again, hypothetically flying, when it goes bang, there's not really a bang. It's more of like a chink. Yeah. It just makes the mechanical noise. The bullet itself is going to make the crack as it travels down range. And that's what I believe I was measuring when I was doing all the crack thump measurements, and why they were coming out so crazy is because it was all echo based.
Yes.
And when I realized that this company, Elbit,
which is
Elbit Systems.
It's an Israeli company with an American counterpart.
Right. So the American counterpart has 3,300 employees.
Wow.
In the U.S. And the Israeli parent company is the company that bought Israeli military systems, the guys that make the Uzi and the Desert Eagle pistol. So they've been acquiring other Israeli military companies. They are the 3rd largest military contractor in Israel, but they're our number 1 provider of military equipment from Israel.
Oh, okay.
Capiche?
Yes. So let me just show
6 billion. 6 billion.
6 billion. So let me show another video of this. Let's just show.
Please. Yeah.
Bring your agent into Monday.com.
There's more, though. If you think this is deep, it gets way deeper. Because just this wouldn't have had me convinced. Everything they just said wouldn't have been enough.
That's a better picture
for me to bring this over here to y'all. There was some ish that was so crazy. I'm like, oh, hell no. And I'm convinced that he was hit with a drone. It's the only thing that makes sense at this point. It's the only thing that's ever made sense about any of this. And I'll let them go ahead and continue to show you how these drones work and operate.
That's not a video. So that's a better picture. And you're saying that they could put it on even a smaller drone than this.
Correct. They put it on the Thor, which was the video with the 2 people were just talking, and he's telling you about how this thing is so flexible and you can have 4 of them. One guy controls it. Well, the one guy controlling it can be in the Hades aircraft. That's the whole idea here. The drone is much smaller than the one they're showing you, and it's accurate to 600 yards out. Well, I don't see this particular drone flying around at the venue, but we sure do see a whole lot of other ones.
Yes, we do. But before we get to the drones that we did see, let's talk about the Hades plane, right?
Okay.
So tell people what the Hades plane is.
So shortly after Charlie was killed, somebody does a podcast showing this flight track. And I'm like, what the hell is that? Now, keep in mind, most of the work that I did early on in the Vegas shooting, which is kind of where I, cut my teeth and that's where I got my bones, right, was on the Vegas shooting. And most of the work I was doing there was based on Flight Radar 24. And I was tracking helicopters and things like that. So when the Charlie Kirk thing happened, to tell you the honest truth, Jimmy, I didn't even think to look at Flight Radar.
Ah.
Right? It's like, why would, who the hell would do that? Well, some guy did. And the guy who did was a pilot, it turns out. But when I went to Flight Radar, it turns out his report was wrong. He got the altitude wrong. He was saying it was at 600 feet. It was at 200 feet. And I'm like, all right, obviously attention to details, not this guy's strong suit. So let me get into this. Let me figure out what the hell's going on. And it turns out the Pentagon has this G6500. It's like a Gulfstream, but it's made by Bombardier, whatever the hell it is.
That's it, right?
That's it. So it starts as a business jet, and then they turn it into basically a spy plane. And the label on the side says U.S. Army. We're told it's Pentagon, but it does very CIA-ish type of things. It does all this spooky type of spy stuff. And then they announced in January of last year that they're going to be doing a thing where they launch drones from this.
Yes.
All right. And so the Hades aircraft doesn't just have all the spooky stuff, but they have the ability to launch drones. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the issue then is, all right, so this plane didn't just fly by UVU the day that Charlie Kirk was killed. It descended from 40,000 feet to 200 feet.
I got to pause it there because to me, that was crazy work. Why is the same plane, Hades, that deploys these drones and that sometimes the people who man these drones, they fly around on this aircraft, why did it descend on Charlie Kirk's event from 40,000 feet to 200 feet? The day
in
of
America,
the event.
all the way from Israel.
That was crazy. Some stuff is just the probability of that coincidence happening, I don't know. And it's like, it's just crazy. I don't even know what to say. I know this is conspiracy theory work, but all we can do is speculate at this point. We know we're not going to get any truth from the FBI. You know what I'm saying? So I guess with that being said, I'll let him continue.
And slowed down to 115 knots.
Which almost it would almost lose lift.
Yep.
Yeah, it's so slow it would right before it would lose lift. That's how much it slowed down. And the theory is that's when they release those drones.
That would be the hypothesis, right? I mean, if there's a better explanation, and Pete Hegseth wants.
You see how he keep correcting him when he say theory? He always say hypothesis. Because he actually understands the difference, but he knows that a scientific theory is not no educated guess. So he wants to keep it in the realm of alleged. This guy's a good scientist, man. I like this guy. Shout out John Cullen. John Cullen is his name. Look him up.
On the show.
Check out his work on the Las Vegas shooting.
No, Jimmy, come on. That's absurd. Here's what we were doing.
Right.
We go to Lake Utah all the time. We're always there on the weekends. Here, let me show you.
And
so to hear that.
And so, John, this plane took off from Fort Huachuca, right?
No,
it did not.
No. All right. So the Fort Huachuca aspect of the story is fascinating, but this plane took off from Fort Bliss, which is in El Paso.
Okay.
All right, so it takes off from Fort Bliss, but there's another plane at Fort Huachuca called SAM 702, which just got all these VIPs on it from the Pentagon / White House-ish area coming in from Virginia. They're at Fort Huachuca the day before this happens. Okay, this plane goes from Fort Bliss. It's flying at 40,000 feet, and it descends to 200 feet at Lake Utah, right next to Utah Valley University, 3 hours before Charlie's killed, 9:15 in the morning. But then 25 minutes after Charlie's killed, it returns 40,000 feet, descends to 200, slows to 115 knots again, and then reascends to 40,000 feet. That's not very efficient from a jet fuel perspective.
Correct.
Right. So, were these guys going to jack in the box? I mean, what are you doing that you're descending from 40,000 to 200 feet and 115 knots twice in the same day, adjacent to where Charlie Kirk was killed? And then the next day, it's sister ship. There's two of these Haiti planes in the world. One of them is N109L. That's the one that was there the day that Charlie was killed twice. The next day is the day that Tyler Robinson turns himself in, right? At the Utah Sheriff's Office or whatever in St. George. Its sister ship is at St. George when Tyler Robinson is turning himself in. So it's there.
If you're talking A1, you're on mute.
Oh yeah, my bad. I was gonna say I'm gonna replay this again because he said the sister ship was there when Tyler Robinson turned himself in. Why would it be there? But it made me think about what Candace Owens kept saying. She kept saying she didn't think Charlie Kirk was supposed to even make it. That he was supposed to be the patsy. He was supposed to get killed before they.
You mean Tyler Roberts? You mean Tyler Roberts?
Yeah. He wasn't supposed to be able to turn himself in. That they wanted to kill him. And then there would be nobody to tell a story, or now they have to go through all this stuff. And this is why, like, the case is shady as hell too. There's a lot of shady stuff going on with his case. And the whole thing is that they were never supposed to even have to go through this. And it's crazy work. Like the drone showing up, where were they trying to take him out before he can get in there? Like, I don't know. But that popped in my head when he said that.
Descends to 200, slows to 115, coming in from Virginia. They're at Fort Huachuca the day before this happens. Okay, this plane goes from Fort Bliss.
Just a hair.
It's flying at 40,000 feet, and it descends to 200 feet at Lake Utah, right next to Utah Valley University, 3 hours before Charlie's killed. 9:15 in the morning. But then 25 minutes after Charlie's killed, it returns. 40,000 feet, descends to 200, slows to 115 knots again, and then reascends to 40,000 feet. That's not very efficient from a jet fuel perspective.
Correct.
Right. So, were these guys going to jack in the box? I mean, what are you doing that you're descending from 40,000 to 200 feet and 115 knots twice in the same day, adjacent to where Charlie Kirk was killed? And then the next day, its sister ship. There's two of these Haiti planes in the world. One of them is N109L. That's the one that was there the day that Charlie was killed twice. The next day is the day that Tyler Robinson turns himself in, right? At the Utah Sheriff's Office or whatever in St. George. Its sister ship is at St. George when Tyler Robinson is turning himself in. So it's there the day of. The next day when Tyler Robinson turns himself in, it's in St. George, the sister ship. And then yesterday, they caught the sister ship flying over Nashville.
Building something great takes more work than any.
I wonder what Nashville.
Baron Coleman.
And so let me just that's a great explanation. Let me just show you Baron Coleman. He's gonna
killed twice. The next day is the day that Tyler Robinson turns himself in, right? At the Utah Sheriff's Office or whatever in St. George. Its sister ship is at St. George when Tyler Robinson is turning himself in. So the day of, the next day when Tyler Robinson turns himself in, it's in St. George, his sister ship. And then yesterday, they caught the sister ship flying over Nashville.
And that would be Candace Owens' house.
And Baron Coleman.
And so let me just that's a great explanation. Let me just
What? Did you hear that, Oli? So they done caught the sister ship flying over Candace Owens' house.
Yes.
Oh man, there's a lot going on right now. I know they never thought this information was gonna get out. They thought they was slick. They thought they would go undetected. But it's always some nosy motherfuckers around. Shout out these guys, man. Doing good work over here.
Show you Baron Coleman. He's gonna kind of break it down. What John just said. He's gonna say it a little different. Let's listen. He's got some graphics that he can show. Watch.
Yep. The interesting thing about that is Fort Huachuca is sort of the nation's premier ISR training base. Intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. It's high-tech spy stuff. And this 6500, this Axel 10 plane, this N-1098L, these planes are being outfitted with some of the most sensitive military spy equipment ever known. The stuff you can't even imagine. It's able to intercept communications. It's able to deploy drones. It's able to do all kinds of crazy stuff. This is a fancy piece of equipment. On the day of the Big Bang, we know that this flight took place because we looked at it. If you've been watching a while, this is a little bit of recap. We knew this flight took place. It went from El Paso to Kalispell, and on its way up there, it did this little loop-de-loop. It was flying to Kalispell from El Paso on this little teal-looking line down here. It comes and takes a hard left. It goes over the southern part of Utah Lake. It flips back around, and it flies really low. Really, really low. 114 knots it's flying. I mean, that's almost stall speed. If it went any slower, it would lose lift and fall out of the sky. And it's flying at like 100 or 200 feet off the deck. I know over here it says 5,100 feet, but you got to subtract the altitude. You got to subtract the altitude of Provo, which is like 5,000 feet in the air. And it's coming in, and it makes what looks like an approach over Provo. Well, the interesting part of this is Utah Valley University campus right up here. So, I mean, it's just right there. It flies super low and slow right next to where the Charlie Kirk event's going to take place. And keep in mind what this plane can do. This is a very, very fancy plane. It's a very sensitive spy equipment. It can detect, I'll show you an article in a minute on what it can do. It can detect movement. It can intercept communications. It can, de-encrypt stuff that you think is encrypted that is being transmitted over the air. It's a very, very fancy piece of equipment. So that took place before the event. It took place about 9:16 a.m. About the time we're told Tyler Robinson showed up on campus, weirdly enough. Now, after the event, the plane is flying back from Kalispell to El Paso. And it leaves Kalispell, and it starts coming down, and it flies down, and here it is, again, just adjacent to Utah Valley University, which is right over here. Just adjacent to Utah Valley University. It's at 12:48 p.m., so just 25 minutes or so after the Big Bang. Tyler's on it. Charlie's on his way to the hospital. Exfil team, if there was more than one person, they would be getting out of the area. It would be really nice to be able to have a plane with incredible technology on board that can bring in tremendous amounts of data using server racks that are actually on the plane in real time, process all that data and see what's going on the ground. That's what these planes are used for in real life. And again, It's flying at 123 knots, just over stall speed at 4,900 feet. I mean, right on the deck. And then it does its little loop around, and then it leaves the area and goes back to El Paso.
So we lost John again. So John's having some connection
Coming back on, it looks like.
problems. He's got the Starlink, which doesn't have a good upload speed. So that's the Hades plane. That it's obvious that what they did was they went down there and, well, it's obvious if you subscribe to this hypothesis that John is putting, which I think is I've heard so far, and the reason why they would do that was so they could drop off the drones and then come pick the drones back up. And if you listen, John actually got the air traffic controller recording, and the air traffic controller like, hey, what happened? And the pilot says, oh, you missed our landing. Well, if you missed your landing, why didn't you ever land? They never landed. So this is their cover story, and they just took off. And then so that's, if you subscribe to John's hypothesis that this was that it was this plane coming down, dropping off the drones to kill Charlie, and then coming back to pick him up, it makes sense. So, and we now know that there were drones on at the scene of the crime. In fact, this happened at the court. Let's listen to this. Is Tyler Robinson's defense attorney cross-examining the lead detective.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
At some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Right. Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
Right. So it wasn't UVU?
No.
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
No.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
One area of conversation that I had.
So there was drones there. Did you? I mean, I don't know if you heard that, but yeah, there were drones there, and that guy didn't put the drones there. And now I'm going to show you the drones. John got this footage. Here's footage of the drones flying around as Charlie Kirk is going to be assassinated. Here we go. So all those red. So, and now we're going to show even more. So there's one right there. So there's more. I think there's more to this. Hang on. Let me make sure.
I think this was the hardest one to see.
Look
yeah, this
at
was
that.
difficult to find.
Nobody else is talking about this. Nobody else is talking about these.
Where do you
drones.
see the next one?
There's
the next
see the
one's
red circle?
crazy.
That's a drone. That's
Look at
another
this.
drone.
Look at this. Watch how fast this goes.
There's drones all over the place. So it looks like 4 drones. Or 3. I'll say 3 drones. There's another one. I think that's the end of that video. So let's bring John back in. Oh no, there's more. There's another one. Look at that. That's kind of mind-blowing that no one's talking about this. There it is. Here we go. There's more, actually. There's another drone. And it's right over the tent. It's right over the tent. Right over the tent. Can I say that 3 more times? Right over the tent. What is that? That's a drone. It's a drone that we think came. So, all right, let's bring John back in. John?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm here.
So, so now we've established that plane that has the drone swoop down from 14,000 cruising speed altitude.
40,000
I'm sorry, 40,000. That's right, 40.
Stratosphere stuff. Yeah,
that's higher than commercial jets fly, and down to 200 feet, and almost to the point where it's going to lose lift. It's going so slow. Then it takes off, and the air traffic controller is talking to him. Hey, what's going on? I think I have this. Let me see if I have this. We'll be right back with more of this story after a brief message from our sponsor. You want to know something? You want to know something wild? The same central bank. I think
so. The bird of prey is available with an M4 rifle.
This is it.
Firing a 5.56 round. And they suggest this for a range of 300 meters. Okay. And then this is the Barrett Rec 10 in 7.62 308 for up to 600 meters.
600 meters. They say this drone
sells this. Elbit sells a flying Rec 10 in 7.62 and says it has 600 meter range.
600 meter range. Now, if you remember, John, correct me if I'm wrong. So you put the
Hey, them boys in Chicago would love to get their hands on one of these. This is crazy work, man. I didn't know they had this, man. We really in the future right now. We really in the future. And this, damn, I can't remember the name of the movie I saw where AI had taken over and it was trying to kill everybody, kill the whole planet. And they had to run and hide from the drones, yeah, shit. Shit is getting real. We really there.
The drone that you think took the shot, you put it over the science building, and did they not find a shell casing on the science building?
Well, what they found at the science building is kind of debatable because they didn't take it into evidence. They didn't document it.
Right.
So, and the police are allowed to lie.
Yes.
FBI is allowed to lie. This guy was on the case, but now he's not. The guy whose testimony we were hearing with the British accent.
Oh, they took him off the case?
Yeah, he doesn't work there anymore.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he doesn't work there anymore.
So, so he did testify that they found a bullet or a bullet casing on the science building roof, right?
And then he tells you what he recalls to his best recollection. And what he's telling you is that an officer put his rifle into battery, which means on an AR-15, you pull the T charging handle and a round is now in the chamber, ready to be fired. And then cleared his rifle, which requires you to remove the magazine. Because if you do it again, another round is going to go in. So he then removed the magazine, operated the charging handle to eject the live round, left the live round on the roof of the science building, and went to Arby's. I mean, it's like, who did that? Who is the cop who did it? When you found the bullet on the ground, did you say, hey, Mikey, is that yours? Or was it an hour later, 2 hours later? Why was it not tent carded? Now, I've seen forged evidence before at the Vegas shooting. I've seen what the police department is willing to do to create a case, right? They broke the windows in Vegas. You and I are, we have to do a show on Vegas.
Yes, we will.
When this dies down. But I've seen them forge evidence. And so for this guy to simply say it was an unfired round versus a spent brass casing, if what they found in the science building was a spent brass casing.
I got one challenge for you. Try whisper flow.
That's the shot.
That's the shot.
That's the shot.
That's the shot. And it came from that Elbit drone that has a range of 600 yards with accuracy.
I believe. Now,
Yes.
the reason so why am I saying it's Elbit and not the Switchback? So the Switchback is another flying drone, but we didn't spend $6 billion with Switchback.
There you go.
We spent $6 billion with Elbit, and Elbit has this entire ecosystem of drones that talk to each other. You play the equipment. This one operator has 4 autonomous drones. He's not doing joysticks. This isn't DJI joystick shit.
Right.
This is facial recognition, target acquisition, infrared laser targeting, wind speed and direction determination by the drone flying over the tent. The drone that flies over the tent knows what direction and speed the wind is blowing.
Yes. So those other 3 drones are transmitting information back to the drone that has the rifle. And so they know what the wind speed is, the temperature of everything. They know everything.
So this is the difference between the Israeli drone technology and what they've been feeding the American public with for the last 3-4 years, which is Ukrainian mini drones with hand grenades to them.
Right.
That's not what the Israelis make.
That's correct.
The Israelis are making super sophisticated, autonomous flying rifles.
Yes.
And we spent $6 billion with them.
And so if you subscribe to your hypothesis,
You muted if you're saying something. Oh, no, you ain't muted.
I was muted. I was saying that's crazy. We spent $6 billion on this. The American taxpayers funded Charlie Kirk's. You know what?
That was gonna be. That was gonna be my. That was gonna be one of my pushback questions. Do we really think Charlie Kirk was worth all that money? Because then we have to come up with some explanations for that. And I might got a few why taking him out might be worth all that. But we'll let this continue till we get there.
Oh, well, they ain't spent $6 billion whacking them. They just spent $6 billion with Elbit on these drones. He's saying. So we got a bunch of them, and I guess they want to use them. You know what I'm saying? I guess they want to use it.
Everything makes sense. The angle of the bullet makes sense. The reason why you didn't hear a thump makes sense. The reason why there's a spent shell casing on top of the science building makes sense. The crack makes sense. Everything makes sense if you subscribe to this hypothesis. And there's no other hypothesis I've heard of that makes this kind of sense for this thing. Now, do you think, John, that they could have done 2 things at once? Do you think they could have shot him and then also electrocuted him through that mic, or done something else? Because why would his T-shirt fly like that?
So the T-shirt flying is a combination of things that, again, Chris Martinson did a great job explaining this. So he shot a gel torso a couple dozen times and filmed it with a hyper slow motion camera, like a show me something that does many, many frames per second. And what he's able to show with that compared to what we see with people filming with their iPhones and Samsungs or whatever, we're only getting 30 frames per second to 60 frames per second from people who are using their phones. When he films it with the super, slow motion stuff, you see how the shirt responds instantly, even though the point of impact doesn't appear to even respond. In other words, the bullet hits your neck. Well, blood doesn't come gushing out that second. In a quarter of a second, the blood doesn't just come out instantly. It takes maybe 3/4 of a second for the blood to start to work its way out. The hydrostatic shock is the thing that makes everything go bonkers underneath. And there's a cone of air around the bullet.
Right.
And that cone of air around the bullet's a high pressure zone. And that pushes the fabric as it enters the body. That whole cone of air is in that vicinity. So I'm not surprised by what I saw with the shirt at all. I mean, when I saw it, it was perfectly obvious to me that it was shot in the neck and that this is the entry wound. It hit the carotid artery. The blood pressure is what's forcing the blood to come out because his heart's right here.
Right.
And it's the carotid artery, man.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to spray.
Correct.
So, I mean, when I saw it happen, I'm like, it wouldn't have mattered if there was a trauma team with an operating room 10 feet from there.
Yeah, he was dead.
Correct. It wouldn't have mattered.
In fact,
his whole cervical vertebrae was destroyed.
Destroyed, right? It didn't just break his neck. It actually obliterated a big, 3-inch part of his spine is gone.
And
right.
Now some people got hung up on the fact that one of or two of the little bits of the bullet went down. One went into his heart, one went into his lung, and it left destruction in going down into the thorax area. But again, with a frangible tip bullet, I have them here, I use them. So these are basically hollow points. This is a 300 blackout hollow point. And it's frangible, meaning they'd use like a laser or water jet to cut these grooves in the tip. And when it hits, it pedals. And the lady from the ATF in the prelim trial thing was talking about how she has to peel the pedals back in order to do her measurements and stuff. So the pedaling is what tells us it was a bullet like this. It was a frangible hollow point tip that is made to spread out, and the little bits and pieces go flying all over. One up into the brain, one down to the heart, one into the lungs. That's what it's designed to do. And if the shot is taken from 350 or 400 yards, that explains why there's no exit wound. Everybody's like, well, if it's a 30-06 from 142, it's going to blow his neck off.
Right.
Correct. Yes. It wasn't. It wasn't a 30-06. It's a 7.62.
And so even that ballistic expert who testified, I don't know if you caught that, she said, and Baron Coleman broke this down, she measured the fragments, and the fragments of bullets were not the same size of a 30-06 fragment. And so it implied
it's not a 30-06.
Yeah, implied it was a different sized bullet and not a 30-06. Her evidence showed it was most likely not a 30-06. And so what kind of bullet does that drone with that gun on that drone use?
So let me clarify what she said.
Okay.
The measurements of caliber family.
Yeah.
And the 30 caliber family is a big family.
Big.
It's 308.
Yes.
7.62. 300 blackout. Those are all 30 cal. Right. And so when I go out and buy a suppressor, one of the suppressor configurations is a 30 cal suppressor. And a 30 cal suppressor is for 308, 7.62, using on a 6.5 Creedmoor as well. It's a little bit smaller. So these are all considered 30 caliber rounds, 7.62 millimeter and 0.308 caliber, which is 0.308 inches. It's the same diameter. So by telling everybody it's a 30-06, it's a red herring that everybody goes bonkers about for a year. Can't be a 30-06. I'm going to go buy 14 pork roasts and I'm going to shoot the pork roast to prove it's not 30-06. And for a year, we got people going bonkers about the 30-06. It has nothing to do with 30-06.
Meet Symphony. Business intelligence.
This is a military operation with a Hades jet, UAVs, and the round he was shot with is designed to not exit. It's a pedaling, fragmenting round shot from 350 yards, not 140 yards. And so that explains why it didn't exit the body.
Okay.
So like you said, it comes together. It keeps coming together.
So I think, to me, that is the most logical and compelling hypothesis of how they killed Charlie Kirk. It lines up with everything, and it just is to me, I can't think of another. There isn't another more compelling theory out there or hypothesis out there, and that lines up with that. And when I found that bullet and he dismissed it as some guy clearing his thing, and they didn't enter it into evidence, right? So that's the big red flag right there.
Yeah.
Of course, you would enter it into evidence. They didn't, and so there you go. I wanted to. What do you think? Do you have a theory? We know now that they cropped the video. So when they grabbed the SD cards from the camera behind him, and then they released that video to the FBI, they cropped the video. Do you have any theories on what they were trying to cut out? What those guys were, because they weren't doing medical, as Brian Harpo says. What do you think was? Do you have a theory on what they were doing and why they didn't want to show it?
Well, I'm not sure who has seen the footage and who's cropping, but if we look at the evidence that you've just shared with your audience, right? We know the Hades was there. That's ADS-B transponder FAA data, right? That's not a theory, right? The Hades was there twice. That's data.
Yeah.
And we see these UAVs. I mean, these are not birds. They're flying. When we see it go across the screen, it goes across the screen in 3 frames. That's 1/10 of a second. People haven't even taken half a step, and it's traveled 100, 150 feet in a split second. That's not an insect. So when you see all this, now you say to yourself, so wait a second. Based on all of this evidence, how likely is it that these TPUSA goons had any idea what the F is going on? Or do you think they brought them into a briefing and said, all right, guys, you're going to stand here, you're going to stand here, and we're going to have a drone a quarter of a mile away, shoot them in the neck, but you don't worry, we got this. Don't worry, we got this. I think when you see this evidence, it kind of changes everything, and people start to realize, holy mackerel, this was a Pentagon or CIA operation. Why would the Pentagon or the CIA want to kill Charlie Kirk? Now,
why would Donald Trump want Charlie Kirk?
Why?
I'm trolling you.
Why? Hey, I got a very great hypothesis on that. But to get to that hypothesis, we need to finish watching this, and then I'll play a couple of clips.
Okay.
Because there is some great reasons why anybody will want to take him out. And I will get to that.
I'm interested in that because other than he ran his mouth, like, who was he really hurting? But I guess you're gonna get into it. Let me let him finish. It's only a couple more minutes on this.
Not these TPUSA goons touching their sleeves, pulling this, tugging that, if they are in on it, that makes the story even crazier. It's like, what the hell did Charlie do that they're in cahoots with the Pentagon? So I kind of set that part aside, and I work with just this core piece of evidence that we have, which is we've got Hades at the scene twice. We've got Hades when Tyler is turning himself in the next day in St. George, and it's a sister ship. And we now know Hades has been flying over Nashville at least 4 times in the last year since the shooting over
Candace Owens' house.
And Baron Coleman. They both live in Nashville.
Oh, I didn't know Baron was in Nashville too. Oh, no kidding. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So they're flying over their houses. So you look at that evidence and you say, all right, well, who the hell could deploy Hades to kill somebody with drones, to kill Charlie Kirk? Pete Hegseth? Maybe he's got the authority. What about Ratcliffe, the head of the CIA?
He does.
Probably, but would Ratcliffe say, you know what? That Charlie Kirk is a real son of a bitch. I'm going to take him out. Just do me a favor, guys. Don't say anything to the president. As you start to work through these scenarios, they don't make any sense. Who the hell would want to kill Charlie Kirk?
This is where the only logical explanation gets good. They talk about the only logical hypothesis and the only logical explanations for these things. This is where Oli comes in, man. Since they already talking about it, well, let's see what they finish saying about this, because they right on the topic that we trying to get at. Like you said, this is the interesting part of it. Why did they kill Charlie Kirk?
That's what I needed. That's what I needed you to do. I can't do it. Like
you want me to go ahead and start it, or you want to wait to this portion? Because you can go
let's
by
finish
this
this.
portion.
I don't want anybody to miss any of the because this guy, he's got some real good insights. So we need to soak this up.
Rogue group within the CIA wants to kill Charlie Kirk, so they're going to abscond with Hades, deploy the drones.
Eve Online is a...
And the president's not going to find out about this? And they're like, don't worry, he'll never find out, and we'll get away with it. We're not going to have to, we won't get tried.
Well, there's definitely a multi-agency cover-up happening.
Well, it appears that way, because otherwise they would just come forward and say, yeah, this is what was going on. This was part of Operation Loop-de-Loop. And we've been running Operation Loop-de-Loop with our partners, and, there's no explanation. And the thing you were saying when you were playing the video before, I think, is something we have to take a moment and talk about. Why is nobody talking about the drones?
Why is no one talking about the drones?
It's creepy, dude. It's creepy. You talk about limited hangouts, right?
Yeah.
They're talking about exploding microphones. They're talking about trap doors. They're talking about, re-landscaping. They're talking about everything but drones are flying all around, and there's a Hades thing that launches drones, and the thing that launches drones didn't fly by at 40,000 feet. If the thing that launched drones flew by at 40,000 feet, everybody could say, come on, that's absurd. But it descended to 200 feet and slowed to 115 knots twice at the murder scene. So what the hell is it doing if not dropping off and collecting drones?
Correct. And so
we now know this capability exists. I think before this research, people's impression was, come on, what'd they do? They strapped a hand grenade to a DJI, and come on. This notion of a flying rifle that has infrared targeting, that's being supported by other drones that are communicating to it and helping it target.
Don't forget that facial recognition.
Jimmy, it's the Terminator, man. These are the hunter killers. They're
here. They're here.
The hunter killers are here. And the fact that we can fly in, deploy these things, have them kill somebody, and we can blame it on a 20-year-old furry transsexual lover.
So my theory is that, as Tucker Carlson said, that Charlie Kirk was the first casualty of the Iran war, and they wanted their Iran war. And Charlie Kirk was, most people don't realize what a powerful political figure he was. In fact, people were talking about how he was more powerful than the RNC. The TPUSA was more powerful than the RNC, the Republican National Committee. And he had the youth. And he was credited with getting Donald Trump elected. And then Donald Trump flipped on every promise he made. And Charlie Kirk had left couldn't support Israel anymore, was vehemently against the Iran war. And he was a problem for the military-industrial complex and the Zionists who control the media and the government that wanted a war with Iran, and they had the president who was willing to do it, and so they had to get rid of Charlie Kirk, and that's what they did. So Donald Trump was in on it, and that's why the investigation has been shut down. And Joe Kent was on our show on Friday, and he said that he wanted to, investigate to see if there was a connection with the foreign government, and he doesn't do the investigation himself. What Joe Kent does is he goes to the FBI, and the FBI gives him the information they have, and then he coordinates that information with the CIA and the NSA and all their other, and so he could coordinate that stuff. So, and that's the whole point of his office. And they said, no, we're not giving you any of our investigative information go pound sand, you're not going to be allowed to see if there was a. So, and now Dan Bongino's out there lying, saying that or misdirecting people, saying that, oh, well, Joe Kent's office doesn't have the legal right to do investigations. Well, that what he does is he takes the investigation information from the FBI and then he coordinates it, and the FBI cut off his access to the information. That's how Kash Patel shut down Joe Kent from investigating it. And Dan Bongino knows that, but we all know that Dan Bongino's an Israel First guy, and he's covering up for the Epstein class. And he's compromised liar. He's a used car salesman.
He's worse than that.
And he's worse than that.
Because he had Eli Crane and Corey Mills on his program. Eli Crane said John Cullen has ballistic evidence of a second shooter. Eli Crane testified to that in the congressional hearing. And Dan Bongino blew it off and blocked me on X. So that's a limited hangout. Why would Dan Bongino not want to see ballistic evidence of a second shooter in Butler?
Because
Eli Crane's former SEAL Team 3 sniper.
Mm-hmm.
Right? How hard is it to get on SEAL Team 3? How hard is it to become a sniper on SEAL Team 3? And he's a sniper, and he's saying, I've seen ballistic evidence of a second shooter in Butler. John Cullen has that evidence, and Dan Bongino blows it off and blocks me. So you have to look at these people with a suspicious eye and say, why would you not want to see that? Why?
See, we're not the only ones dealing with agents, so even he got to deal with agents out here.
Not at all.
Would you not want to talk about that? I mean, I might be wrong.
No, it's obvious that Dan Bongino is compromised by the Epstein class and Israel.
So let's talk about Joe Kent. Okay. So I was watching you show, and in fact, you said something in the show with Joe Kent that inspired me to make a podcast that's going to come out this weekend.
Okay.
You talked about how we've been squandering our money on these wars for so many years, and that's why America looks like Camden.
Right.
It's why America looks like Trenton and Newark.
That's right.
And so here's the thing that they're not showing people.
Attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer.
Look at Panama City. Look at Guangzhou, China. Look at these cities you've never even heard of. You're like, what the hell is going on? I got news for you. Look at Medellin, Colombia. Look at Bogota.
And what would we see, John?
They're beautiful.
Oh.
Places are magnificent. And you're like, wait a second. Make America great again. Can we make America as great as Guangzhou? Can we make America as great as Chongqing? I don't know. I mean, let's set some realistic goals. Can we make America as great as Bogota? Can we make it as great as Panama City? When you see what happens in countries where the money's not being squandered, and I guess where they deal cocaine, but that's another story. Man, the cities are magnificent. And when you look at the cities in China,
they're amazing.
It's like, that's not Mao's communism. We've been sold a bill of goods.
Yeah.
It's like communism's bad and we got to fight communism. We got to go to Korea, fight communism, got to go to Vietnam, fight communism. And then you look at China and you're like, that's communism?
The futuristic cities.
Holy mackerel. If that's communism.
And 92% of the population owns their own house, just to let you know, in China.
So this is the issue, Jimmy, is that America has been kind of sold a bill of goods about this communism thing. I'm not saying communism's good.
No one saying
that. I'm
that.
looking at Shanghai and I'm going, Shanghai's a better looking city than Philadelphia. I got more going on. There's subways. You see the infrastructure in these places compared to our infrastructure is gone, man. There's no water in the lakes.
Right.
The subways, it's just a disaster. So the country's been robbed. And George Carlin was telling us this years and years ago. The country has been bought and sold. And everything you're being shown is a show. And what the last 9 years of my work, whether, Vegas shooting, the COVID cover-up, the Butler shooting, now this with Kirk, it's that the media is completely full of shit. I mean, it's just, you're not going to hear the real story. And the thing that's upsetting is when the alternate media doesn't cover the weird evidence, the vital evidence. So in other words, when everybody else is not talking about the drones, when everybody else is not talking about the helicopters in Vegas, when everybody else is not talking about the meteor crater in the Curry, it's like, how do you not want to factor this in? And it makes me very suspicious. It makes me wonder when we talk about the missing trillions of dollars from the Pentagon. Is it paying all these people's salaries?
Well,
the people who won't talk about the hot stuff.
So the oligarchy bought the media, right? And so why wouldn't they buy the independent media? And I keep saying, I'm waiting for my check. It hasn't come.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know.
Getting my $7,000 a week or whatever.
I'm not getting $7,000 a post. I'm not getting but it's obvious the people who are. Anybody pushing the Fed slop about Charlie Kirk's, they're paid off. I'm not talking about people who are legitimately questioning the alternative theories. There are a few of those people, but the people who are calling you evil, saying that I got a guy saying I'm QAnon because I don't believe the FBI Fed slop about Charlie Kirk. So when prominent people, so when people like that are doing that, those are people are getting paid off to say that, just like the mainstream media is paid off. And as Noam Chomsky and Ed Herdman taught us 35 years ago, the media is not there to give you news and inform you. They're there to manufacture consent for the oligarchy. And as Princeton study proved over 11 years ago now, we don't live in any even semblance of a democracy. Yeah, you get to vote. That's theater. We live in an oligarchy, and whatever the oligarchs want shows up in legislation. What the bottom 90% of people in the United States, earners, want to show up in legislation does not show up ever. And so we're running it. So that's where we're at. And of course they would buy off the independent media or the influencers. And that's why they're out there trying to disparage anybody who has a legitimate question about the official narrative about Charlie Kirk. That's why they're going so hard at Joe Kent. That's why they're going hard at people like me, people like even Brett Weinstein, right? He's out there. He's saying, hey, if Tyler Robinson did it, why is there a cover-up? Because there's an obvious cover-up happening, and anybody who's a sentient being who's not paid off can agree that the FBI and the police forces are not investigating this crime. They haven't once talked to there were people who saw people on the Losi building. The FBI never interviewed that guy. Never, right? They didn't take that bullet they found on the science building and put it into evidence. They didn't lock down the crime scene. They let people adulterate it and take SD cards and move stuff around. All that kind of stuff. They took all the videotape from the hospital where Charlie showed up. They moved everybody from the ward he was in 2 hours before. So there's they steam clean and see that they drove him to the. So there's an obvious cover up that is happening, and nobody's talking about the drones. And so there's an obvious cover up. Hey, come see me do a live celebrity panel.
You muted, A1.
Said, yes, sir. That's Jimmy Dore. Go ahead and give him a subscribe and tell him A1 sent you. And you got the floor.
Bet.
How do you feel about this new evidence and this new hypothesis that John Cullen is bringing forth? And then let me go to some of these questions. Let me drop that link in the chat. Come up and ask y'all questions if y'all got questions before Oli go into his stuff.
Yeah, man. And it's going to be interactive too when I'm talking, because.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, come on up. If you got questions, comments, or anything, pull up. Let's hear from the crowd. Come share your thoughts on this. I think this hypothesis makes the most sense. It seems like the only thing that makes sense.
That's the only logical explanation for you?
The only logical explanation right now, man. You got Hades showing up at the crime scene twice the day of the murder. You got the sister ship to Hades pulling up when Tyler Robinson's turning himself in. You got it flying over Candace Owens' house. It's getting wild out here, man. And like he said, these are flying killing machines. You know, the Terminator is here. It's not a movie anymore. It's not a hypothesis or conspiracy theory about the future. We are literally living in the future right now. The future is now. Let's see who we got to the stage. Shout out Smash and Idol. Shalom.
No.
Peace. Peace.
How you feeling today, brother?
I'm doing good, man. Y'all got my head spinning over here, man. I'm undone.
This is crazy work. And you've been here since the beginning, so you've seen the whole thing. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I'm kind of mad. I missed like 20 minutes of it. I had bad data, but man, bro, I'm undone. And it brings me to a question. If these people did this in the court of law, right, the United States law, if this becomes a case, wouldn't this become like an act of terrorism? Word.
Last thing I heard was active.
Would this be an act of? I couldn't hear nothing after that. You started.
Yeah, an act of terrorism. I don't want to say that word.
Oh yeah, I get it. I mean,
in the court of law,
technically, yeah, but the same way that they don't, Israel doesn't consider what is it doing to Palestine a genocide is the same way they wouldn't consider this the terrorism or whatever. It's not. They're going to in their head, I'm sure they have their reasons, and this had to be done. So it's business as usual for them.
Powerful information, y'all. Y'all keep bringing it in.
No doubt, man. You already know. You asked some questions in the chat. I saw a couple of them. Did you want to go over those?
Yeah. I can't see the chat. Hold on. Let me see. I did have some questions, and that was actually one of the questions. If they did this, wouldn't that be a act of that? And no, I was just
asking, why would he take the fall for this? Was that one of the questions I saw?
Yeah, the Tyler guy, right?
I don't think he's necessarily trying to take the fall. He's got a defense team. He's trying to fight it.
Now, wasn't there letters or something that surfaced the internet saying that he wrote certain letters or something?
I'm not as familiar with everything. That I'm not familiar with. Like, I'm really new to the case. And I just stumbled across this and happened to start watching it. And I was like, what? Like, I've really been so focused on streaming and the channel that I haven't been paying attention to politics. And I love politics. So I started to mix it back in so that way I can start to catch back up, because I definitely felt like I was out of the loop. I didn't know anything that was going on. I was always streaming Teen Titans.
Yeah, you should. I might have to send you some little videos or something. When it happened and when it surfaced, it was really crazy, because at first people, the people, they were on some stuff like, oh, we know it was one of those dudes, and we're like, nah. And then next thing you know, they made some whole rally talking about white man fight back. You know what I mean? And then come to find out it was one of them. And then information that blew out even more, that the Tyler guy, his family were like big on the MAGA, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
People. So that was like kind of confusing everyone, and letters and stuff came out. So I'm thinking to myself, if this guy took the fall for this, like this would like be a major blow in the water. Because now we have.
He ain't taking the fall, but they definitely about to put him. I mean, he's taking the fall. It's not that he wants to. It's not like he signed up for this. I don't think that's the case at all. But yeah, it's and Candace Owens, her hypothesis was that he wasn't even supposed to live to be able to turn himself in. They were supposed to get him and kill him, so that way You know, they could just say, "Hey, we got the guy. Here's who did it. Here's the proof." And 2 weeks later, everybody forgets about it. They got their man.
Sheesh. Yeah, man.
Dead man can't defend themselves in court.
Yeah, this is interesting though, man. We got a case on our hands, don't we?
We definitely got a case on our hands, man. I can't believe that Israeli American drones were deployed in the area. I can't even believe that Hades was there. This is all crazy. It's like it's something out of a Terminator movie, literally. Like the world is a stage. So yeah. And that's what I'm gonna keep doing, is bringing this truth to y'all, man. I had to bring it to you first, man.
For sure. You say something like a Terminator.
I'm gonna get up out of here, man. I appreciate y'all bringing it out, man.
No doubt, man. No doubt. Appreciate you.
For sure. Thank you for joining us.
Sure, bro.
It's on you, Oli. Go ahead, share your screen.
Yeah. For me, this has always been interesting because I've was kind of paying attention to Charlie Kirk before the assassination. And if you were paying attention, you could kind of tell that it was going that way, but you don't know what side it was coming from. So first, I think we need to see let me share my screen real quick. Who he was politically. Where is that at? Is it them? Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. No, that ain't the one.
Take your time. What you looking for?
I'm looking for this one about Charlie. I got this one pulled up. Who Charlie Kirk was. Oh, there it is. That's it right there. Let me share this real quick. Sorry about this, y'all. I just got a lot of stuff pulled up. All right. So first, I think we got to know who Charlie Kirk was politically, because we talking right now, and we've gotten to that this is a political hit or something of that nature. Could have been. And so I think we need to know exactly who Charlie Kirk is and why he was so influential. Can we use fair use on this, A1?
Yep. I'm pretty sure we can. This should be, what is this, news?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good. You good.
All right, bet.
Just make sure you talk a little bit.
Got you.
We mentioned that Kirk first came to prominence through the right-wing youth organization he founded, Turning Point USA.
And this was Kirk's first stop.
So right off the bat, they tell you he was the founder of the youth political group called Turning Point USA. You heard about them? A1?
Yes, sir. I'm definitely to TPUSA. I didn't know they were a youth political group. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, that's how they started.
on the American Comeback Tour, his fall semester series of live events at colleges and universities. For more on his views and his influence among conservatives, we go to Eyewitness
I'm about
News
to come
reporter
on
Rob
my
Hayes
phone
live in our newsroom.
because I
Rob.
can't hear you on this.
Charlie Kirk was no stranger to conflict. He'd been taking his far-right views to college campuses for.
So right here, you say Charlie Kirk had been taking his far-right views. And we'll look at more into far-right views, but they something in their own self.
For years now and debating face-to-face with liberal stalwarts like Governor Gavin Newsom, but his feelings on gun violence now hang eerily over his death.
You're like, ask me anything? Anything. Challenge me? Challenge me.
That's Charlie Kirk on the very first episode of Governor Gavin Newsom's podcast back in March. Newsom recognizing the conservative activist's and author's accomplishments over the span of his relatively short tenure.
I think people need to understand your success, your influence, what you've been up to, and the fact that you're on these college campus tours.
Kirk following up that podcast with a rally here in Southern California.
So he went at his young age, was immediately noticed by Gavin Newsom for the youth movement that he had. Now, we know that any publicity is good publicity, whether people like him or not. And you'll see some of these signs and banners and things that people holding, kind of disrespecting them. Some of them aren't disrespecting him. So he had a movement going on, what they say, the wave, and they was definitely on the wave, whether they liked him or not.
That's Cal State Northridge. The crowd split between supporters and protesters upset with his views, but sizable nonetheless. Much the same case a couple months later at UC Riverside. Kirk, a magnet for both controversy and popularity. The Illinois native, a Boy Scout who earned the rank of Eagle Scout, he dropped out of college and jumped headfirst into political activism.
Dropped out of college and immediately jumped into politics. He seen something that was missing, or I ain't gonna say missing. I think he understood the environment of the political scene in modern day politics. And we're going to get in a little deeper into what he was looking at and how he used to address these college campus kids because if he dropped out of college, I don't know how many years he stayed in or something, but it ain't like he dropped out of college and went to laying on a couch or went to work in a mechanic shop, work on no heaters and none of that. He went right into politics, the place where you should be, where we should be pushing our youth.
The 31-year-old father of two co-founded Turning Point USA, which aims to bring more young people into the Republican Party.
My name is Charlie Kirk. I run the largest pro-American student organization in the country.
Kirk's views.
Dr. Fauci should be in prison for what he did over the last year.
A1.
It seemed like we do agree on some things.
Look like you and Charlie Kirk agreed on something. He didn't take nothing off nobody if he found some type of fault in you. Looked like he might have. No, I ain't gonna even
Quickly grabbing the attention of Donald Trump and his administration and earning him prime stage time at last year's Republican National Convention.
The American dream has become a luxury item for the wealthy elite.
But Kirk's views on gun violence have garnered a lot of criticism. In the wake of a deadly school shooting in April 2023, Kirk spoke at a Turning Point USA faith event, saying gun deaths are an acceptable price to pay.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Do you agree on that, V?
I mean, he sound like he just out here on his Charleston White, man. You know, he got to say shocking, triggering stuff to get people to pay attention. And then you reel him in and educate him. But I don't know really what Charlie Kirk was all about, so I really can't say.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit into it. You'll know a little bit about him after.
That is a prudent deal.
Now, Kirk's followers easily measured in the millions with popular shows on YouTube, radio, and various social media outlets. He's survived by his wife and 2 young children. Reporting live in the newsroom, Rob Hayes, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
We mentioned that.
So you see, he had a nice little following. And his political prowess is what some people say might have got him assassinated. So before we go any further, I want y'all to see exactly what assassination is. If you look to the far right, I'm over here reading. Assassination is the willful killing by a sudden or secret attack of a person, especially a prominent or important one, typically for political or ideological reasons. So when we go back to this, I asked why did people hate Charlie Kirk? So we'll just go over some of this. We ain't gonna stay long because it's some of the things he say just don't make sense to me. Like you see, he just said that gun deaths are good so we can keep the Second Amendment. We can keep the Second Amendment without people dying. That just means the Second Amendment was working. But let me see if I can't find this. Did I pass it already? Some of the things he used to say. Oh yeah, here it is. This is just 8 minutes. And we ain't gonna watch the whole 8 minutes. We're just gonna watch a few of it. This is from Mint. Believe we should be able to use it for fair use. But listen, as we go through this, I want y'all to listen to some of the things that he used to argue for in his ideologies. Remember, this is a political person, so he got those millions of followers by having some type of ideology. Let's listen to it. So this is gonna go through some of the things he used to say. I hope he gets to some of his debates on campus and some of the things he used to argue about. But yeah, man, he had a wave going and it was moving from campus to campus amongst young kids on the USA soil. And so when y'all was talking about domestic terrorism, it could have been that he was pushing some type of domestic terrorism and they wanted to thwart that from him. And you'll see some of his ideology because it isn't your traditional. Now, would I say that it's domestic terrorism for them doing that to him with our government? This was one individual and they ain't terrorizing anybody, I don't think, in a way that's saying this is going to happen to all of y'all. It's just that this man's views were so polarizing that, hey, maybe certain people did think he had to be gone. And we'll get into some of those suspects here in just a few minutes, but let's continue with Charlie for a minute. On India and India. Now, he talking about India, a country far, far away, and the American workers. So in this light, it don't seem as a form of hate as much as he's saying he want American people to be working. So right there, he had kind of had an idea already about business with other countries and their political standing when it comes to money and commerce within America. Same thing that Donald Trump has been pushing, but he pushing it to a younger view and pushing it in a different light, saying that we could have jobs and create jobs in America. Not too much talking about just India citizens coming to America and getting citizenship and getting jobs, but he's actually talking about how American government and American companies outsource factories and work to other countries at a cheaper pay, which is good for the countries, bad for our country in particular, when we got people who would like to work. So shout out some of these views of Charlie Kirk, because it don't seem too racial right now, as opposed to this country versus our country. Uh-oh.
It's still showing assassination on the screen.
Huh? Oh, for real?
It's still showing assassination. Yeah.
Oh, man.
You gotta
Could
do
you
it
hear
over.
my bad?
No, I couldn't hear it either. You was talking. My bad. I zoned out
My
for a
bad,
second.
chat.
The viewers ain't even say nothing, man.
Dang.
Dang, Titan family. What's going on? You guys supposed
The
to
killing
help
of
us out,
Charlie
wasn't
Kirk
you?
has
My
triggered
bad.
strong reactions, not just in the United States, but around the world.
I hear you now.
Bet. Okay, so this is about to go through some of the controversies that he go through with some of his different views and outlooks of political strength.
As the founder of Turning Point USA, his reach extended far beyond conservative youth politics, making him a recognizable voice in international debates on ideology, culture, and governance. His speeches and debates made him a central figure admired by supporters and challenged by critics. Now, his death is being seen globally as a chilling reflection of how polarized America's political climate has grown. Let's break down his remarks and the controversies that thrust him into the spotlight during one of the most polarized and volatile moments in American politics. Charlie Kirk often made inflammatory remarks about Indians. On September 2nd, he wrote on X, "America does not need more visas for people from India. Perhaps no form of legal immigration has so displaced American workers as those from India. Enough already. We're full. Let's finally put our own people first."
So right there, as I was saying earlier, that view right there kind of sits well with me. I know people want to live and come to this great country because of the protections that we have on our everyday life. Stepping out our door from the air conditioner just to get warm, being able to have laws that we can get to and from work so we can provide for our families in a civil fashion. And so this part, he's talking for all Americans, so I can't too much disagree with it.
Again, on September 5th, he claimed social media accounts were being paid to attack Trump's tariffs on India. He said, "You have to wonder if this coordinated activity promoting the interests of India should trigger FARA registrations. Who is paying them and how much? We need answers." That same day, he praised Trump for considering a block on outsourcing to India. He wrote, "President Trump is reportedly considering blocking American tech companies from outsourcing their work to Indian companies. Good. Invest in this country first." He also reposted another commentator accusing Indians of violating H-1B rules. Kirk added, "I have just now heard about the illegal India payments to influencers. Tariff! Exclamation point."
So he's saying that India got some money that we need and that they outsourcing American jobs and work to India. So I can't argue with that. Let's see what he say on Gaza and the Muslims.
Kirk defended Israel during its war on Gaza. In July 2025, he wrote, "No, Israel is not starving Gazans." That same month, he dismissed images of starving children in Gaza as propaganda and
Just dismissed it. Said Gaza wasn't suffering. Israel ain't doing nothing wrong. When you see the pictures, he just dismissed the picture of the little lady.
By 2025, he wrote, "No, Israel is not starving Gazans."
He just dismissed this picture. I don't know. Does she look hurt? Let me look real good at the picture. Oh, yeah, I see bruises on her arm. Something happened. Might be a bruise on the side of her face. It just ain't no baby getting a shot.
That same month, he dismissed images of starving children in Gaza as propaganda and emotional visual optical warfare. In 2023, he made sweeping remarks against Muslims. He said Muslims that run Hamas.
I want y'all to read that for yourselves. I'm going to read it too. "The deaths of women and children in Gaza are the faults of Hamas, not Israel." So he pro-Israel. We can see that. Oh, no. What just happened there? Oh, man. Oh, yeah, we still here.
Great. Remarks about Indians. On September 2nd, he wrote on X, "America does not need more visas for people from India. Perhaps no form of legal were being paid to attack Trump's tariffs on India." He said, registration. That same day, Trump is reported 20 months. He dismissed images of starving children in Gaza as propaganda and emotional visual optical warfare. In 2023, he made sweeping remarks against Muslims. He said Muslims that run Hamas are not going to stop until they kill every single Jew on earth.
Said the Muslims ain't gonna start till they kill every Jew. So he just dismissed Israel and went right to the Muslims. Let's see what he say on guns.
Charlie Kirk was a staunch defender of the U.S. Constitution's Second Amendment, to the extent that he justified Americans' deaths caused by gun violence. At a 2023 Turning Point USA Faith event, he said, "I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other guns."
That's the one you said you agree with, A1? A1 might be sleep people.
No, I ain't sleep.
Oh.
No, I ain't say I agree with that one.
Okay. Yeah.
You trying to put that over me?
My bad. I misheard you. Shout out.
God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Ironically, his last words on stage also touched on gun violence. When asked about mass shooters, he countered, counting or not counting gang violence.
That right there for me was amazing. His last thoughts, he was thinking about us. Trying to be slick with it too. When it first happened, I said, ooh, if that's a black person that did that, he might become the savior to the Hebrew Israelites. But that's neither here or there. Say the last question he answered came with the answer, counting or not counting gang violence. And who y'all think he was particularly talking about? I'll let you be the judge of that. Or you can put it in the chat if you'd like, who you think he was talking about when he said gangs.
On September 8th, just days before his death, Kirk said on Fox News that young women do not value having children. This is one of the reasons we are seeing a fertility collapse in the West. He criticized women who voted for Kamala Harris, saying, "Young women who voted for Kamala Harris want careerism, consumerism, and loneliness. Trump voters, young men, they want family, children, and legacy."
See what they be looking for? Family, children, and legacy. This is where I think our ancestors missed out. Because this is his ideology individually, but I'm pretty sure this has always been their outlook on what we call manifest destiny. Family, children, and legacy. That last one is big, legacy. That's what's going on.
In August, he targeted Taylor Swift and stated, "Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge. You've got to change your name. If not, you don't really mean it."
Well, he's saying she should have took Kelsey as the last name. She already got fans and things. I guess you could say Kelsey Swift. Is that what she put? I don't know. But what you think about that, A1? If a woman don't agree with taking the last name, it's not real.
Yeah, that's crazy right there. He be coming up with some stuff, don't he?
That's what he said, man. And this is just some of the small things that he used to talk about. I hope we get to some of the racial things he used to talk about. If not, I have to go find them.
Some radical
Kirk identified as pro-life, with no exceptions. When asked what he'd do if his underage daughter got pregnant after rape, he replied, "The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered." He called abortion a spiritual battle between good and evil, and accused women of committing murder. On rape, he argued there was a gray area when alcohol is involved in consent cases.
Said if his own daughter was raped, the baby would be delivered. I wonder if he was thinking about how old his daughter would be when it happened. If she had just come to age. It don't matter. He said it'll be delivered, huh? I have no words for the despicableness of that. Now, me, myself, I wouldn't push for my daughter to have an abortion if she thinks she can handle that. If she hasn't been traumatized enough to say, no, I don't want this baby. The baby could grow up to be a demon. And, you know, that's something we think about when we think about spiritualism. However, it happens. And she trying to have the baby. I'm not going to be the daddy that'd be like, no, you had got that baby through. Because I'm sure I'm going to be worried about other things besides that. That'll probably be her and her mama worried about that, because that's her body. I'd be somewhere trying to find that man that did that. So I don't want to too much comment on that. It's despicable.
In May 2025 at the Oxford Union, Kirk praised J.K. Rowling as a hero. He added, "There's something sick and awful about chopping off a 14-year-old's breasts." At Kansas State University in 2024, he said, "Transgenderism is a mental disorder. I want people suffering from transgenderism to get care."
I don't think that's too bad. What he said about J.K. Rowling in her book when she wrote that off, I disagree with that for sure. That's despicable. However, when we talk about transgenderism, I do think that there might be a need for help. But that's just me personally. And so anybody can disagree if they like. On black people.
In January 2024, Kirk said, "If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified."
Yeah, that was wow right there.
Now he said this in reference to what is it called? Diversity, inclusion, and is it DIA? Where they were saying that you got to have DEI, that's it. Where you got to have different people of different races in spaces, just to show that in America we ain't racist. He said if he see it, the first thing he's gonna think is, boy, I hope he's qualified, referencing that he thinks that the pilot may have been put there just to meet DEI standards.
He slammed affirmative action as evil and blamed black communities for crime. He said, "The problem is blacks that kill themselves a lot, kill each other in inner cities. The failing government schools in inner cities."
The Hebrews and the Commissions, man. The Hebrews and the Commissions.
He added, "The problem is that black fathers abandon the women that they impregnate." He also criticized Michelle Obama, Joy Reid, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Ketanji Brown Jackson. He said,
every black woman in politics. Every black woman in politics he seemed to criticize.
"Do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot." In 2021, he described George Floyd as a scumbag and unworthy of public attention. Charlie Kirk's death has silenced his voice, but his words remain. From his attacks on immigrants and minorities, to his views on guns and women, his rhetoric shaped fierce debates in America. Now, as investigations continue, his legacy is being revisited through the controversies he left behind.
Mint breaks down business.
So yeah, man. So that was some of Charlie Kirk's views and some of the things that people were saying that he might have been assassinated for. But the video that we watched today, thanks to A1, showed us how it might not have been these petty views of race or the petty views of what he thinks about transgender or women. We know them as his own derogatory, disgusting, despicable outlooks that seem to slide by even in political circles, in political conversations, in conversations about the nation and what he sees that might need to be fixed. And his perspective just always wasn't of the best caliber. And so a lot of people believe that this assassination was just a guy on a roof who might have had different views. However, there's this black lady named Candace Owens. I know all y'all know her. And Candace was good friends with Charlie Kirk. Candace said she was on the phone with Charlie Kirk just before he was assassinated. She says that Charlie Kirk's wife might have been complicit. Let me see if I can find. She debated. But let's see who she says. We'll look at the conspiracy theories. Who killed Charlie Kirk? We'll look at this one first. See what it's talking about. Oh, it's 46.
This is a Zapruder film. 26 seconds, 486.
Nah, I don't want to do that one. That looks like it might be too long. Let me find this one I had. One that was talking about her conspiracy theories. Let's listen to her impossible Tyler Robinson timeline, because this is important.
13 hours and 20 minutes.
Look at that. It's Jimmy Dore.
Minutes of driving, up for 25 hours. Now, for clarity, in 13 hours and 20 minutes, you can drive from New Orleans, Louisiana to Chicago in that time frame. You could drive from Atlanta, Georgia to New York City in that time frame. Tyler Robinson, he's just driving about. He decided he just was going to go around Utah after committing his first assassination.
Somebody put out, I don't know who did this video, but it's on Twitter, or you say X. I say Malcolm Twitter, just like Kurt says. And it shows the absurdity of the time. Play it for you, and I'll try to keep it going without stopping. I'll see how I do.
As it currently stands, they want us to believe that Tyler Robinson slept at home and then woke himself up before 4 a.m. on September 10th of 2025 because he had to leave his house in St. George before 4 a.m. to make it up to campus when they then catch him on walking by the neighbor's house at 8:07 a.m. That's that TMZ released footage. 8:07 a.m. Gets back in his car, pulls in.
So these are all AI generated images. These are not real images. Just don't get confused. That's not a real image of him walking.
Okay, so this is just a rendition of what they think happened. Because I was about to say he walked up on that porch and wasn't in the camera, but I'm sure they're gonna get into it.
Walking up to the door just now. This is all everything here is AI, but what Candace is saying is the truth. This is the timeline. Okay, here we go.
To the garage, finds the surveillance cameras in the garage en route to go approach a Turning Point employee. It's like, I'm gonna wear my favorite shirt to approach a Turning Point employee because I intend to kill their boss. He said, apparently, hey, is this where the Charlie Kirk event is going to be? And she probably was like, yeah, it is. He then went to Chick-fil-A on campus. We haven't seen any footage from that yet.
By the way, he went to Chick-fil-A, and if he was killing him, Charlie Kirk, because he's a big LGBTQ supporter, that gay people don't go to Chick-fil-A because Chick-fil-A is a big right-wing Christian thing, and they don't believe in gay marriage.
So was he doing this as a slight to Chick-fil-A too? If he assassinating Charlie Kirk, he want to assassinate them too. I'm not saying that's what happened and what was going on, just another perspective.
He's not gay. He was with a trans woman.
Yes.
I don't know who says they're not gay. But Chick-fil-A, that's the kind of look, if you're the kind of person that would shoot Charlie Kirk out of nowhere for bizarre, doesn't make sense reasons involving that, you're not going to Chick-fil-A. You're the kind of extremist that wouldn't go to Chick-fil-A.
You're the kind of extremist who would not go to Chick-fil-A, but this is what they say.
I've been told much about that. My assumption is he had a meal before he decided that it was time to do crime. He then drives off campus, parks, changes his outfit, puts on a long sleeve black shirt, puts on blue jeans, and he says to himself, before we do crime, we do Wordle.
No
That's
kidding.
a fact.
That's a fact.
At 11:28, he sent his Wordle score to his friend.
Yes.
The word of the day was pouty, in case you're wondering.
Pouty.
Then he shoves a broken down German 98 Mauser into his pants, and he starts limping back onto campus with a new hat, a new backpack, and we all know what happens next. He then jumps off of the building after killing Charlie Kirk, lands onto solid ground, like he had been practicing that maneuver. And what we know for certain is that he then changes back into his maroon shirt, but he leaves the jeans on. He's then spotted at Dairy Queen. He really loves that shirt. He then departs Orem and drives 3 hours down to Panguitch, to the Cowboy Steakhouse, where he seats himself at the bar and he orders a steak combo with a soft drink. I want to emphasize that. No alcohol, presumably because he doesn't want to drive irresponsibly and, risking getting a DUI. He probably doesn't want to hurt anybody. So after that steak, he drives back up to Orem. I mean, long drive. Another 3 hours, this time because he wants to retrieve his rifle during what is the...
That's crazy. This is what they think went on, huh? Amazing. The reasoning of some of the people in the world today.
Largest federal manhunt of my lifetime and probably every single person who's listening to this podcast lifetime. But Tyler's feeling lucky because he's wearing his maroon shirt. It's his favorite shirt. He returns to the scene of the crime, and if I am understanding now, Tyler stopped his car to ask the police officer a question. So he commits a murder, drives for 3 hours, and is feeling confident enough to actually ask the police officer a question. Because I want to point out that he's been awake for a long time now. At some point, he gives up and he says, I'm not going to retrieve my rifle. And he decides to drive the 4 hours back to his apartment in St. George. So we can make a safe estimate that he left Orem around 1:35 a.m. And then he drives back to St. George and arrives earliest at 5 a.m. I'm just wondering if anybody tested Tyler Robinson for cocaine or meth.
Because he's been up now 25 hours. Just to let you know. You think he'd go to sleep?
He was on something, or he just insomniac. I don't know.
Well, no. Turns out, no, he's got other plans.
Because according to this breakdown, he's been awake for 25 hours straight, of which he has driven, during which he has driven an approximate 13 hours and 20 minutes. 13 hours and 20 minutes of driving, up for 25 hours. Now, for clarity, in 13 hours and 20 minutes, you can drive from New Orleans, Louisiana to Chicago in that time frame. You could drive from Atlanta, Georgia to New York City in that time frame. Tyler Robinson, he's just driving about. He decided he just was going to go around Utah after committing his first assassination. And if you're thinking, okay, 25 hours is long, he probably then went to sleep. You'd be wrong.
You'd be wrong.
You'd be very wrong. If you're thinking, well, he must have at least when he finally got home showered and changed his shirt, you'd be forgetting that this is his favorite one. What happens, according to the narrative, is he stays home for an hour before he heads back out again, this time driving about an hour away to Cedar City because that's where he's captured on gas station footage filling up his tank. And we don't actually have an answer for why he went to get gas that far away. But apparently, this young man just loves to drive. So why get gas local when you can get gas an hour away? And then we know he will drive back home. This is according to Lance's testimony. Lance will testify that he sees him when he wakes up. They're face to face in their apartment. He still hasn't changed his shirt, I don't think. And we're just supposed to accept it. I don't know, guys. I think that one day many books will be written regarding the stupidity, the sheer stupidity of the Fed slop. And I'm probably gonna write a book entitled "I Went All the Way to Orem to Commit an Assassination and All I Got Was a Maroon T-Shirt?" Question mark, because that's what this feels like. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say this. If you are going to commit a capital offense, please remember to wear your second favorite shirt.
So that's the timeline. That's what you have to believe all that garbage in order to believe that Tyler Robinson did. What?
So when people start wondering, why wasn't it Tyler Robinson? What did A1 come up with talking about a drone? This is why. Because this explanation of your regular traditional assassination and a guy going up on a roof or shooting down and jumping off the roof, driving around for hours without going to sleep, doesn't make any logical sense when it comes to reasoning. So, yeah, people start having questions. Did something else happen? Are we supposed to believe that last thing that we heard? Well, Candace Owens don't believe so. Candace Owens thinks that other people were involved also. And we saw that earlier on the show that A1 was presenting. Let me see if I can find. Because she says Erica Kirk. She says the government. Let's see if she says this about Erica Kirk on this one. Because she had a lot to say about Erica Kirk.
True, and and that was the first time that I engaged her, and I came on my platform and I said, she's lying. She's lying. These messages do exist. And after that, she quietly behind the scenes, because she doesn't like to ever be on record saying anything, said to me, okay, well, actually, the first thing she says is, have you seen the messages? And I say, I'm playing so chill. I say, no. And she says, well, they exist, but he said the left. And the reason why I didn't have them was because it was on their signal chat, which gets wiped. Okay. So let me tell you what's wrong with that. This is why she's walking herself into a trap. First off, I then told my audience she's lying. It was actually on iMessage. Dan Flood sent a message on iMessage to Charlie. Like that'll get clocked later, right? But let's assume that what she said to me in person is true, that it was on Signal, it was on their security chat, which wipes automatically. How the hell does Andrew Wilson have them months later then? Like, what's going on?
Guys, this debate that happened between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens is getting crazy, because now Candace and Dave Smith are asking a question that could expose a major gap in this entire story. If these messages were supposedly on Signal and disappeared, how did Andrew Wilson end up with them months later? And does that mean somebody hasn't been telling the truth? Well, pay attention, because the deeper they go, the more questions this raises about what happened after Charlie Kirk's assassination. Let's break it down.
Now we got to find a new motive, right? We got to find a new motive. And I presented a lot of potential things that should be explored. Also, Charlie changing his will with Erica, scheduled for 3 days after but he got assassinated that Monday. Okay, so I guess it was Wednesday to Monday. He was supposed to be in an office changing his will. Like in a normal investigation, that might mean nothing, but most people would go, we should take a look at that. Men don't usually just go and change their wills and then unfortunately die a couple of days before. what's going on. He also wanted to look into the finances at Turning Point USA. So when he just keeps using the stupid phrase, what's your positive evidence? It's like, do you know how an investigation works? Explore these leads, explore what was going on behind the scenes of the donors. This man was running an organization that had $100 million coming through it. Okay. That's a potential motive. In fact, in 80% of murders, we know that people are killed by somebody they know. So how are we not questioning anybody or even concerned? That's a lapse in responsibility to not do that.
And I think that, I mean, at least for me, right?
So this is even with all the evidence against Tyler. She got her Scooby-Doo detective nose into it. And she comes up with some propositions that's appealing to the mind. Like you said, it's going to point to what I think happened, but we got to get through all of this so people can understand some of my reasoning.
Because I don't want to overstate this, because people can lie for all types of reasons. And it doesn't necessarily prove what those reasons are. But there is something about how, like, in the immediate wake of the biggest political assassination of my lifetime, and
this man wasn't even in office, nowhere. The only thing he held was a high position in Turning Point USA. And this man said this is the biggest political assassination. What he say of his life? I guess there hasn't been too many American political assassinations in his life. So, but still, just to say this was a great big political assassination is intriguing. It's interesting.
With an open murder investigation, how many people just lied through their teeth? It's just like lie. You're like, yo, I'm sorry, but like on some level, you make yourself like a person of interest. I'm not saying a suspect, but like you make yourself something when you just come out and start lying during an open murder investigation.
It's
like,
weird.
What are you doing?
It's just weird.
And I got to say, one of these moments, which I just kind of couldn't believe this as it was happening. I couldn't believe Andrew was reading his opening statement to begin with, but I actually couldn't believe that he came out with that text message.
Crazy.
And there was something, and you, of course, pounced on this immediately, but it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So now Turning Point is giving you info, like this has been relevant information for a freaking year. While they, and look, there's a few layers to this, because number one, I understand Andrew wants to say, and I understand, I will be, if I'm being honest here, okay, it's a bit of a gray area where he's like, I'm not an agent of Turning Point USA, I'm just me. But also you did once work for them, you're saying, and also now they are feeding you information. And he can chalk that up to like, oh, well, if you ask in a non-hostile way, like you're being accusatory, so they don't want to tell you. But guys, again, this is the real problem you have here is a few-fold. Number one, you're not the only person who's been asking about this case.
Correct. You don't have to give it to me. That's the whole point.
Everybody wants to know about this. Literally everybody. You're talking about one of the most beloved, adored figures in this world who was murdered in his youth. Like, everyone wants to know the answers to this. There's a long list of us, you know? And then, like, if they had this, what, you're holding this to get a...
He said beloved. So he probably agreed with every view that Charlie Kirk had. Candace sitting over there talking to him, though. So.
Win over Candace rather than giving us this information.
Put it up on the Charlie Kirk show. Put it up on the Charlie Kirk show.
I mean, come on.
You could do it right here. Why are you giving this to Andrew Wilson?
and this would seem, and also it makes it seem very shady, because this would seem like major, very important evidence. If you're making the claim that no, he was scared for his life, but it wasn't the Israel lobby, he was more worried about the left. Okay, I can fathom that. But like, let me see, why are you holding it this long? But then, of course, the other major one, Candace, I got to ask, what's
the Israel lobby? I'm talking about this gets deep. Humble, what up? What up? What up?
What up? What up, fam? What up? How y'all doing?
Oh, man, just having a nice little old day. Looking into the Charlie Kirk assassination. Let me take this down real quick, show you the banner. New Charlie Kirk evidence, killed by a military drone. What you think about that?
And I ain't really follow the Charlie Kirk assassination. If he was killed by a military drone, that's some crazy stuff.
Oh man.
I
Well, I'm
think
glad
he
you
was.
hit right. Go
I
ahead.
do think that he was a puppet of theirs, and he started stepping out of line. He reminded me a lot of I can't remember his name right now. Peterson. Oh, I can't. His last name Peterson. But Peterson know how to stay within the ramifications of not going too far. Charlie Kirk, man, he used to talk about. He used to do the same thing. If back in the day, if you used to watch Joe Rogan got canceled because he would bring a bunch of CIA people on, Area 51 people on, ex-military, and he would get them to talk about stuff that by their oaths they couldn't talk up. You see what I'm saying? And he'd try to and they shut him down for that. And so Charlie Kirk was one of them type of people who felt like now he was getting a bunch of, exposure and stuff that he was above the law. And then white people had to let him know that, nigga, you not above the law either. And so that's why with this Peterson guy, I gotta remember his name. But the Peterson dude, when you see him on these, on these YouTube platforms, and he doing these interviews and things, he's very strict about what he'd talk about, what he'd debate about. When he go out here to these college campuses, you don't just be going around there talking about, oh, well, y'all see what's going on in Israel and Baghdad and how this is going on. And he start uncovering all the secrets. And no, he don't do all that. He's keeping strictly to politics. And so I think what happened to Charlie Kirk was just a result of, him thinking that he's above the law.
So you don't think it was just a regular assassination either?
Nah.
Like people hating for his ideas. He had a lot of.
It's the fact, not so much people, it was the influence he was gaining and what he was telling the people with the influence he was gaining, right? That was the reason I was talking about Joe Rogan, right? Jesse Peterson, that's his name, Jesse Peterson. That was the reason I was talking about them two, is because the system watch people. You see what I'm saying? They listen, you gathering a following, we gonna watch you. And we want to know what you telling the people with the following you gathering. And if you telling the people anything we don't like, you getting up out of here. We see this time and time again. And I just think, Charlie Kirk was one of them people that went too far, and they felt as though he wasn't important enough to, you get him up out of here. People ain't gonna ask that many questions, because he had a following, but the things he was into, it was just like, all right, they killed the whistleblower. You see what I'm saying? So,
well, for me, that's kind of a nice view. The political environment that he was in and the things that he did. He had millions of followers, man. A lot of people say that he's the one that's responsible for Donald Trump being the president. Said he had a movement in that. And so his ideology, which it still had a way to be hateful, but be able, the way that he worded things and say things with people of like mind with him, would be proud to say the things like that. And I don't know how long you've been watching. You probably have to go back and see video A1 played and a couple videos I played. But
you just getting up.
People Yeah, people didn't like him, man. And they say, oh, you're gonna have to go back and watch the thing about the drone. Because that's real.
But I mean,
is Ava still up?
But I'm not even sure. But I mean, it makes sense because
I'm still up.
Once
A1,
again,
can you
a lot of times.
Can you play the first part of that video for Humble? Show a little bit.
So I was just going to say, but it makes sense because a lot of times, a lot of us think it's about racial and discrimination, and no, this is about a hierarchy. It doesn't matter what skin complexion you are. If you are talking about, if you're gathering a following and you're talking about something that we don't want you to talk about, you got to get up out of here. White, black, blue, green, or yellow.
So
Go ahead, family.
That's what the gun could look like.
If what they found in the science building was a spent brass casing, that's the shot.
That's the shot. John Cullen is with us. He's a content creator who describes himself as the most dangerous investigative journalist in the world. And I would have to concur. With a professional background in relational database design, wow, whatever, I'm too dumb to understand what that is, and geographic information systems, he's transitioned to full-time research following the 2017 Las Vegas shooting, which was nothing like you think it was. Cullen is best known for publishing alternative analysis of high-profile events, including the Las Vegas shooting, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the 2024 assassination attempt of Donald Trump. And now he's coming on to let us know, which I think is the most compelling theory of how Charlie Kirk was killed. Let's hear it for John Cullen. Hey, John.
How are you, man? Good to see you.
Good to see you. I've been wanting to have you on for quite some time. I'm glad we can finally hook up. And I look forward to having you on again if you don't get mad at me. But
you kidding? I love you guys. I love the whole crew.
That's very sweet of you.
Stephanie and Kirk. Come on. I totally love you guys.
So the reason why I have you on today is because none of the stuff that the establishment, that the FBI and now the prosecutors of Tyler Robinson are saying makes sense at all. None of it makes sense. And no matter where you take a look at the case, whether it's the Losi building, whether it's the crime site, whether it's the paving over of the crime scene, whether it's the ride to the hospital, whether it's none of it makes sense. The fake confessions, the rifle that wasn't used, the dog sniffing, no matter where you point your attention, none of it makes sense. Not only are there anomalies, as some people like to say, but it doesn't make sense. And so Tyler Robinson's an obvious patsy. And one of the big things, John, and I think this is what your analysis gets to, and I'm going to play a little bit of it, is that the angle, if you were going to shoot Charlie Kirk from the Losi building, there's a problem with that angle, right? The angle at which Charlie Kirk was shot, the bullet had hit a part of his vertebra, and if it hit that part that it did hit, it would have to have gone through his jaw. So the angle from the Losi building makes no sense. Right. And now you do unbelievable forensic analysis of the crime scene, and you had a problem with what they call the crack and the thump, right?
That's right. That's right.
And so the crack is when the trigger is pulled, right? And then and then the thump is when it hits something.
No. So the crack is when a supersonic bullet flies past the observer, and the observer being sort of perpendicular. So in other words, when a bullet flies past you, you hear the supersonic, it's the sonic boom, basically, that the bullet is making as it passes you. That's the crack. The thump is the bang that the gun makes when when you pull the trigger, it goes bang, right? That's the loud sound. That sound of the gun is the thump. And that travels downrange at the speed of sound. But the bullet travels downrange at Mach 2.5.
So faster than the speed of sound.
Right. So the bullet's going to arrive and make that crack sound. And then a moment like boom, which we call the thump.
Oh, okay.
And at 375 yards, it's 1 second.
Okay.
So the speed of sound is 1,145 feet per second, 125 based on temperature. It's based on temperature, by the way, not altitude. And so it's about 375 yards is 1 second. So if you hear a crack and then you hear a thump 1 Mississippi later, the shooter was 375 yards out.
Okay, so here, let me just play a clip from your video that you did about this. And you were having a hard time reconciling the crack with the thump. And
That's
here,
right.
let me play it.
And calculating the delay from when we hear the supersonic crack to when we hear the thump of the report of the weapon being fired, which is the boom. And when I did the early calculations, everything was coming out to 78 yards, 79 yards, 82 yards, stuff like that, 85 yards. Everything was in the 78 to 85 yard range. And but then I started doing some other calculations and stuff was coming out in different places. And it wasn't consistent. And I couldn't understand what the issue was. Like, why is it not all the same? Like it was in Vegas. In Vegas, there was all showing basically, where the route of the helicopters is where the gunfire was coming from. But here in UVU, I'm getting all kinds of different readings. And it just didn't make any sense to me. This is what I mean by the science wasn't sciencing. So based on...
So what did you figure out, John?
Well, I don't know if I figured it out, but I've got a hypothesis.
Right.
That I welcome, somebody to come along and say, no, it's not really that. It's probably this. But right now, the working hypothesis is consistent with the evaluation and analysis that Chris Martenson did. And Chris Martenson and I don't really get along very well.
Yeah, I know that. You've called him a limited hangout, but he's doing good work on this.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing about a really good limited hangout.
Yeah.
95% of the stuff they do is spot on.
Right.
Okay. It's like Simon Says. The really good Simon Says car is going to say Simon Says 98% of the time. And he's going to not say Simon Says only 1 or 2% of the time to catch you. And that's what the good limited hangouts, everything they're sharing is right on. And they don't talk about the UAVs or they don't talk about the Hades spy plane. And that's what makes it a limited hangout, is ignoring the pivotal game-changing evidence. So that, this is one of these things I subscribe to, is an Arthur Conan Doyle quote about vital evidence versus incidental evidence. There's lots of evidence. Figuring out what evidence is really the pivotal key evidence that the whole case is going to revolve around is something I've spent the last 9 years, I guess, getting good at. Right? So
tell us what your hypothesis is for the crack in the thumb.
It appears to me that what I was measuring the whole time was echoes of the crack, and that there is no thump, and that the shot was taken from much further out than where we're being told Tyler Robinson set up to take the shot. In other words, we're being told Tyler Robinson was about 142 yards, 144 yards out on the Losi rooftop. I believe the shot was actually taken from the vicinity of the science building about 350 yards out. So significantly further away and higher up, meaning at a higher altitude, consistent with what Chris Martenson said. So Chris Martenson was on Redacted with Clayton Mars and was describing that the angle of the shot would have been a little bit higher and a little off center. And I'm like, okay, I can put a gun right there. It's called the Barrett Rec 10, and it flies.
So
and it comes from Israel.
So I'm going to show pictures of that in a second. So Chris Martenson has done this great work, and he has shown that the angle could not have been shot from the Losi Center. Now, my whole thing was the reason why they left the Losi Center unguarded was so they could use this as a cover story, right? So they could get fake pictures. And
I think it's so much simpler than people realize.
What do you think?
Well, again, you have to look at the whole barrel of evidence, right? And if the audience isn't familiar with what happened with Hades and the presence of the UAVs, that tends to change the story a bit.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and give them your theory then. So here, your theory is that it was a drone, which they're called. What does UAV stand for?
Unmanned aerial vehicle.
Okay, so they have these. There's an Israeli drone. So there's an Israeli company that has an American counterpart, and they make these unbelievably sophisticated drones. And I'll show you a little bit of it. Here it is.
Thor's latest technological upgrades. This backpacked 11-kilogram platform can carry its own weight and payloads, an unprecedented capability on the market. So tell me about the operating systems, what really makes the drones work.
The Nevo, it's a common C4I software for all of our products. So if you are moving from one family to another, you don't have to switch the C4I system. It's been focused on the execution of the mission, which is actually controlling the payload itself while the drone is autonomously flying. Now, this software can support up to 4 drones simultaneously when each drone has its own autonomous mission and everything is being controlled by a single operator. And last but not least, the support for the maintenance, every component.
So here's what it looks like close up. And I don't know if you could see that, but that's a rifle. And that's a rifle that can shoot from up to 600 yards away. And they put it on this drone. And then they have one operator who can control 4 drones at a time, and each drone has their own little mission. And
the operator doesn't need to be on the ground because we have this really cool thing called Hades that we'll get to. But leave this up for a second because the image that you're showing and sharing with the audience is something called the bird of prey. The bird of prey is the system that's hanging off the bottom of the drone. The drone itself is swappable. So we can put that bird of prey on the smaller drone, the one you just were showing about 60 seconds earlier in the video. The Thor. The rifle will mount on the Thor, which has a much lower profile, much harder to see. And then the net of this, Jimmy, like you just said, this is accurate to 600 yards out, man. That's over a quarter of a mile. It's a quarter of a mile away with the suppressor.
So I mean, when you say a suppressor, you mean a silencer. That's in layman's terms. They put a silencer on a gun so you don't hear when the trigger gets pulled and the gun fires, and that's a suppressor. So you never hear
Nobody
the
looks
thump.
up.
So you never hear the thump.
Nobody looks up. That's exactly right. So there's no thump where the gun is, where it's again hypothetically flying. When it goes bang, there's not really a bang. It's more of like a chink.
Yeah.
It's like it just makes the mechanical noise. The bullet itself is going to make the crack as it travels down range. And that's what I believe I was measuring when I was doing all the crack thump measurements and why they were coming out so crazy is because it was all echo based.
Yes.
And when I realized that this company, Elbit,
which is
Elbit Systems.
It's an Israeli company with an American counterpart.
Right. So the American counterpart has 3,300 employees.
Wow.
In the US. And the Israeli parent company is the company that bought Israeli military systems, the guys that make the Uzi and the Desert Eagle pistol. So they've been acquiring other Israeli military companies. They are the 3rd largest military contractor in Israel, but they're our number 1 provider of military equipment from Israel.
Oh, okay.
Capiche?
Yes. So let me just show
6 billion. 6 billion.
6 billion. So let me show another video of this. Let's just show.
Please. Yeah.
Oh wait. Maybe that's a better picture. That's not a video. So that's a better picture. And you're saying that they can put it on even a smaller drone than this.
Correct. They put it on the Thor, which was in the video with the 2 people were just talking, and he's telling you about how this thing is so flexible and you can have 4 of them. One guy controls it. Well, the one guy controlling it can be in the Hades aircraft. That's the whole idea here. The drone is much smaller than the one they're showing you, and it's accurate to 600 yards out. Well, I don't see this particular drone flying around at the venue but we sure do see a whole lot of other ones.
Yes, we do. But before we get to the drones that we did see, let's talk about the Hades plane, right?
Okay.
So tell people what the Hades plane is.
So shortly after Charlie was killed, somebody does a podcast showing this flight track. And I'm like, what the hell is that? Now, keep in mind, most of the work that I did early on in the Vegas shooting, which is kind of where I, cut my teeth, right? That's where I got my bones, right? Was on the Vegas shooting. And most of the work I was doing there was based on flight radar 24. And I was tracking helicopters and things like that. So when the Charlie Kirk thing happened, to tell you the honest truth, Jimmy, I didn't even think to look at flight radar.
Huh.
Right? It's like, why would, who the hell would do that? Well, some guy did. And the guy who did was a pilot, it turns out. But when I went to flight radar, it turns out his report was wrong. He got the altitude wrong. He was saying it was at 600 feet. It was at 200 feet. And I'm like, all right, obviously attention to detail is not this guy's strong suit. So let me get into this. Let me figure out what the hell's going on. And it turns out the Pentagon has this G6500. It's like a Gulfstream, but it's made by Bombardier, whatever the hell it is.
That's it, right?
That's it. So it starts out as a business jet, and then they turn it into basically a spy plane. And the label on the side says U.S. Army. We're told it's Pentagon, but it does very CIA-ish type of things. It does all this spooky type of spy stuff. And then they announced in January of last year that they're going to be doing a thing where they launch drones from this.
Yes.
All right. And so the Hades aircraft doesn't just have all the spooky stuff, but they have the ability to launch drones. All right. You're like, okay. So the issue then is, all right, so this plane didn't just fly by UVU the day that Charlie Kirk was killed. It descended from 40,000 feet to 200 feet and slowed down to 115 knots.
Which almost it would almost lose lift.
Yep.
Yeah. It's so slow it would right before it would lose lift. That's how much it slowed down. And the theory is that's when they released those drones.
That would be the hypothesis, right? I mean, if there's a better explanation, and Pete Hegseth wants to come on the show and share that and say, no, Jimmy, come on, that's absurd. Here's what we were doing.
Right.
We go to Lake Utah all the time. We're always there on the weekends. Here, let me show you.
And
love to hear that.
And so, John, this plane took off from Fort Huachuca, right? No, it did not.
No. All right. So the Fort Huachuca aspect of the story is fascinating, but this plane took off from Fort Bliss, which is in El Paso.
Okay.
All right. So it takes off from Fort Bliss, but there's another plane at Fort Huachuca called SAM 702, which has got all these VIPs on it from the Pentagon / White House-ish area coming in from Virginia. They're at Fort Huachuca the day before this happens. Okay. This plane goes from Fort Bliss. It's flying at 40,000 feet, and it descends to 200 feet at Lake Utah, right next to Utah Valley University, 3 hours before Charlie's killed, 9:15 in the morning. But then 25 minutes after Charlie's killed, it returns 40,000 feet, descends to 200, slows to 115 knots again, descends to 40,000 feet. That's not very efficient from a jet fuel perspective.
Correct.
In the box. I mean, what are you doing that you're descending from 40,000 to 200 feet and 115 knots twice in the same day, adjacent to where Charlie Kirk was killed? And then the next day, its sister ship. There's two of these Haiti planes in the world. One of them is N1098L. That's the one that was there the day that Charlie was killed twice. The next day is the day that Tyler Robinson turns himself in, right? At the Utah Sheriff's Office or whatever in St. George. Its sister ship is at St. George when Tyler Robinson is turning himself in. So it's there the day of. The next day when Tyler Robinson turns himself in, it's in St. George, this sister ship. And then yesterday, they caught the sister ship flying over Nashville.
And that would be Candace Owens' house.
And Baron Coleman.
And so let me just that's a great explanation. Let me just
Shout out Wall Street Willie to the stage. Let me just break down what they was just explaining. Pretty much they have this Israeli American spy plane on the radar that day, pulling up to Charlie Kirk's event 2.5 hours before. It drops from 40,000 feet to 200 feet. The hypothesis is that that's when it released the drones. Then it comes back 25 minutes after he's shot, does the same maneuver, descends from 40,000 feet to 200 feet. And the hypothesis is that's when it picked the drones up and they slid. And then they have that same ship. The ship is called Hades, which is funny. I think it's funny they call like this spy warship Hades because they definitely send the niggas to the underworld. But that's where you gonna go if Hades comes for you. But they had a sister ship to Hades pulling up where Tyler Robinson turned himself in. It's just like too many coincidences. That's what really ties it all together for me. Like it's too many coincidences for this not to be some key thing that we were missing. Wall Street Willie, any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you heard so far?
Yes, sir. Baragani, peace and Pan-Africanism to the if these niggas don't shut their goofy asses up, like this dude is not John F. Kennedy, man. Like the plane went up, down, and then it let out. They don't understand any other conspiracy on earth. They won't even understand COINTELPRO, right? They don't understand the conspiracies to assassinate legitimate people. But now you want to go like, yo, look, the little white boy crashed out on Charlie Kirk, man. It is what it is. Like, I think they embarrassed because it wasn't part of the strategy. Because little homie came out of nowhere. He just crashed out. You know what I mean? Like, that's how the crash outs get down. And so now I want to have this whole conversation about it being bigger than a moment. Like, nah, man. Little white boys is dangerous, man. Domestic terrorists, man. I'm telling you, I be around them. I be going to shooting practices with them. They nice with them hammers, too. You learn some things. They collect all the shells. What you collecting the shells for? Oh, I repress them. Like, word, sell me a box of those. But yeah, man, it was just a moment, man. Candace Owens need to relax. Candace Owens, right, can't even accept that, George Floyd got choked out, right? Like, she wants to create this whole, so it's the fentanyl and it's this, that, and the third. And nah, they was choking homie out. I mean, yeah, he might have been high. I'm not gonna say that, but it just be crazy how they just switch sides and start making different arguments, man. I don't know.
It gets deep. I was supposed to get into Candace and Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk's wife. Because Candace Owens believed that this is what ties Israel into it. I believe Charlie Kirk's wife, Candace Owens, goes on to say, has some type of ties with Israel. And my conspiracy gets a little bit, or my hypothesis goes a little bit deeper than that after I looked at the evidence. Because, like you said, if it wasn't just some random incident in time that happens, and they really was using all of this money and all of this technology and firepower to go take out this one dude, we have to follow the trail to exactly what and who would be the reason that they spend so much money Now we know his ideology was flawless when it comes to America and a different type of American youth. Go ahead, Humble.
I was just sitting here thinking about something. We got so many people out here nowadays talking about UFOs. I've seen a UFO. I've seen 4 of them in my lifetime. And you telling me a aircraft was able to descend from 30,000 feet down to 200 feet and drop off a drone? And ain't nobody catch that. Ain't nobody look up like, yo, what in the world? Listen, you get a helicopter too close to a building, you can hear the propellers all the way from a classroom. I used to go to a school right next, like right a couple blocks down the street from a hospital. So when the helicopters used to land on a building, we used to literally hear the propellers. So you telling me something can drop from that high, that fast, and then stop at 200 feet above these people and drop off a drone? Think about how high 200 feet is. I live in Baltimore, right? We got a building down here, the World Trade Center. That's not even that's big 200 something feet. So you telling me it was able to get that close to these people, drop off a drone? Nobody take a picture, ain't nobody put it on Instagram, ain't nobody put it on Facebook, and it was able to take a shot. And nobody's saying nothing. That's just kind of suspicious.
That's the technology that they got, Humble. That's what we was talking about. That's what I be talking about when I be talking about the people that's talking about they're gonna take over. It's a lot of firepower and a lot of technology that they work with. We be sitting over here talking about quantum theory and physics and elements, and they doing different things than just talking about them.
Man,
They actually making the math happen.
I seen the video. I heard the video, right? Ain't no G.I. Joe helicopter come down and shoot him from the helicopter. Like, they didn't need Cobra Commander for all that. Let's be real, right? America got stuff, right? Like, chill. Hold on, let's be real. America got stuff where if they really want to take you out, they will just send an Amazon man to your crib and brush something on your doorknob. Whole crib die, right? They ain't gotta use drones and super sniper rifles if they really wanted to do that. Now, if you wanted, is where I could get conspiracy with it, right? If you wanted to get conspiracy with these things being in just different places in these drones, right? What do people use drones for? To catch the moment. Now, they might have known it was about to go down. That's possible. You get what I'm saying? But nah, homie smoked him from the book depository. Like, he did it. You could even hear it when you hear, like, I remember the day it happened, like the initial videos. You could hear the crack of the gun. You could judge, all right, he probably about half a football field away. You know, you could hear it. I've been shot at before, so I know that. I'm looking over there. You know what I mean?
So you don't think you just think this is preposterous?
I think a government conspiracy to take out Charlie Kirk that don't involve a makeup brush and some plutonium juice, right?
Well,
they could, because this what Russia doing. They hitting you with the plutonium juice, and you just fall out and die, right? They got these things. They not using no. They could barely use the drones on Iran. Them joints getting shot down and seen and everything else. They're not using. They got better things to do with the drones. Is all I'm saying. Nah, like homie smoked him. They created a climate of a lot of radical crash outs. America's filled with radical crash outs. I don't play with these white folk no more. I get my groceries and get out their way. You know what I mean? This country is filled with radical crash outs. Homie crashed out.
All right. Well, let's get into more of my conspiracy, if you don't mind. I mean, yeah, my conspiracy hypothesis. Because all the things that he's saying was great. I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
I was just gonna ask you, right? How much gasoline did the helicopter cost? Because we got to plug in the drones overnight, right, and charge them up. That costs the electric bill.
It wasn't no helicopter though. You didn't see. Hold on, with Wall Street. You didn't see the mechanism that A1 showed that they was using. They got a vehicle called Hades.
Yeah, the G.I. Joe craft. I believe it. I believe they got all this.
Yeah, and it was there at the event, whether it killed him or not. We know for a fact it was there. That's the new evidence.
Yo, my nigga, no lie. A1, yo, it probably just dropped down to get the Instagram shot, man. Like they might have known little homie gonna crash out. They probably like, all right, you know what? He may not even hit him. He may hit him. That would work for our strategy either way. Do you have both dossiers? All right, for both plans. All right, cool. Yeah, let's just get the Instagram flick. Send the Hades. You know what I mean? But nah, that was a rifle like shot to the neck.
So you think they send the Hades for that?
I want to play a little more of this evidence from dude because he's got some more evidence.
Yeah, play it again.
Ties this theory together. It's just more stuff for you to so you know what's out there, so you know what to go ahead and debunk, and what people are about to be coming at you with. Here we go. Show
you Baron Coleman. He's gonna kind of break it down. This what John just said. He's gonna say it a little different. Let's listen. He's got some graphics that he can show. Watch.
Yep. The interesting thing about that is Fort Huachuca is sort of the nation's premier ISR training base. Intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. It's high-tech spy stuff. And this 6500, this Axel 10 plane, this N-1098L, these planes are being outfitted with some of the most sensitive military spy equipment ever known. The stuff you can't even imagine. It's able to intercept communications. It's able to deploy drones. It's able to do all kinds of crazy stuff. This is a fancy piece of equipment. On the day of the Big Bang, we know that this flight took place because we looked at it. If you've been watching a while, this is a little bit of recap. We knew this flight took place. It went from El Paso to Kalispell, and on its way up there, it did this little loop-de-loop. It was flying to Kalispell from El Paso on this little teal-looking line down here. It comes and takes a hard left. It goes over the southern part of Utah Lake. It flips back around, and it flies really low. Really, really low. 114 knots it's flying. I mean, that's almost stall speed. If it went any slower, it would lose lift and fall out of the sky. And it's flying at like 100 or 200 feet off the deck. I know over here it says 5,100 feet, but you got to subtract the altitude. You got to subtract the altitude of Provo, which is like 5,000 feet in the air. And it's coming in, and it makes what looks like an approach over Provo. Well, the interesting part of this is Utah Valley University campus right up here. So, I mean, it's just right there. It flies super low and slow right next to where the Charlie Kirk event's going to take place. And keep in mind what this plane can do. This is a very, very fancy plane. So very sensitive spy equipment. It can detect, I'll show you an article in a minute on what it can do. It can detect movement. It can intercept communications. It can, de-encrypt stuff that you think is encrypted that is being transmitted over the air. It's a very, very fancy piece of equipment. So that took place before the event. It took place about 9:16 a.m. About the time we're told Tyler Robinson showed up on campus, weirdly enough. Now, after the event, the plane is flying back from Kalispell to El Paso. And it leaves Kalispell, and it starts coming down, and it flies down, and here it is, again, just adjacent to Utah Valley University, which is right over here. Just adjacent to Utah Valley University. It's at 12:48 p.m., so just 25 minutes or so after the Big Bang. Tyler's on it. Charlie's on his way to the hospital. Exfil teams, if there was more than one person, they would be getting out of the area. It would be really nice to be able to have a plane with incredible technology on board that can bring in tremendous amounts of data using server racks that are actually on the plane in real time, process all that data and see what's going on the ground. That's what these planes are used for in real life. And again, it's flying at 123 knots, just over stall speed at 4,900 feet. I mean, right on the deck, the deck. And then it does its little loop around, and then it leaves the area and goes back to El Paso.
Say word.
So we lost John again. So
John,
John's
where you
having
at?
some connection
Coming back on, it looks like.
problems. He's got the Starlink, which doesn't have a good upload speed. So
You
that's
funny.
the Hades plane. That it's obvious that what they did was that they went down there and, well, it's obvious if you subscribe to this hypothesis that John, which I think is the best one I've heard so far. And the reason why they would do that was so they could drop off the drones and then come pick the drones back up. And if you listen, John actually got the air traffic controller recording, and the air traffic controller like, hey, what happened? And the pilot says, oh yeah, it's just we missed our landing. Well, if you missed your landing, why didn't you ever land? They never landed. So this is their cover story, and they just took off. And then so that's, if you subscribe to John's hypothesis that this was that it was this plane coming down, dropping off the drones to kill Charlie, and then coming back to pick him up, it makes sense. So and we now know that there were drones on at the scene of the crime. In fact, this happened at the court. Let's listen to this. Is Tyler Robinson's defense attorney cross-examining the lead detective.
Hey, yo, I got a drone, bro.
As far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
At some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Right. Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
Right. So it wasn't UVU?
No.
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
No.
All right.
Oh, them drones on the course like supposed to?
So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
One area of conversation that I had.
So there was drones there. I don't know if you heard that, but yeah, there were drones there, and that guy didn't put the drones there. So
A1.
And now I'm going to show you the drones. John got this footage.
Yo.
Yeah,
I got a drone, bro.
Right.
Like the little control stick is just like the PS5 controller, like with the hit sticks. You know what I mean? Like you just plug it right into the iPhone, drone up in the air. I took it to the beach when we had the Black Lake weekend, Black Boat weekend, whatever it was. Everybody on the island threw the drone up in the air, caught all the buttons, right?
you said
It's drone.
this ain't no joystick drone. No, you ain't seen the video that he was playing.
So now my thing is, y'all gotta qualify this information because y'all just throwing stuff out there, and we got the Freedom of Information app, so we can find out. You know what I mean? That should be a part of FAA data and regulations. What was in the sky? We even got that information when it came to 9/11, when they was doing the test runs and the whole different thing when 9/11 was going on over here. We got all that information. So it's like, come on.
They got the information for the flight pay.
Yeah, they already got the flight information. That's what he was showing. That's confirmed.
What, they
It's
got the
confirmed.
flight information for the Hades?
Yeah, that's what it's confirmed. And they got the phone call to air traffic control. Air traffic control hit him up like, what's going on? And they said, that's what he was explaining. They said they missed their landing, but they never landed.
Now look, right? Maybe I be watching too much Jack Ryan, right? But let's say they had niggas on the case and they feel like something's gonna happen at this moment. And if Jack Ryan can stop it, be a good episode, right? But Jack Ryan just ain't get there in time. Like they could have been there investigating. We don't know. But the
You
one
the
thing we do
ultimate
know
skeptic
was
Tyler
right
might have
now.
been.
You got to pick a
Tyler might
theory
be
and
Jack
stick to
Ryan.
it. You got to
Tyler
pick a
might be
theory and
Jack
stick.
Ryan. Yeah.
Jack Ryan, I ain't hip to Jack Ryan.
because I
You all
mean,
over the
if
place.
I
You
don't
mean
put it
Jack
past,
Reacher, but
I don't put it
I think you
past
mean
the
Jack Reacher.
government. Now I'm talking about Jack Ryan. That's the Tom Clancy joint. That show is fire. But I don't put it
Reacher.
past the government to try to put something, you know, like on the books and do it in front of everybody. I don't put that past the government. But the level of conspiracy we get into now, like when we back the Hades out on them, like, come on, bro. This is just Charlie Kirk, man. If they wanted
Do
this
you
I
know
mean,
shit,
the?
if
if
Do
they
you
you
had brought
do you know his?
Hades up without showing that Hades was there 2 times the day of the event, before the event, and 25 minutes after he got shot, I would say this is too much of a conspiracy for me. Like you can't
they
even
got
show me
people,
Hades was there. That's what I would
they
say.
got people that could
What
hit
the
a
hell is
target.
Hades doing there? And they
Yo,
ain't
A1.
nah. And Hades ain't catch him? Nah,
Yo,
I ain't going
A1.
for it.
They got snipers that can hit a target from 300 yards away. Ping.
Yeah.
Hit you
They,
right under
we
the
ain't gonna
eye,
use no
right?
sniper. They
You
talk.
don't gotta
Them
buy the
snipers
drone
talk too.
lunch,
Them
brother. You
sniper,
don't gotta buy the drone
the,
lunch. That's a difference.
the snipers talk too much.
Yeah, and you don't gotta buy a
Niggas
drone lunch.
always telling what they did and
Uh
shit later on in the
All
night.
right. So here's the question. If the drone did it, then what is homie on the top of the roof with a gun for? And a gun stand and all of that?
I
Where the
think it
I'm
gun
was
trying to
stand come
make
Dore.
the
from?
connection. Who? So
They
homie
had a
was in
gun
on it?
stand and everything. I think you
Nah, he
still
did
mailing
that.
the argument.
No, yeah, he had the gun stand, all that. He was set up. He was the shooter. He's been to the range. He's been to outdoor shooting before, like with the equipment that he had. I can tell.
What
You
if the
think
Little
we just to
movie
short,
track your
skinny.
drone?
about
Do you think we about to track your drone to this? That nigga trying to make sure we think that Tyler did it.
No,
Is
I'm
we
just
gonna track your drone
Yeah, I
no, I'm
mean,
asking you if the
well, we know the
drone
gun
did
they
it.
found, the gun they got in evidence ain't never been fired, so we know he ain't killing with that gun. If he killed them and they had a
the
gun, I
bullet?
mean,
It's
hey,
gonna talk about the bullets too
then
that
the
would have been
bullets don't
used.
match. Yeah, the gun don't match ballistic bullets. So I mean, it's just a lot going on. You got way more bullshit going on in your story than this one got.
You
But
My
definitely
nigga, they
got.
not
you
that. Yo,
know,
listen, man.
I'm
I don't
keeping
know
all options
much.
open though, baby. You
I
know,
don't know
I'm not
much.
locking
I
on
know
nothing.
America, right? America
Mm.
is not backing out the drones for Charlie Kirk. Like they not. Like I
Well,
honestly, even if I accept your argument, I would see it more as well. Maybe they knew something and was trying to track something or just be there when it happened or whatever. But
well,
nah, man.
the
The
more
only
the deeper
reason
we
I
get
can't,
into,
I'm glad you could halfway accept it, but I can't accept nothing you saying at all because the rebuttal actually has no substance. You're not trying to disprove any of the claims. You're not you have no argument about Hades being there. It's like don't want to. I don't know. It's like I mean, you acknowledge it, but it's like, hey, nah.
You could
Like,
attach anything
what
to a
else do we
moment.
bring Hades out for? Why else would Hades be there?
Yo,
They got
Hades was there to get the Instagram flick. I
no.
told you, like, Hades
Okay, but
knew.
see, they don't need Hades and jet fuel to get an Instagram photo. They could have used
Then
the record. They could have used the drone you had to get the
bingo.
Instagram photo.
Bingo. Now
They
peep it.
don't need to
And
bring
they
Hades out for that.
and they don't need none of that to take out Charlie Kirk either. None of it. I told you they could use a Maybelline brush and the plutonium juice. Just put it on his doorknob.
People
He's
don't need a gun
done.
to kill nobody. I mean, but we can keep playing that argument forever through life, and it still won't be logical. Nobody needs a gun to kill nobody. We got knives. Nobody needs a
So
knife. We got forks. Why
so
why
this
use it?
so
Why
wait,
use
wait,
a
wait.
fork? You can strangle them. I mean,
Now you
we
right.
can keep going with that.
You right. So here's the point though. Like, how are we just because he said Hades was there and it was like who is title for Hades, right? Is it the
If you
Navy?
give,
Is it the Marine?
I could tell you what the evidence that would make me not believe it, or what a good debunk would look like.
No, but
Giving a
wait,
good reason for Hades being on the
wait, A1.
scene.
But that's not where I'm
Giving
going
a
though.
good reason for Hades also being at the scene of Tyler Robinson turning himself in.
But wait, A1,
We
that's
got
not where
to
I'm
put those
going.
two together too, though.
I'm
Remember
just
that.
trying to deal with the paperwork. Like, did he say who has the paperwork, who has the title and the registration for Hades? Is it
Israel.
Yeah, he went over who.
Israel?
Israel.
He
Listen, don't
went
get
over
deep.
that.
I'm gonna show you exactly.
Oh,
I'm
he
gonna
don't
show you
know.
exactly.
Yeah,
I'm gonna show you exactly
he
when we
actually
get deep
he
into
goes
it.
over all of that though. He goes over how we spent 600 billion with Israel, and they make these sophisticated. They're the ones who make these sophisticated drone things. The company is called Elbit. Elbit actually makes the it's not the Glock. They make a couple different guns that are real famous right now, and they were the third biggest defense contracting company out of Israel. The number one defense contracting company who from Israel who we get our shit from. So we spent
No.
600 billion with
That's
these
what he
niggas.
said.
We spent
That,
600 billion with these niggas.
wait,
On
that's what homie said? Because if he did, he's wrong, right? So Hades don't have nothing to do with Israel. Haiti is made by Bombardier. It is a part of the U.S. Army. That's the branch that has, like I was saying, the title and the deed and the registration for Hades. It's the U.S. Army, and they made by the plane was made by Bombardier, which is an American company.
Let's just go
Now,
back. You missed it though. If you want me to go back, so that way you can catch up as to where the drones came from, where Hades came from, who makes the drones, who's making Hades. I can go back and if you want
I'm
clarification.
just crashing out on these goofy white boys that's making it more than what it is, man. You're like your homie just got smoked. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Like
Did
he
he though?
wasn't even
He did get
like,
smoked, and that is what it is. But
hey
who,
yo,
He
do
got.
you
He got.
did it?
realize do
Who
you
did it
realize this
is the question.
argument?
Now.
Think about this for a second, A1. Maybe I'm just slow, maybe I'm just simple, not in a slow way, but just I keep shit real simple. This plan involves more detail, more accuracy, and more money than JFK did, right? Like, nah, I don't see them doing that for Charlie Kirk. I could see them doing
Do
that
you
for
do you
Ben
know that?
Crump.
Do you know?
They might want to take
Did
his
you
ass
see?
out of here.
Did you see the political power? Did you see the political power that Charlie Kirk had with Turning Point USA? Do you understand the ideology that they can take over if they can get
So,
him out of there? Do you know the government and what they do for the future and their descendants and the legacies? Do you know what Donald Trump would do for Barron Trump to have an ideology that moves the American people?
so now let me walk with you, right? So, in saying that, if I'm gonna walk with you, the argument is that the Republicans took him out because he was
That's
some
not the
threat.
argument. That was not the argument. That was
So
not the
who?
argument.
All right, so the who? Answer the who.
Okay, well, so you said you agree with everything so far for the sake of argument,
No,
right?
I didn't say that, but I said I'm walking with you.
Okay. Well, the ideology that Charlie Kirk had moved
was MAGA.
moved people,
Was
the
MAGA.
young people.
Yeah,
No,
he
it
was
wasn't
one of
MAGA.
the. He was no. He
I mean, well, I
absolutely
guess you
was
could say
MAGA.
I guess you could say it was MAGA, but
No,
he
ain't no
had a
could.
totally
Wait, wait, wait,
different.
wait, wait. Let's put that on the board, right? Let's build this slowly. Ain't no could say that whatsoever. He was a hard body supporter of MAGA. In fact, that was the Donald
Okay,
Mans. That was the
I
Donald
agree with you.
Mans.
I agree with you. I agree with you that he was a supporter of MAGA. I never said he wasn't. I was just saying he wasn't MAGA. He was Turning Point USA.
Yeah, but they
But listen,
were aligned. It's almost like
I said I
saying,
agree with you.
hold on,
I
hold on,
agree
hear what
with
I'm
you.
saying.
I agree
Let's
with that. I
let's
agree
take
with
it
that.
slow though.
I agree with it.
I
You
just
don't
want to
even.
respond
You
to
ain't even
what you
got to say it.
said.
I agree with you.
No,
You
but
ain't even
wait,
got to say
look,
it. I
look,
agree
look,
with you.
look, look, look about turning point because this is gonna be an important point that may come up down the line. Turning point to MAGA, to the Republican Party, is like the ACLU to the NAACP to the Democrats, right? Like at the end of the day, they're all in line. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah. I agree that they support each other. It's just that Turning Point USA had a younger following. This is going to evolve MAGA. These are the people that's going to evolve MAGA. MAGA is mostly an older generation of these people with that mindset. They don't have the same. They have this kind of the same ideology as Turning Point USA, but when Charlie Kirk started pushing his ideas, he could push that rhetoric, hate in the political
Turning Point
system.
was Republican, though. It was just simply Republican. Like the ACLU will mostly be considered Democratic, right? Like Turning Point was even the young folks. They were MAGA. They were Donald Trump. We know that.
You said that was who? No,
The
go
young,
back. You
I'm
said the
talking
right
about
thing.
the young cracklings, not the crackers, not
That's
full
them.
grown.
That's
the
them.
young ones.
Yeah.
That's
That's
was
them.
MAGA too. So you can't separate the two, is what I'm stressing. MAGA,
I did.
Turning
I don't care what
Point,
you do. I'm
Republican
going to separate.
Party. It was all the same thing.
You trying to get up out of this? That's neither here nor there. Don't nobody want to argue about that. You can do what you want to do with it and keep them
I'm
together.
just trying
I'm
to
separating.
establish a foundation.
You can okay. That's your reasoning.
That's
I'm gonna
my
tell you why I'm
foundation.
separating. Yeah. That's why your reasoning ain't too good.
So let's
now
get
let's
back
reason
to the
through this.
who in the Republican Party.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to do. Come on, I've been trying to get back there. Now listen, we're talking about Charlie Kirk and his ideology for America. He had millions of young followers. You
Yes,
agree
he
with
did.
that, right? Yeah, you agree with that. Now,
Peace be upon him.
this way.
Yeah, I know all of that. I'm trying to get to why because all these other people who I'm assuming at some point you're gonna have to talk about the entire Republican Party. 95% of them was in line. 95% of them. There was no fracture with his ideology and white folk ideology.
Where is you going? Well, I don't even know where you're going with this.
Because I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand what the two disagreed on.
You can't understand. You can't understand if you're talking when I'm trying to explain it to you. You cannot understand if I'm trying to explain it to you. So let's get back to where we was going now. You said it's the Republican Party. I say no. I say it's the ideology of Charlie Kirk and who can push this ideology. So when you start talking about the ideology and the people who might be, me, myself, I don't look at the entire Republican Party because the entire Republican Party ain't into this if it was. But you know who is? Hey, can you remove that from the stage real quick? Let me add my screen. See, when these people do stuff, they do it for the long haul. They don't just play for day to day. They got generations that's coming up that's going to be pushing this. This is why I'm just to separate MAGA and Turning Point, because it's going to be a time when Turning Point's ideology exceeds MAGA. They're going to say, yeah, MAGA was right. But do you know who Jared Kushner is? And do you know what Jared Kushner does? I'm sure you do. But for the sake of anybody who doesn't, let's play this.
Donald Trump, throughout his career, has always relied on a very small circle of family and a couple of close associates. And in Jared Kushner, he has both.
Family and a couple of close associates. All of them people, the Republican stuff, Donald Trump, he talk with them and stuff because that's where it is. He has a circle of power that you're supposed to have when he move amongst this. This is where he get to where he at. It's the people he surround himself with. It's not all the Republicans when we gonna find out about this. Now, who is Jared Kushner again? Like I said,
He has a family member as a son-in-law, and also Jared Kushner is a trusted advisor.
The effort will be led by Assistant to the President and Senior Advisor Jared Kushner.
President Trump has given Jared Kushner an extraordinary portfolio of responsibility. That includes bringing peace to the Middle East, reinventing the United States government, and many other issues. So it is a large, large task. From Kushner's perspective, he has 10 years in the business world. He ran a newspaper, The Observer in New York. He ran a real estate empire, but that's basically it. Whether that prepared him for what he's taking on today is a big question.
Jared was thrust in the spotlight at a pretty young age. His dad went to prison when he was in his mid-young 20s. And Jared had to take over the company. He was chief executive when he was 25 and still in graduate school. And one of the first buildings he bought is this building, 666 Fifth Avenue. At the time when Jared and his company bought it, it was the most expensive purchase ever made in America of an American office building. And the market collapsed almost immediately afterwards.
What's going on in the stock market, and I know that the two of you know this, is a sideshow to a housing and debt problem in this country, whether we're down.
So Kushner had to renegotiate the debt that he owed, which meant people who held that debt would be paid less. There were a lot of very tense negotiations, and long story short, Kushner was able to renegotiate that debt.
And Richard Mack, according to other people who were in those negotiations, was one of the most resistant people to that idea. He was one of a number of different investors and lenders in the 666 Fifth Avenue property. He was upset that Jared had promised that he would make these payments, that the banks would be paid back.
So it sounded like Jared at a young age was already on his Trump shit. Right.
All right, let me interject.
He was already on. No, not yet. Let's finish watching this.
You played a bunch of videos, bro.
Certainly.
Just let me
and
respond
unhappy that
to
Jared came
some of the
back
things
saying,
we've
now I'm
seen.
only going to pay you this, or a
Hold
lower
on.
amount or a lesser amount, and some of that debt would be
This
sort of
is
set
crazy.
aside. Jared at the time owned a newspaper, the New York Observer.
He went to the editor of the Observer.
Yo,
that
we
he
know
hired,
all
a
this,
woman named
bro.
Elizabeth Spears, and told her that there was a person named Richard Mack, and that there
We
was
know
a negative
all
story
this.
about him.
You know,
Do
we
you
were
know what
having
he's
a
doing
meeting,
now?
and he said,
Do you
you
know
know,
he's
story I think
responsible
we
for the
should
deals
do,
between
and it's really
Qatar,
important to me.
Saudi
and he gave me
Arabia,
this tip that if it
and
had
all these
checked out, it
countries,
really
and
would have been an observer
Venezuela
story.
and
And
everything
then the
else?
reporter
We
came back
know
to me
all
and
this.
said, you know, it's
Come
just
on,
not
it's
true. There's
weird,
nothing
man.
there. You know, we'd meet weekly, and he'd be like, so, you know, is there any progress on that story? And I would go, you know,
Yo,
Jared,
bro, can we move on? We know who
everyone we
Jared
talk to
Kushner is.
tells us it's not true.
Some years later, Kushner was asked at a conference, how do you deal with conflicts of interest? He basically said they're inevitable, that if you don't want conflicts, go to your apartment and locks the door.
If you don't want conflicts, just go in your apartment and stay there and lock the door and don't go to work.
We
Don't do
know
anything.
who he is.
But it's a sort of an example of the way that Jared's two type of businesses interacted. He would occasionally
Alright, you know
use
what?
the
I'ma be
Observer
cool, then
as a
I'ma
way
cook.
as a sort of a weapon against his
See what
enemies
type of town I
or
gotta be on.
rivals in real estate. And I think it raised questions among people in New York real estate about what kind of character Jared had.
The photographic image you may have, or the video image you may have of him, because the way he looks with his boyish appearance doesn't tell you the whole story. In fact, he is a sort of harder-edged version of what you see out there, and more like Trump in the way he deals with folks. Donald Trump.
All right. Now, when you look at Jared and you see today, like he said, I don't know why he didn't put it together. Like he just said, Jared Kushner has done a lot of work overseas, especially when it comes to Israel and Israel. Those are the people, by the way, who give us those drones, and we buy those drones from. But you can see, and like Wall Street said, everybody know about Jared Kushner, but maybe they don't. So we're gonna talk about Jared Kushner for a minute. So now, Jared Kushner Jared Kushner is overseas right now. Jared Kushner overseas right now, right? And Jared Kushner is Donald Trump's next immediate successor. Jared Kushner is Donald Trump's immediate successor when it comes to power.
Jared Kushner shot.
And you see
Charlie
that,
Kirk.
and you see. Can we finish? And you see the power that he had now.
Bro.
Yo, why are you talking over him? Hey, Wall Street. Hold on, Wall Street.
Because that's what I call a short circuit. Don't worry about it, homie. That's what I call a short circuit.
Yo, bro,
they start short circuiting when they get new
my wife.
new thoughts of looking at things, and he didn't never think about the future. He keep on thinking about right now. But now that it's running through his head, he's short circuit. So don't worry about it.
Longer
now,
this gotta go
Jared
on?
Kushner, after Donald Trump goes out of power, he's gonna need a successor. It's gonna be either one of his sons or Jared Kushner. This is how this success is gonna go on. Now, let's get back to Charlie Kirk then. How can we make sure Jared Kushner, along with, don't forget too, that for the future, Donald Trump has a son named Barron. Can you imagine these people pushing the Charlie Kirk worldview under the Trump banner without Charlie Kirk? Can you imagine the future of this? This is why your mind got to think deep. They don't want you to. They want you to think it's just an everyday assassination that happened. Maybe the possibility is that ideology was flawless when it comes to moving white America. And so they want to push it for the future. That's my hypothesis. Now you can go ahead and say what you want to say.
All right, cool. That was goofy as hell, bro. Like we started at a very simple point. You brought up Jared Kushner as if he was the opposition to Charlie Kirk, when in reality you kept talking about Charlie Kirk's ideology. Can I finish? You kept talking about Charlie Kirk's ideology. Yo, bro, they share the same ideology. Charlie, what's his name? Kushner, Jared Kushner, was in there crying crocodile tears like he was one of the speakers at Charlie
Oh,
Kirk's
how
funeral.
happy he was.
Right? Hold on,
Tears
let
of
me finish.
joy.
Let me finish.
Oh, how
let me
happy
finish.
he
Let me
was.
finish. No, not tears of joy.
Tears
That
of
was
joy.
his man.
Tears
That
of
was
joy.
his man, bro. That was
Tears
his
of joy.
man's.
Tears of
There's
joy.
no, hold on. There is no accuracy in an argument that they weren't totally aligned. Not only aligned, but worked, right? On the exact same initiatives for the exact same ideology. No, like your man wasn't the Christ. He wasn't Muhammad, right? Charlie
I
Kirk
never
was
said
just
he was.
Charlie
His
Kirk was just
ideology.
Charlie Kirk.
Why
Let
have
I didn't
Charlie
even get to
Kirk in the
go as
way?
long as the video you played. Let me finish.
I know it because you ain't saying nothing. But go ahead, though.
Nah,
My bad.
bro.
Go ahead, Wall Street. My bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, Charlie Kirk wasn't nothing new. He wasn't Muhammad.
He
He was just a crash out. He was willing to say the things that people in politics couldn't say. But then they would align themselves with him to say to their constituencies, yeah, we on that type of time, right? Charlie Kirk's wife is probably going to determine, like, the next presidential big senator's election. Why? Because they're all going to go to her for her support, her endorsement, right? That's all Charlie really was. Charlie was endorsing all these niggas you saying wanted to smoke his boots. Let's get
I
back
never
to the
said they wanted to
Hades.
smoke it.
I know what Charlie Kushner has done. Every deal that Donald Trump has made that benefits his family, his children, because nobody care about Barron. He is literally, he need an IEP, right? It's Jared Kushner that handles all the family deals, gets all that money back to the Trump family through the children. These are the things that are really going on. And Charlie Kirk was a part of all of it. He was at the Donald's table. He was one of the Knights of Camelot. So it makes no sense for you to start with this big conspiracy at Jared Kushner. Kushner ain't want to take that boy out. They might have ran for president together. Republicans think.
Did you hear? Did you hear what I said? I said oh, my bad. I thought you was done.
Yeah, Republicans think 20, 30 years out. So it would make no sense to take out literally probably the most high profile representative of the party. There was no other Charlie Kirk. Like Charlie Kirk is to MAGA and Republicans as Al Sharpton is the black folk, right? He was the biggest, most high profile guy. You win nothing in taking him out. So it just don't make sense to me. I want to get back to the Hades and the drones, and I want to know how much did it cost to charge the drones that shot Charlie Kirk? I've charged a Tesla in the crib before. It ain't free.
I
And when we
just
look
think
at
that because
done-
you don't understand the motive, to dismiss the physical evidence is crazy.
I'm not.
That's not how investigations work.
Yo, A1 on
Let
my
me
soul.
finish
I'm
up
not
with
even
this dude
dismissing the fact
and
that
his
the
research.
Hades was there or nothing else, or if it was drones up there, right? I'm telling you, I got a drone, bro. I got a drone. My joint be kind of popping. Like, It's not coming back to just what we see, what we hear in that video, and what happened. Right? Nobody on that campus, because
I
if
just
you
think
hear
the
the
fact
shot,
that you think that they brought out Hades for a photo op, I think that's more absurd than the fact that Hades came to kill Charlie Kirk.
yo, bro, I'm not even saying I believe Hades was there. I'm trying to meet the argument, right? Like I don't even all that stuff be made up to me until I have documented evidence from the government and not some white man on a podcast. But I'm saying I'd be willing to walk with people. You know what I mean? So I'm walking with y'all, but I'm like, nah, it just don't make sense. Like you heard the shot. Like most people can tell the distance of a shot when they hear one. You know what I mean? So now all those people on the campus, they pointing at homie, but nobody see the drone. Come on, B.
Everybody pointing at homie. You must have forgot that homie got away for a minute. See, your reasoning is bad. I don't
People
even
were
think you know a
pointing
lot of
up
the
to the
things.
people
You
were documented pointing up to the roof that he was on, saying it came there. I'm not even saying they're saying that they saw him, right? Like I said, you could hear a shot and just be like, yo, it came from that way. You in the middle of the block, somebody busts a shot on one corner, you ain't pointing to the other corner, right? So yeah, it's the whole video of him running and jumping off the building and hurting his leg and all of that. I remember the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like
well,
it.
the new my bad. Man.
Not good.
Well, the thing is, I guess you came kind of late, so you don't see the evidence, the trajectory of the bullet, how it should have been higher. When those people were pointing up, they were just pointing up toward that direction. They wasn't pointing at the said dude. They was pointing up in that direction. They didn't know exactly where it was coming from. The hypothesis is that these drones was a little bit higher, and that the trajectory of the bullet actually proves that the shot didn't come from where everybody was assuming that it came from. When it comes to the sound of the gun, the investigation that my man Cullen did earlier showed that it's not your typical gunshot when it's coming from these drones and the guns
All right.
that they use.
All right, so let's deal with that. Let's deal with trajectory, right? If the drone was higher up, the shot would have been coming down more directly, right? So it would have went through his shoulder or something, right? If you in the air and you shooting down on somebody, it would have tore his whole shoulder off. No, the
That's why
shot
you
Unless it
was in
move
the
didn't.
over.
right.
You gotta watch the video.
That
They
boy,
go over that. They
that
go
boy,
over how the shot actually came through his
laser
jaw and knocked off
targeting.
of a piece of his spine.
Come
But
on,
so what you're
bro.
saying is actually accurate. Um,
Right. I'm saying
but that's
that
what happened.
shot
That's what they're
came,
saying.
that shot came diagonally, but at a certain angle. I'm saying it didn't come from an aerial angle. An aerial angle would have went straight down, right? Like he was slightly elevated. That's why I hit him the way it did.
That's
If it
why they say
was
the drone. That's why they say the drone was further back. That's why they saying that the whole thing that the dude shot it was wrong.
I get you on the mathematics of that if the drone was further back, but nah, bro. Like niggas don't like. I, yo, like what? I'm just perplexed, right? Like why we can't just put Charlie Kirk in a box and just deal with it as yo, this is white on white crime. This is a white man that shot a white man because of the rhetoric of the white man that
Oh,
was.
that's what we're dealing with that part too. We just don't think it's the right white man that you pointing at.
All right, let me ask you
I mean,
this.
I don't. I can't say what nobody else think.
Let me ask you this. You the director. You the director of the CIA, right? Would you really back out
Now,
the
I could never
drone?
put my.
Yes, you can, God. Don't do that. You could be the first black
I'm not no police
CIA
ass nigga.
director.
I can't
Hear,
do it.
hear what I'm saying, though. Let's just have a conversation.
All right,
Why
bet.
would you use drones and planes and all type of things that can create a record, right? Like a FAA record, this, that, and the third, all types of data
That's
to
why I know it
get
wasn't the
this.
CIA. That's why I know it wasn't the CIA. So we can mark them off the checklist. Is there anybody else who we could suspect? Because they ain't the only people in existence. So we'll mark the CIA off. I never said the CIA. You
When I
proposed the
was saying
CIA.
CIA, I was just using
just
that as a microcosm for the intelligence community in the U.S. government. Period.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't do that. You're gonna make a big mistake doing that.
I was
Because, like I
sharing
said,
this so we can continue the rest of the conversation in good faith. I asked, was Hades the Pentagon plane at Charlie Kirk's killing? It said, yes, Hades is the Pentagon U.S. Army system you're referring to. The Army describes Hades as a business jet-based aerial ISR system. As for whether a Hades-related aircraft was at the scene when Charlie Kirk was killed on September 10th, 2025, an aircraft identified as N1098L was flying in the Utah area around the time of the shooting and became the subject of extensive online investigation. There are credible reports identifying N1098L as a contractor-operated aircraft used as a Hades technical demonstrator training aircraft. The Army confirms the contractor-owned jets were used as Hades prototypes. Okay, well, yes, it was there. I don't know why they're giving me a bunch of other bullshit. I have not found credible evidence establishing N1098L was conducting a Hades mission at the Utah Valley University State. Well, I didn't ask that, but I doubt you would have that information anyway. But deployed at least this early, stuff's not gonna come out that fast. They can't hide it off the radar systems, though. They have to contact air traffic control when they drop to a certain altitude. So it was there. Just
Isn't it?
so you know that's a fact. Like that's not,
Didn't they say now? Give me if I'm wrong. Didn't they say it's two of these? There's twin aircrafts, right? Israel has one, and the United States.
I didn't
has
hear
one.
that part. That part I didn't hear. Not to say that
They did say it's twin.
I didn't hear that it was. I heard it was twin. I didn't hear that Israel owns one. I think both of them are in America. I know the sister plane was there when Tyler Robinson turned himself in and was seen flying over Candace Owens and the other guy's house.
Yeah, I want to say they said that's the one that's the Israel aircraft.
Well, I think they. I don't know if the aircraft specifically is from Israel. I think that we may have manufactured that, but the drones specifically themselves are from Israel.
No, I mean the one that Israel is control of. I believe Israel is in control of one of those crafts.
I should ask it, but
so
yeah, see, I want to ask it that for me real quick. Could you please?
I done closed them.
And why you pulling that up, right? Like, I don't even subscribe to the whole Semitic issue, right? Like, I don't care. I don't care what's going on in
What you come up here for then?
and Israel, only because I got things that I'm more concerned with, right here in America. When I get everything I need, then I could worry about the rest of the world, right? But
I'm dead.
Israel does not have it. Yeah, Israel does not own a Hades aircraft.
Okay.
Hades is a
Wall
U.S.
Street,
Army
your mic
program. Israel makes the drone.
Everybody got it.
Oh, Israel makes the drones. Okay.
Yeah.
Wall Street, your mic cut out. I don't remember I couldn't remember the last thing you were saying.
He was saying stuff here more important. And once he get everything he need, then he can worry about the overseas in Israel.
What did he come up here for then?
That's just what people say when they lose in the political argument about our foreign policy. Then it's, I don't even care about this shit. We got to worry about home first.
But yeah, man,
you cared for the last hour, Willie. Wall Street.
I jumped the gun, man, and telling what I think, who I think, and what I think happened to Charlie Kirk. Did you catch my my argument? My stance on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You think that Kushner?
What you think about that?
I think
No,
that's
not
crazy.
Kushner. Not Kushner. Y'all keep saying
Trump.
Kushner.
Sure,
I'm
you
talking about Trump. I'm talking about Trump and his whole party of kids and everybody involved with him to push into the future. Not just one person, but the whole party surrounded by Trump. No, not the Republicans. Trump and Trump insiders. That's who I think, not just one person. Jared Kushner is just one of the people that I had to point out to show that he's for sure going to be a successor of the presidency in the United States after Donald Trump leave. Donald Trump's still alive. He'll say that it's him. I don't know if his oldest son gonna get into office. I don't know if his daughter gonna push to get in office. But Barron, with the ideology of Charlie Kirk, will be your president one day if he's still alive. Shout out the only logical explanation of existence.
You gotta shout yourself out. You funny, man.
It's the only thing that makes sense. Or else I'm on the side with Wall Street Willie. Why would they spend all that money? But I can find why they spent it. That ideology and that family lineage, that legacy.
Nah, I'm not. I need to see more evidence before I can buy into that theory. You see how I disagree real smooth.
It's a hypothesis.
It's a hypothesis.
It's a hypothesis. It's a hypothesis.
I disagree without telling you no, you wrong. You don't even know how to respond to that. People don't even be knowing. I just disagree with them.
I knew you disagreed with
that.
You said you didn't.
Right?
That
they
my argument
hit him with
give
the
you enough
uranium
evidence.
juice without America's approval. If they cared that bad, they would have just crashed out, hit him with the uranium juice without CIA, U.S. government approval, and did what they do. That's what they did in Iran.
It wasn't the government. It was some insiders in. I keep on telling you that. You keep on trying to say it's the government. The government is what they're trying to protect.
So wait, man, who got the drones, man? Wait, now I'm confused. If it wasn't the government, you know what I mean? Who got the keys to the drone? I keep getting confused.
Whoever got the money.
Nope, I don't believe that. Because like they said at the end of the episode, they went over that. The dude who broke all that down was going down a bunch of hypotheticals. And he was like, oh, that shit just doesn't make sense if you go down those avenues. But I'll
Yeah, that's why I went down. That's why I went down the avenue I did. They didn't go down my avenue. My avenue is that the higher ups got money like Donald Trump, and the inside party is the ones that got the money. And all you need is a defense contract.
They kind of excluded your avenue was kind of excluded, like as a possibility.
No, they never even said nothing about it. They never said nothing about Jared Kushner, Donald Trump, no. Not once.
Let me finish and then you understand what I'm saying. It was excluded because of the assumption that Trump and them fuck with him and wouldn't kill him. That's what I was trying to say.
Now look
so
at
they never even brought that up or considered it as a viable option.
Somebody said in the chat about the microphone gun, right? Somebody wrote that in the chat, like it might have been a shot from a microphone. And that was the conversation that was being had when people were first coming up with their conspiracy theories. Now, that is something I could actually entertain, right? Because the U.S. government, they gave wild camelbacks, right? Like wild of my Saudi bros and all that. They gave them beepers and they detonated the beepers on them. They got mad Hamas people and all of that. Right.
So you do agree. So you do agree that the government might have did it. Or you don't?
I don't. No, hold on.
You ain't letting them get that one off.
I definitely don't put that out of the realm of possibility. I definitely don't. It definitely.
Thank you for that concession. I accept that.
I stand on that. But what I'm saying, bro, is let's get to that. Like, in order to get to that, we got to take the drones off the table, fam.
The drones aren't on the table because the plane that releases the drones is on the scene. So to take the drones off the table, you have to remove Hades from the scene. You can't rewrite history any more than I can. So we just got to deal with that.
Just because Hades is on the scene doesn't mean it was on the scene for releasing drones. It literally could have been there for intelligence and reconnaissance. We think it's going to go down today.
They went over that as well. They went over
They
that.
definitely was doing that also.
Also, yeah. He went over the servers that are on the plane and how we can go over all the cell phone text messages at one time and all that crazy shit.
So that's what I'm saying. They may have been looking for some shit. But when y'all talking about them releasing the G.I. Joe drones and to shoot Charlie from the sky, like, yo, they ain't got to do none of that. Like, none of that. You know what I mean? It could be, if it is a conspiracy, something as simple as the microphone bullet.
You know what it does tie together? The fact there wasn't an exit wound because the shot came from way further out with a hollow point. But yeah, I like that.
The story behind that was the shot hit the spine and it ricocheted down. That's why it was no exit wound. That's the story. But
yeah, man, it was the drone, man. It was that drone.
It was the drone.
No, I don't know. That's their hypothesis. That's Cullen's hypothesis. If I rock with it,
I know some white boys right here, man. They got these outdoor ranges where they got, like fake buildings set up where you practice how to take a building, take a room, and all that. And them white boys, yeah, they could have smoked Charlie Kirk from the next county. Like them boys is different.
Well, we're going to see in the future who your presidents be. See if I named them. Jared Kushner, Barron Trump going to be one of them. We're going to see if I name them. And I'll show you the push for recognizing what ideology they pushing when they gaining their voters. We're going to see how the American people are reacting to that ideology. And like you said, Charlie Kirk could have been here to push it just as well, but he would have just been in the way because who knows when he changed. Especially if he just now coming into it. It's early. You cool. But we got Barron Trump who can push this same thing.
Why kill him though for 4 years in office?
Not just 4 years, A1. They got family. The Trumps got family and Jared. If each of them get 8 years, that's shit.
I just think it's real premature to kill him for that reason. They don't know how things could play out.
Did you see the movement that he got when he got all of them people to vote? Do y'all? Yep.
Unless there's something we don't know, which is always most likely the possibility. There's still some shit we don't know. Still a lot we don't know.
Y'all seem to be missing the wave that Charlie Kirk pushed. Millions of young people. Millions. And I could be dead wrong. Yep, you're right, Jay Steak. That's all speculation. All of it is. Anything we're talking about, speculation. Yep, somebody just came up. Did somebody just come in?
It was Wall Street where they came back.
Yeah, Jay Snake. It's all speculation, man. I'm just putting my hypothesis out there. Everybody
and
else got
speaking of your gang in the building, let's go to a word from our sponsors. Friday, August 28th. That's next Friday. Only here on Titans Debate League. Can you catch this?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Coliseum of Arguments is back, hosted by Titans Debate League, where ideas collide, minds clash, and only the strongest argument survives. Sunday, August 28th, step into the arena for a battle of philosophy, history, religion, and reason. Bomb Squad Ashe versus Suave Boss. The question, is the black woman God? Why or why not? Suave Boss is taking the affirmative. Two debaters, Two positions, one explosive question. This isn't a conversation, this is intellectual warfare. No punches, no weapons, just facts, logic, history, philosophy, and argument. And now, the entire tournament is members only. Want full access to all the debates? Become a channel member for only $3.99. That's right, $3.99 gets you full access to the whole tournament. Sign up now. Don't wait. Don't miss the battles. Don't miss the arguments. Don't miss the moments that everyone will be talking about. Bomb Squad Ashe versus Suave Boss. Sunday, August 28th. Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas enter the arena and only the strongest argument survives. Are you not entertained?
Back to you, gentlemen.
I'm going with Suave only because that's my broski.
Yes, sir.
No,
Yes,
that's
sir.
right. Suave Boss be busting. Ashe, he got that voice that'll make you automatically start listening to what he's saying. But Suave Boss got a swagger about him. But you better make sure you know what you're talking about when you come with that argument.
I ain't
can't
gonna
wait
lie,
for it.
when I heard the name Ashe, I was like, oh, Funga Lafia, Ashe. Okay. I actually want to see this. Like, I don't even know, homie, but you picked a good name.
I want to say that's what he said when he first come on his little show. Shout out Rhetoric Frontier Ashe. When he always say Ashe 2 times. I think that thing in the front that you said, I don't want to mess it up.
Shea Alafia ni Alafia Dupwe, Funga Alafia. Ashe. Yeah, I know about that. I'm gonna check that one out.
Okay.
I ain't heard that since I was in my mother's African dance classes.
Uh-oh. Get down.
Salute.
But yeah, man. So
But yeah, you bugging with these drones, bro. Back to the drones, man.
oh, I don't even care about the drones as long as you conceded that it might have been a government hit. I'm cool because that's what I was pointing to. The mechanism of how it might have happened. If you disagree with that, that's fine. Long as we understand.
Now,
Well, I ain't gonna even say government.
I'm not past believing that that's a possibility, right? Like,
Okay.
I like from the things that I've focused on in my learning, I would put it more on MK Ultra. They drove that little boy crazy and he jumped up on the roof, right? Like that's from the stuff that I've studied. You get what I'm saying? But I wouldn't present it as facts for what happened. I would just say, yo, this is what the government has done. You know what I mean? Lee Harvey Oswald type shit. But
Got you.
I
got you. And let me make sure everybody know that this is just my hypothesis, man. You know, I be doing critical thinking and I try to put things into perspective. Before A1 came up with this show, as you see, when I just put my argument together real quick, that I already kind of suspected this. Because like I said, ideology is and to be able to push that ideology, if you could push it within your family, and this just my reasoning for if it was this. I'm not saying that this is what happened. I don't think anybody should agree with anything I'm saying.
Right.
I'm making a hypothesis.
Stay right there, right? Because that's to me, right, the way my mind works and the things that I connect to real life. That's the bigger question, right? Like I'm trying to figure out why you would think that Charlie Kirk's ideology was outside of that of MAGA, the Republican Party, the Proud Boys, right? This whole conglomerate. They're a conglomerate. You know what I mean? And he was one of the front men. He was talking that shit. You know what I mean? He was talking that, yo, I should be able to say what I want about black people on my Facebook without getting fired, right? And everybody, you got people getting fired. You got people that want to say things that don't because they got a job. They all like, yeah. Like he was all of they got. They were interconnected.
Well, let me tell you my reasoning. When I look at MAGA and the other one that you said, the Republican Party,
Proud Boys.
Charlie Kirk, Proud Boys. Yeah, you're right. They all had the same type of ideology.
Right.
Why I think they wanted why I think it had to be separated is because if Donald Trump failed, you think Turning Point USA would fail with Donald Trump?
Donald Trump can't fail at this point. He can't run again. He has succeeded. He got 2 terms, even though it wasn't back to back. He ain't do the Drake back to back, but he didn't fail, right? Now the question then becomes, who takes over MAGA when it's over? Everybody knows, right? It's not gonna be this goofy nigga that wear the mascara. What's his name? The vice president? It's not gonna be him, right? Ain't nobody. Trump's family wouldn't even vote for Barron, right? So it's not gonna be him either. Your man, baby Trump, Donald Jr., he not even on that type of time. Like he out here
he
doing,
not on that time.
he out here doing videos with academics. He letting academics interview him, right? So now, like when you look at, it's funny you brought up Jared Kushner, right? Because what I see is now that Donald is looking outside of his family. Let me grab some little niggas up to keep this shit going. So I grabbed Jared Kushner. I put my daughter on him. Yeah, she wifed him back. We good. I make him the international czar. Yo, you know how much money he made that Trump family? So I agreed with you. That's why I kept saying, yo, we know who he is. He's in, right? He getting cake. But the other side of that was the whole time he's been rocking with Kushner. I mean, with Charlie Kirk. You know what I mean? He spoke at his funeral. I don't know much about ketosis, but I thought those tears was real. Like I lost my mans. Yo, Charlie Kirk was my mans, B. That's what I was challenging from the way I view the political landscape.
I got you. Well, this, like I said, when you look at the 3 different things that you mentioned, Turning Point USA started later and gained and had a way bigger wave than either of these. So we're going to stay separate just in case these old people fail and just in case the Proud Boys decide to start a racial war. We don't want to be a part of that like this. We're going to stay with this.
Can I say something really fast?
Let me interject shortly, right? I'm quick. Ask my wife, right? Like when you look at the Republican growth, right, and transformations just over the last 20 years, right? This is what happens. A small group like that. Before you get MAGA, right? You got the Tea Party. They talking the same shit. Tea Party becomes MAGA, right? They talking the same shit. Now, yeah, this Turning Point USA thing was a thing, but what was more likely to have happened, see, I'm gonna help your conspiracy theory. What was more likely to have happened was Charlie would have flipped like the rest of white America flipped. Now white America is America first. Like, yo, Donald, you out here blowing up Ayatollahs and all that. We ain't signed off that. We signed off for America first. We wanted to be isolationists.
Okay, so you agree with that part too. Okay, that's a second concession. I'll take that. Go ahead, Humble. What was you about to say?
I was just going to ask Wall Street Willie, did you say Charlie Kirk was your man's?
No, he didn't say him. No, he said he was speaking.
I was about to say, oh nah, bro, we gotta talk about some stuff, bro. But no, that was I just heard you talking, and I'm doing what I'm doing in the background.
Come on, North Avenue, don't do that
Charlie
to me.
Kirk's your man, what? Hold up,
yo, North Avenue, you know
I know we
better
talking
than that.
about. I know we talking about the death of Charlie Kirk and everything, but make no mistake about it, this man was a certified racist. He said black people cried and whined. He said we should not be, groveling in our situations, turn around and do something about. That man
Hold on, I don't mean to cut you off, God,
said.
but you my man. You're North Avenue. Did you think I was a Kirkite? Did you, that's what you thought, bro?
Hey, listen, I was over hearing something else. All I heard was Charlie Kirk, my man. I said, wait, what?
Come
Hey,
on,
yo, you
hey
say you
down
on
the
North
hill,
Avenue?
man.
You say you on North Avenue?
I'm from O'Donnell Heights, baby. You
Hey,
know I
bro,
ain't
I'm right
talking
here on
no
Church
Charlie
Square,
Kirk.
bro. I'm right here on Church Square, bro.
I
That's
know
crazy
exactly
work.
where you at. Oh, that's crazy.
That's crazy work.
No,
I'm
I
going
ain't
back on
talking
mute,
no
family.
Charlie
I'm going
Kirk.
back on mute.
But
Man.
Wall Street, before we stop for a second, you was talking about Jared Kushner and how that was Charlie Kirk was his man and stuff. So when I run for office, I'm running in the name of Charlie Kirk. That'll get. Listen, I know I be having these ideas that you just really have to be thinking about some things.
So now you
When
making a different argument, right? That I could entertain, right? Like, because I do believe, like, what's her name? Oh, girl, like baby girl Trump. I mean, not Trump, Kirk. Her endorsement is going to be big in terms of the Republican Party in the next election. I do believe that, right? She is Mrs. Turning Point right now. All right, cool, but nah, bro, you ain't need to do all that. Like, it
hey,
don't benefit nobody in the Republican Party
fuck the
to
Republican
orchestrate
Party. We
that.
talking about Donald Trump's succession and Donald Trump's legacy.
That's
And
gonna
the
be
way that,
based in the
like you said,
Republican
MAGA,
Party, though,
the way
bro.
that you said, the way that you said MAGA move. But if we got Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk, just like you said that that one movement transformed into MAGA, then MAGA has to listen to what Charlie Kirk did, man. Think about it. Think
It
about
might have
the
been.
things that
Here's what I'm saying. It might have been the same thing Donald Trump did, right? Donald Trump came out there. He brought all the Republicans out on the White House lawn. He had my son from Kentucky. What's my man to be glitching out? Glitch McConnell. He had my son out, Mitch out there looking dumb because everybody had to bow and kiss the ring. Yeah, that was a possibility with Charlie Kirk. But the reality was he was more in line with them and more in tune. He benefited from them just as much as they benefited from him. Nah, they ain't want to smoke their
no.
man.
You think you see the way that man brought that hate to the country, like in a way
They
that was
all
so
did, bro.
smooth that like he
They
worked he didn't show his hate like everybody else. He argued like and debated his views to campuses and stuff, and people start saying like, oh yeah, that makes sense. We're with Charlie Kirk. Charlie like, shit, I'm with MAGA. Come on, let's go vote for do you understand that movement that boy did? It wasn't
That's
like
my
the
point.
original
So that's why I
racist hate
can't
and
put it
stuff.
on them.
You can't see that ideology being pushed on, and Jared Kushner now rocking with it with
He
all the ties
been
to Israel
rocking
he
with
got.
it, bro. They
He
been
fuck
rocking
around and
with
get
it.
us to be able to get on boats and go back to Africa. Yeah, let's send them all back to Africa, get closer to Israel, so
Oh,
Israel
bro,
can
they
drop the
been on
bomb.
that time
Israel,
since.
Israel will agree to drop the bomb on people who saying that they the ones that was chosen by God.
Yo, bro,
I
they
want to get
been on
back to.
that time since
Let me
the
quit.
Tea Party, since Sarah Palin. They been on that time. Only difference now is the Donald, what most presidents do in their second term, they just don't even care no more. So now, y'all don't want us to get involved in Israel, Palestine, but I'm making some bread over here, man. Yo, Israel, blow all them niggas up. Right. So he's taking their side on things that now people under him and his party could say, all right, we America's first, right? Like the Donald Trump endorsement don't mean as much no more. We America's first. I could have seen Charlie Kirk going that way, definitely. But was that as much of a threat to smoke his boots on live TV? Nah, I don't think so, bro. I think little homie he spun the block, man.
Could you see him just changing all of a sudden and starting to talk about the despicable stuff about Donald Trump and saying,
Nah, he would have never did
Turning
that.
Point don't agree with it?
What he would have said was, when I supported Donald Trump, it was because he was going to release the Epstein files. He didn't
See
do
what I'm
that.
saying?
Yeah.
See all the possibilities of the things that can happen, and they be like, we just don't need to deal with this. Get him out the way. Get this.
Man.
Israel saying the same thing because we don't know what he gonna say about Israel when he get there. We don't know the type of changes that he'll make when he did get power. If he give the right
They
people.
do know what he gonna say. His stance is strong. Like, stay out of all of that. We don't rock with them. Like, let them figure that out with the camels. You know what I mean? His stance is known.
Are you a white African?
A what?
Are you a white African?
Yo, bro, don't ever hold up. I was sipping the Henny. Yo, don't ever disrespect me like that, man. Yo, I'm B1 black first African American. No FBA. I'm the founding member of ABA, the Anti-Brokenness Association. I believe that the solution to the majority of African American problems comes from bread. I'm the founding member of the ABA, the Anti-Brokenness Association. I ain't no white.
Okay. Shout out anti. My bad. You was arguing for the last couple of statements you had made. I just had a different idea of the people who would make that statement. Wasn't nothing big. My bad.
I'm trying to meet your argument,
apologize
right?
I apologize if I disrespected you. I was not trying to. Okay.
Nah, you Gucci, it been a good bill, but I'm saying the only people fighting for Charlie Kirk that I know, that I grew up with, is the new black conservatives. And I'm saying, like, for what? Ain't no conspiracy here. He stirred up a bunch of rhetoric. He was a part of something that stirred up a bunch of rhetoric. When you look at how disappointed people are with MAGA, with Donald Trump, white folk, disappointed. America's first, right? Like, that's our new thing. We leaving all that MAGA in 2005. Yeah, somebody turned up, man. Little homie, he's on the block. Ain't no drones, ain't no none of that. Like, little nigga wanted to be remembered forever.
That's what happened. The greatest thing to me after knowing Charlie Kirk before I knew that this was gonna happen to him. But for some reason, when it happened, it didn't surprise me. That last question that they asked him, and he said, with or without gang violence.
Was about niggas. Yeah, it don't
I was
surprise
so
me
happy
either,
because
because
that's the
that was
last thing that was
always
on
his
his
rhetoric. That was always his
That's the
rhetoric.
last thing that was on his mind.
Yeah,
So
niggas. That don't surprise me. That's 90% of anything he's ever talked about was us, right? He'll talk about the immigration and tethers on this side, but he won't talk about the white tethers like Nick Fuentes, right? Nick Fuentes his people got here in late 18 something. Like, they all tethers. Nick Fuentes' whole thing. White folk don't be on that type of time, man. They rock out. Listen, you on my type of time? All right, I ain't gonna expose you. Just chill. And don't disagree with me. That's what they do, man. Meanwhile, what do we do on this side? Black folks, Democrats, right? We get rid of my man Doodle Sheets. I mean, like, Doodle Sheets was baby Obama.
Who? Buttigieg?
Nah, not Booty Judge. You're a funny nigga. Doodle Sheets. Who Doodle Sheets? Yeah, man, he just got caught by crystal meth. He's smoked out right now. What's homie name? Gillum. Andrew Gillum.
Oh, Andrew Gillum. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, we catch him with the Doodle Sheets. We throw him out. Yeah, I mean, white folk don't do that with their own. As long as you don't disagree with me in public, we keep it quiet. I'm on your side. I ain't gonna destroy you. So that's why I have a hard time seeing this outside. Like, I'm just thinking about white folk, what I know of them. It took a random crash out to do that, because they don't do that collectively. We ain't getting rid of our own.
That's right.
I mean, it was just a random crash out, man. Them white boys, and now, you know, he a young dude too. He did that for the gram, man. Niggas gonna remember me forever. He did that for the gram.
Live or die.
These are things I'm seeing as more likely than a drone. Like, I see a little white
Oh
boy
no,
doing
no,
it for
no.
the gram.
Let's not talk
Smoke his
about like
boots.
now. Likely, I agree with you. The most likely propositions are probably, like you say, more likely. However, we're just talking about possibilities because those more likely possibilities seem to have a whole bunch of contradictions and incoherent findings, especially when you talk about how long he had to stay up, jump off the building, eat at Chick-fil-A, go home, go to sleep, wake up, drive back 4 hours, talk to the police, drive back 4 hours to go to sleep, say he was up 24 plus hours before he just turned himself in for no reason. So, and then
All
you
that,
start
bro.
doing the mathematics, like you said, with other things.
Niggas did that with
Finding out
Julio Fulio.
find the flight patterns of a jet or unmanned aerial vehicle that could deploy drones, and it was in the area making topsy-turvy spins, 40,000 feet, 200 or 2,000 feet, 200 feet.
So look, now that
Back
you
up.
know how I'm thinking, right? I could see it as we know it's gonna go down. But you know what? He ain't totally on the team, so let's see how it play out. That I could understand. I could entertain. Right? Like the government knew they ain't do nothing. All right, that's one thing. But when you talk about Mitch McConnell sending the drones, come on, bro. Like Mitch ain't do that, man. Jared
You
Kushner and them
straw man in
niggas
my
ain't do
argument,
that,
man. You
bro.
putting people into argument that I didn't say. Oh, Mitch. Shout out Mitch, man. I didn't say that about you, Mitch. Mitch, wait, did Mitch pass already?
Yeah, I think the
Was
nigga
he?
been dead, man. Like this was my
Yeah, that's what I was about to
conspiracy
say. He
theory.
wasn't even alive.
Hey, look, you know,
When-
like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, I think she been dead. They had a stick in her back, like the Muppets, you know what I mean? And they was like, nah, she's still alive. She'll still vote on that Supreme Court bill. I think Mitch on the same type of time, and Mitch probably been gone. Hey, don't pay me no mind.
Oh, Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham didn't send the drone.
Never fuck with Trump.
Yeah, man. I don't either. That's why I suspect him.
Lindsey, one of them like purebred, you know, same way they said with the Democrats, what they call them, corporate Democrats.
Yeah, Lindsey was a Republican, wasn't he? Yeah. I think Lindsey Graham was a Republican. But that no, man, yeah, I don't think all of them did it. They have no idea of the mind of Donald Trump. The legacy that's to be fulfilled. Lifelong, his son's gonna be having grandkids, and they're in a position now where they just got to move amongst politics to continue to be a power. I think he 19 years old, got $150 million bearing Trump do. Man. Hey, one, you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So I
Wall
don't
Street in
know
the
if he
back.
dropped off.
And he.
I don't know if he's. Oh yeah, he came back.
Okay.
He came back up.
Yo.
Thought you dropped off on me.
I'm here, Quantum. I'm here as
Y'all
well,
can
bro.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you
Yeah,
now.
Wall Street.
Oh, nah, I thought my shit was fucked up. I dropped in. But yeah, bro, I was listening like, yo, MAGA done, bro. Ain't no more MAGA after 2000, what? 27, 20, nah, it's gonna be 4 years. 2029, ain't no more MAGA. That shit done. You know what I mean? They
Oh,
already, they already jockeying for position with this whole America First movement. Like America First is, yeah, I thought the Donald was that dude. I messed up. This is why I don't rock with him no more. Vote for me in 2029. They already on that type of time. Nah, they ain't smoking Uncle Charlie, man. That's Uncle Charlie.
And it's
That's
well,
Uncle Charlie. Yeah, Charlie Kirk used to violate, man. He used to.
I'm talking about violate,
You
and
know
I'm
why I
talking
say
about
he used to violate? Because, you know, I'm a card carrying member of the Boule, right? So I do be on a different type of time than everybody else when it comes to some things. But seeing a white man say it, it's like, nah, you wildin', bro. Like, mind your business. He used to be crashing out on us.
yeah, man. His argument style when he used to go to them campuses, or even just his events. That's why I say he used to go to Christian events and push hate because his rhetoric was so unlike anything that anybody else ever did. The man could get up there and tell you he hate niggas in the church and pray and make you pray with him.
Yo, bro, you be sound like you rock with him, though, because, yo, he really wasn't that good, man. He wasn't that good in his argumentation. Like, it's clips out there on him coming across the right little black nigga at a university and niggas cooking him. Like,
And that's all the same. I didn't say he won all his debates. I said the way he pushed hates in his argumentation was like that has never been seen before.
you know, see, I don't know if I could do that. Because for me, the Donald is the GOAT when it came to that shit. Like, one thing about Charlie Kirk, he never said nothing about white supremacists. Like, and there are many good people there as well. Many of them were good.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying to you, Wall Street. You see the beauty of the hate without having to say that?
Nah, I get it. I hear what you're saying 100%.
He was like his ideology and the way he pushed it wasn't MAGA. It wasn't the Proud Boys. It was something different. It was intellectual white supremacy. I'm gonna
Yo,
feed you
intellectual
facts
white
because
supremacy is wild, bro. Hey, don't ever say that again. You my God. Don't ever say intellectual white supremacy again.
that's what he was doing on them. That's why they took. That's what he was doing on them. Look, that make you think that they might have took him out.
Nah, it's like,
Intellectual.
yo, look, it's like he was on the same type of time as Candace Owens, right? When it comes to the fentanyl and that's why George Floyd and this and that. Like, and now she out here looking like a whole goofy. Like, nah, wasn't no drones involved, fam. Like, they sparked up a whole lot of rhetoric and it fractured with politics. Like, as Donald Trump did the things he did, certain people that was ready to crash out for the family, they wasn't with it no more. And now they wanted to crash out on them.
Yeah, man. It's just my hypothesis, especially since I know this about the drones and stuff. When I first made it, I didn't even know all this information. This Just pointed me right to what I was suspecting.
That the Republicans did it, bro?
I didn't say the Republicans. I already told you what I said.
Well, it wasn't Chuck Schumer, right? That's what I'm saying. If it was Hades, right, it was somebody in the U.S. government. Now, I don't think the military really cares enough to have its own individual agenda, right? Like niggas just have a certain authority to use the military. So I'm saying, I'm asking who was calling the shots. I don't think the Donald was calling the shots on. And that's what makes me believe it was as simple as what they call him, a lone wolf. I mean, homie was just a lone wolf, man. There's a lot of these lone wolves out here, man. They be beating off in the crib, the anime and all that. And they be going to the range too.
Mm-hmm.
Lone wolves, man.
Tyler was what did he have any military background?
Nah, he was a kid. But you know, when he was, cause he not from Utah, right? I don't want to be wrong. I don't know if he was from PA or not, but I don't think he was from Utah. I'm not sure. But even if he was from Utah, yo, the gun range is all that's out there, man. Like that's culture. You ride behind them pickup trucks, it's gonna say, "In God We Trust," and it's gonna have two AK-47s like across each other in an X. That's what them
Man, that
people
was
do.
flying. They flew the plane over Candace Owens' house, man.
Yo, bro, ain't nobody worried about Candace, man. She see this as an opportunity because she gave Charlie Kirk some buns. See, I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? Like, what it really
Don't say
is it's a lot allegedly. Allegedly she gave him some buns, right? But
See, that ain't what I heard. I heard that he asked his wife, could he marry Candace Owens for political power and to start pushing the Mormon
see, now you
movement. That's why he
crashing
was in
out, bro.
Utah.
See, now you
See,
bugging. Nah,
what's
he
wrong
ain't
with
do that to that white
what's wrong
girl.
with my hypothesis, man?
He ain't do that to that
He
white
was
girl.
gonna take okay. I can't make you believe it, man. That's just my hypothesis. That's what the evidence pointing to my way.
Everybody's using his death for their own purposes, right? Like if Candace Owens was really in the mix, in the political mix, right? If them two goofy niggas that was doing that podcast was in the mix, they wouldn't be making their arguments and nobody would be thinking this shit. They just using it how they could use it.
I'm just kicking ideas around, man. You know me. I just think critically and
Yeah, they smoked that boy, man.
propose hypothesis.
Peace be upon him. But they smoked that boy.
No. And you talking about it, you said I sound like I agree with it. That's what you wonder why I asked you, was you a white?
I just felt like he was giving him too much credit even in his argumentation. Like his arguments wasn't good.
His arguments was good enough to get him millions of people to go to the polls, and he whatever argument he argued that he think them people should get to the polls, it was a million of them that agreed with that argument.
Yeah, but you could say the same thing for Al Sharpton, right? Like this was my thing with Charlie Kirk.
I think Al Sharpton only got 800,000 votes, some shit like that. He wasn't even close.
Nah, my nigga. Al Sharpton bring minimum 1 million niggas with him when he pull up. Minimum.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. My bad. I see what you're talking about. Now you're talking about the Million Man March.
No, not the no, not the Million Man March. I'm saying where he is now politically, right? It's funny you say the Million Man March because Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, right? They have way more sway than Farrakhan had when he did the Million Man March. Like they bring, it's because it's easy to mobilize people. They bring followers. When Ben Crump pop out, the followers pop out.
I
The
don't know.
people
What was
gonna
the
break
last thing
down the
you heard
video.
about? What's the last thing you heard about Al Sharpton? Hold on, let me look that up because I want to say
Orson Welles. Probably the last day I heard about the Donald. That's the last time I seen him take the podium. You know what's crazy, bro? The one thing I always think about is what would Charlie Kirk have said about Mello? What would Charlie Kirk have said about Orson Welles? I keep calling him Orson Welles. His name ain't Orson Welles. What's his name? Nolan Wells. Right? Like Charlie would have crashed on him. So I can't make the conspiracy argument more than white folk. Most white folk don't even subscribe to all this shit. They think Candace Owens and all of them crazy. Yellow Key got shot. We saw it on TV. That's it. We grieve for his wife. If his wife endorses you, I'm going to vote for you. Now, if it was a player got attached to that, because that was the end result. If his wife rock with you, you good in the midterms. Gucci. If you're a Republican. You know what I mean? And we going into a moment where the Donald Trump endorsement don't even mean nothing if you could get it. They got a whole nother Muslim to worry about. What's my man name from Michigan? You know who I'm talking about, A1. What's homie from Michigan name? I can't even remember. But they was bugging over Mondani. They like the whole Republican side after 6 years of the Donald, it's all crumbling. So being from New York, knowing the Donald like I know Donald, nah, they put a monkey wrench in the plan. B, we had him at the breakfast table. That was my man. I was gonna get him to push. He was going, nah, Barron can't do it. I was gonna get him to push the doctrine. That's the only reason I don't think it was Republicans. Because if we being real, Republicans in control of the government at the time. You know what I mean? The Donald getting rid of whole generals and whatnot. So the only people that had the power to get that done would be on the Republican side. I don't see nobody having that much motive to
well,
take out
I
Charlie
agree
Kirk.
with you, and I never said the Republicans did it. I don't know if anybody did.
So now let DEI tell it. Democrats can't even drive a drone. It wasn't them. If it was the Hades, let Charlie Kirk tell it. A nigga can't even drive a Hades. That was the main thing that he really goofed out when it came to me. He was talking about, oh yeah, if it's a black pilot, I'm gonna get off the plane because they're not skilled. Yo, fam, DEI is only an American thing. You
You
got
still
black
mad at
folk,
man's argument?
you
He
got
said,
black folk flying planes all over France, Britain.
"Why you do that?
Ain't no
Why you do that
DEI
man's
over there.
argument like? Why you do that man's argument like that?" He said, "If he get on the plane and he
He's a
see a black
goofy.
pilot, he said the first thing he's gonna think is, boy, I hope this guy's qualified."
No, he went as far as saying I'm getting off the plane. He went that far. Like he crashed out on it. And me, I walk on that JetBlue flight and I see a nigga with a do-rag on. Oh, bet I'm Gucci. He's a pilot. Come on, bro. Like, he was directly crashing on black people. I never liked that.
Yeah. He didn't like I can't say he didn't like you either, my guy.
Now we know that. We know he ain't like me. That's why I'm just watching. That's why I'm not crashing out for Candace Owens, nobody else. I'm just like, damn, bro, you got smoked. That's unfortunate. It's crazy out here. We told y'all. We told y'all this the type of time that them white boys be on. They be shooting up schools, everything else. Y'all letting them in the gun range at 18. They getting nice. Them boys is nice with that hammer. We told you.
That's all right. So right in a generation, everybody's kids will go to the NFL or the NBA.
Wait, what?
Didn't sound right, did it?
No, I ain't like I'm making a connection. What you was comparing little niggas going to the A to these niggas with hammers?
The comparison is why we ain't got our kids at the gun ranges. Why we ain't well, you said you was at the gun range.
I mean, there's so many answers to that, though. The honest truth is, it's a part of a culture that they built over the last, since 9/11, how many years it's been? Damn near 30, 25. This is the culture. Like, they're going to get nice with guns. They're going to protect their country. They're not going to accept government. They have the right to respond to it. These day arguments.
Yeah, I heard they was gonna all get on the rockets and leave us here on Earth.
Yeah, that might happen. You know who's gonna make it? The Hebrew Israelites. Like the Hebrew Israelites are gonna be the one niggas on the space station. They might be the janitors, right? But they gonna make it on the space station some kind of how.
The who?
The Hebrew Israelites. Now they gonna make it.
You think they gonna go with them white folks on them rockets?
Mm-hmm. Oh, without question. They gonna be on the space station Esau, right?
Because they need to, because they end result is they supposed to be able to slave the white folks, huh? So they ain't just to leave without, they ain't just to let them white folks leave without having the possibility of being there.
It's a new world, bro.
Wall Street is silly.
Yo, the new world is online. It's what goes viral. And so, you know, my people, like I'm a card carrier member of the Boule, we just kind of fell to the wayside. We not going viral. We not, you know, so if nobody talking about you right now, you ain't popping.
When you gonna
make
give
the
us
mother-
when you gonna give us a presentation, man?
The hard part is a presentation on what? Like I done thought about it, but when I just stand back, the arguments be so vast, right? Like my main op right now is the FBA. So I was thinking about giving a presentation on that, but it's so vast and they go so hard to not accept. So, like, no, African American ain't start with Jesse Jackson. It's documented in the 1700s in literature. But they'll fight that. So you can't get to the good parts you want to get to because you spend the whole time refuting that or qualifying that. Because I don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk, Jared Kushner, Benjamin Netanyahu, none of them niggas. I want my reparations, right? But I got to deal with FBA niggas. Then now everybody claiming Indian, y'all are messing up the bag. The bag ain't based around no Indians. The bag is based around America's understanding of the transatlantic slave trade. You can't take Africa out of that. You can't take African Americans out of that.
What about? Uh-uh.
You FBA, ain't you? I know you FBA.
Who? Me? No, I'm a quantum
Mhm.
onlyist.
You what?
I'm a quantum onlyist.
God damn it. You sound like my nigga. What's my nigga name? What's my man name? Light is God and God is electromagnetism.
Oh, you talking about Naga now? Naga?
That's
Team
my
Naga?
guys, Team Naga. What's a quantumist? Yo, go ahead, bro. What's a quantumist?
The who?
Quantumist. That's what you said,
What's
right?
what's no, I said quantum onlyism. You said what is quantum onlyism?
Pretty much, yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my worldview, man. That's my philosophy. It's a worldview that says from an individuality point of view, and that the necessary and constitutive conditions of existence is time and nature to have any intelligible answer for the things that we call supernatural.
So what's that? Basically, ain't no God.
No, that's not my total argument. The God that people has presented is not a coherent answer for what God should be.
I hold that position. Ain't no God.
What do the Boule believe about God? Wall Street?
About God, we just accept that if your religion or your God makes you better, then we can work with you. That's
That's
our
right.
position on it. You could be Boule and be atheist. You could be Christian, Islam, whatever you want. As long as it betters you and can help you be in a position to attain more shit for your people.
Okay.
Boule is just all about us getting ours, man, and putting the best people forward to make our arguments. That's it. That's on W.E.B. Du Bois and the dead homies. I always say that.
I agree with that. I was kind of talking about our American history last night. Got sideswiped. We're going to get back on that a little later.
I always be focused on, what's going on right now, man. The midterms, the climate of black people being found hung, and all of that.
What you think about that? Give us some of your thoughts on that.
So let me ask, listen, I was just about to ask a question. So do you think it's the white God that's doing that or the black God that's doing that?
I believe in the Most High, and I believe I'm the son of the Most High that makes the black man God. I don't separate gods. When I'm dealing with what's going on in politics and legislation, judiciary stuff, when I'm in America, It's just simply niggas versus crackers. And so when I look at the fact that Keefy D is on trial for something that happened damn near 50 years ago, but Mississippi was willing to look at the Nolan Wells case as no foul play. Yeah, those are my direct issues. Those are the issues that directly affect my environment.
All right, but you was just talking about how you was looking up about how the white people hang the black people, and you know all the suffering that the black people still go through until this day. And just because we was on the topic of God, I was just asking you. You said you believe in a supreme creator. Well, do you believe your supreme creator is just?
That's a good question. In all honesty, from what I know to be completely factual, I believe that man is the supreme creator of what happens around him. And so you can be in a position where no matter how just you are, you won't get what you deserve. You won't get what's fair to you. And I think that's kind of what happened with black people over
Oh,
time.
so hold on 1 second, because this is another important question. Because you said you believe the black man is God. If the black man is God, then how come white people are hanging black people and black people are not hanging white people?
Because every black person is in God, right? Every black
So
person
then how
doesn't
come the
have the
black people that are
understanding.
gods are just letting white people hang black people?
No, when I'm dealing with my understanding of what's God, you are God in your environment, on your planet, in your area, right? Like the
So
things.
now you just throwing a label of God around to any and everything. So what does God mean to you in your worldview?
To me, in my worldview, God is an understanding of a supreme mathematics and having a certain amount of lessons that are understood to qualify you to consider yourself God. And I'm not 5%, but I definitely, when I look at the different doctrines I've looked at, the 5% doctrine is one that I enjoy, I cleave to. I like it.
Okay, so within your definition of God, you gave a term by the name of mathematics. Can you give a mathematic form of God that you describe?
Well, I mean, it's the supreme mathematics. That's the simplest answer.
Right. What's the
You know, I
supreme
always lean
mathematic
on people
form?
way smarter than me.
Right. So what's the supreme mathematic form of God?
What's that? 21st today's supreme mathematics is wisdom knowledge. And what that means to me is with the right amount of wisdom, you can create a foundation to get the knowledge to make yourself God, to make yourself the supreme controller of your condition and your environment.
Are you saying wisdom precedes or not? Are you saying wisdom precedes knowledge? So wisdom come
No,
first and then knowledge come after?
no, I'm saying that's today's mathematics,
No, that's what I'm
right?
saying.
Like
Are you saying
in
in
the
today's
in the
world,
architect
wisdom?
of today's mathematics, yes, first.
Okay. So
One
number
is
one.
knowledge, two is
So
wisdom, three is understanding, four is culture freedom, five is power refinement. What's six? No, six ain't God. Seven is God. Six
where you
is
getting this from, bro?
equality. Seven
Can
is
you share your
God.
screen?
Eight is
Can you
build
share
and
your screen and
destroy.
show me
Nine
where
is
you getting this
born.
from?
And zero is cipher.
Or do you got a link or something that I can go check this out at?
Yeah, just put in supreme mathematics in Google. You'll find that breakdown. Yeah, it's just a 1 to 10 of conditions of man that when you put together the mathematics, like, you can
How
attain
come?
being a
How
god of your circumstance.
see my issue be Instead of people just letting objective reality be objective reality, y'all always have to place something over top of that. That's what makes it spooky. Like, why y'all just can't let life be life? Why y'all gotta, oh, life is supreme mathematics. Life is the divine being. The existence is there. Well, you always have to attribute a label that have nothing to do with the thing itself upon the thing. We gotta run, we gotta track stuff, family.
Well, I can't hear you no more.
I'm here, Brody. I just stopped talking.
Oh, my bad. I walked away from the computer.
Drop
Oh,
down.
he left.
Yeah. You know, we gotta run and gotta track stuff.
Yeah, the questions get hard.
My man said God was the supreme mathematics that was in man and allowed. What time? Whoa.
Yeah. I don't know what the attributes that they gave God in that form, especially when you talk about a creator, self-efficacious being with intention to do anything. They always seem to, everybody always seem to forget the priority of the word existence. This is a reference word to everything else that you're talking about. We have to know that for anything to have any agency, it has to exist. Now, when you talk about God and people's idea of God, we go back to prehistoric times before they was writing down history, and we find civilizations, and they talk about something greater than their self. People started giving this idea extra baggage, saying it's a man. And when they identified as a man, this was for their understanding. But it would come along with, if it's a man and this is what, then it has intentions like I do.
There you go.
And so when you look at this and you say, okay, it's the creator. If it created me, and I know that creation means if I have a mind like God, then I'm artificial intelligence. Like the life that we live in this case would be like you really couldn't be accountable for any of your actions when you look at it. So then we take the word God again and you say, what exactly would God look like then if you don't agree with that? And the only thing that I don't agree with is the intentions, because you can't say that God existed without being subjected to the mechanisms of time and nature.
There you go. And if you, the moment you say God is outside of time and nature, then by definition, God does not exist.
And so
anything outside time and nature does not exist.
Correct. Which leads me to, so what would God then be? A more logical explanation for what God is. For me, we have to find what is the reason we here and what sustains why we here. Not what makes me move, but the reason that there is existence. That's because there's time and that's because there's nature. Now these are two different.
Oh, go ahead. Finish up, and then I want to hop in right after you.
Now these are two different functions and conditions that intelligibly one can do nothing without. I mean, like you can't do nothing as opposed to even moving if you don't have time. You can't do nothing as opposed to making sure that what you're seeing isn't a part of you if you don't have nature. And if this mechanism of time and nature is the reason we are and what sustains us, then we know there's two different things. So if God is the reason for and what sustains existence, then nature is another part of that. So that thing that they was looking for when they was looking for goddess would have to be identified as nature. This is why I argue for time and nature being what we identify as God and goddess, because they are more intelligible when it comes to the answers for what we're looking for. That's really why there is an existence, and that's really what sustains existence. So God without intention is just that. And that's why I argue for that form of God and the creator.
It's important to note that some claims, not even some, all claims or all results have periods. I'm a type of person, you know, I've often explained this, right? If I hold the belief, then okay. If I can validate it, then it's true for me. If I can't validate it, fall by the wayside. Does God exist? The process, and we came to the conclusion that God does not exist. That's where it ends for me at. I don't then try to go, okay, well, now what is God? Well, now how is God? Well, now how do we? No. God does not exist. That's where it ends for me. Just like when we found out that Santa Claus does not exist, that's where it ends. The tooth fairy does not exist. That's where it ends. I don't go looking for how the tooth fairy then did this and then what we label as the tooth fairy so we can label this on it. No. God don't exist. God don't exist. Now let's look at what does exist and then figure out what this is. If we spend more time figuring out what does exist, then maybe we'll be further in, technological advancements. And then try to figure out, okay, can we make something that does not exist exist? That right there is a fallacy, because non-existence will always be non-existence. Existence will always be existence. So if God does not exist, right, when we came to the conclusion, then there is no way that we can make something that does not exist exist. And so that's why I just leave it at God does not exist.
Yeah, and that's why I ain't no naturalist. That's why I'm an honest, because I know that even though you might not want to look for it, you know that it's something there. It's just that when you come to a lot of the atheist type views, worldviews, and things, they stop short because they say, well, I can't identify that as God. Now, I agree with atheists when I say that God that you're saying that's a self-efficacious being that's responsible for creation. I don't agree with that. However, I do agree that there is a higher reality. The conditions of existence is what they're really looking for. So once I understand that, then it goes to, so they had the wrong definition of what they was looking for. So we're not going to take out that there ain't something else. I'm not just going to say, oh, no, it ain't something else. So that's where I stop at. That's for me. Because for me, that just.
So I think what a lot of people do is they make category errors when they when they look in religion and they try to bring religion into reality. Religion is mythos. It has no place in our real world foundation, right? So when they're talking about heaven, they're talking about an unseen, unexperienced realm. We can't bring that here. When they talking about God, for example, they're talking about something that does not logically fit in this reality coherently. So we can't then just make that something that fit here. No,
yes, we
we
can.
can't.
We can prove. Yes, we can. This is what philosophy is. You can argue that idea is incoherent, and then you can give a coherent idea of what God should be. Yeah, we can do that. We can definitely do that.
Well, no, because then you were talking about, okay, what God? When you say, so that's the issue. Hold on one second, real fast. This is the label fallacy that a lot of people make. God comes with religion. You just can't talk about God and not talk about religion. So when you're talking about, okay, well, this God is infallible, or God, da 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 da, the main question from someone like me then becomes, well, what God are you talking about? Because there's a zillion, trillion, billion gods. So if this God is the wrong God, right? And then you say, okay, well, this is what they're talking about when they talking about God. Well, then how does this negate all the other gods that's being talked about? Because all of these people are saying your God is the false God. So this is the issue we have when we put labels like God and angel and all of these things that fit inside the supernatural realm onto life, is because with these things comes religion. You can't put a religion on life. So when you put, so for an example, I was just having a conversation with a brother. I'm gonna land my plane right here, Quantum. I was just having a conversation with a brother about the issue with putting the term creator onto energy. Why? Because once you put the term creator onto energy, now you give energy an attribute that it does not have. Energy does not create. Energy transmutes from state to state. So he said, okay, well, what was before energy? That is a nuanced question. That's a question that's incoherent. First law of thermodynamics say energy cannot be created nor destroyed. How do you create something that cannot be created? So this is the issue that we have with God. The moment you put God on anything and try to say God is a creator of anything, you now have to account for energy. Because nothing created energy. Energy was all what energy always was, always will be. And so the moment we understand that all of this system is just energy transmuting from one state to another state, then people will say, okay, well, energy is God. No, energy is not God. Energy and God are two completely different things. When you say God, you're talking about some omniscient, omnipresent, supernatural thing. When you're talking about energy, you're talking about a fundamental, objective reality, fundamental reality of the universe. Those are two things we cannot conflate the two. And the moment we conflate the two is the moment where people start getting confused. People start saying anything, and then things start getting coherent because people are flip-flopping and they're trying to make God, they're trying to make religion, I apologize, they're trying to make science validate God, which science does not validate God. Actually, science proves that there is no room for God. How can there be a creator? The first question, right? God is a creator. God is something that creates. How can there be a creator when the fundamental reality or the fundamental substance that make up reality, which is energy, was not created? How can you create something that was not created? That's the dilemma with the God issue. This is why energy cannot be God. Because God, energy, unlike God, does not create. It transmutes. I land my plane with that. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I definitely agree for that. That's why I don't argue for that. Because I know that energy would need time. It'd have to have a nature. It would have to exist. And this is why I argue from a point of intelligibility. Because if something is real, this is my first premise. If we know, that's why I say it's the only logical explanation for the things that we got and the things that we actually experience. The priority of the word existence is to be in the physical form, able to observe and be observed in some state, phase, or form. That's what we know when it comes to the argument for what is. Now, as you said, creator, just don't work for me. Because I recognize the same things you do when you talk about the word creation. However, I deal with formation. And this is why I say you can argue for a different existence and the difference for an intelligible answer. And the reason I still argue for a God is because, like you said, when I look at the idea of God, I don't look at the same idea of God. And so I argue for a more intelligible proposition of what God really is when people start talking about it, because attributes were added. What is the reason we here and what sustains it? Whatever that is, that's the highest power. That's what's regulating everything. That's what has been able to be in some state, phase, or form at what we know as all times. So if you had a nature and there was time, then those two things, if everything comes from that, because like you said, ain't nothing created, it formed from what has always been, then those things are superior in existence.
Now, if I
hold on, let
really
me finish. No. Let me finish real quick. If those things are superior in existence, and you telling me that God is superior, and I ask you what is God, you tell me that that's what's God, and I see that what you call God sustains existence and is the reason for existence among all these other things. I argue with you that all of those other things are added for no reason. And it adds baggage to Occam's razor. So if time and nature are necessary and constitutive for existence, and this is the reason that there is an existence, and this is what sustains existence, because existence is a self-sustaining system, like you said, like always have been, some state, phase, or form. Then that thing that people say when they say God, while theirs is unintelligible, intelligible, it's incoherent when it comes to reasoning of logic. But logic, however, when it comes to the question of what is the higher reality, we talk about what is it that gives us answers. And what is it that gives us answers? Like you always say, it has to be something within existence. It has to have a nature. We have to be able to experience it. This is with everything. It has to have a force that we can feel. It has to have a barrier that we can see the individuality of this thing and not this thing. So why is it when we say that God is the creator of everything, they always start jumping from he created himself to he is existence? They say that's what I'm talking about when I say it. But yet they still, and most of these people, they have the biblical idea of God as the creator. So I never get why they even argue for that, for the incoherence in the first place. So like I said, why argue for time and nature as my God and goddess? I don't argue for the creator idea of God, because that's incoherent.
It's my turn. Just let me know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that's why I just look. I let terms be what they are. I'm not Merriam-Webster and I'm not Oxford. I can't change the terms. I just work in the reality of what they are, right? So once a Hindu tell me this is what their God is, I find an incoherence. Okay, we know that don't exist. Once the Christians, the Abrahamic faith, and we gotta stop separating the Christians, the Islams, and the Jews. It's called the Abrahamic faith for a reason. They all believe in the same God, even if they don't think they do. But the Abrahamic, once I ask you what God is and you start giving me that breakdown, I see how it's incoherent. Anytime you tell me, anytime I ask you, anytime you tell me you have a God, see, here's some of the, we can go everywhere with this. Here's our number one. Anytime you tell me you have a God, my first question is always going to be, right? What God? What is your God? Or who is your God? That's number one. Number two, the moment you label God onto that thing automatically comes with certain applications. Worship, right? Divination, right? Supernatural. Like these things come with this terminology of God, because that's what the people that invented the term God, that's what they intended it to be. This is why people from the Eurocentric place, this is why they always get the Netchers mixed up, because they think the Netchers was gods. But when we come and say, well, wait a minute, the Netchers can't be gods, because when we say the word with the term God, we're talking about supernatural. The Netchers are natural, so they can't be gods. But they say, people say, okay, when we talk about God, we talk about something natural. No, you can't put your own definition on God. You can only work within the reality of the definition that God has. Now, if you compressing labels or labeling transfers and things of that nature, then you just making up which everybody got the right to do. Everybody got the right to do that. But now you're starting a following. Now you're starting something like a religion. You see what I'm saying? Now, when we get to dealing with God, I don't know nobody that's going to deal with the God they don't have to worship. Oh, wait a minute. You telling me this God exists? Yep. But I don't have to worship it? Nope. Well, then how do I know this? Like, what do I do? How do I interact with it? No, it just exists. Like, it don't work that way. We know things here have empiricality. We know things here exist because we can experiment with it. Even if we can experiment indirectly with something, we know that there are things that people describe. It's just like, this is why when you ask some people about God, it's so indescribable to them, because they don't know what it is, because it's not natural, because it is a concept that's been brought into being. There was a time on this planet where there was no God. Nobody on a planet was ever thinking about a God until that word came into being. Now, am I saying there was a time on this planet where people didn't give homage to nature? Absolutely not. But what do I always say? And we can see this. You go look up reverence in the dictionary and look up praise in the dictionary. You'll get two different things. There was a time when the ancient people gave reverence to nature. They didn't worship nature. They looked at themselves as part of nature. Over time, that became religious, because you started adding in things like worshiping and deities and gods and extra forces. But in the beginning, it was just nature. Now, in science, we've made an amazing leap, right? Now we know that energy and matter are interchangeable. So we know the only two fundamental things that are in existence is energy and matter. And everything are conditional states between the two. So now what scientists are doing, working in the quantum field, is they want to be able to stop the collapsing between the two. They want to be able to shift they want to be able to shift a particle and stop a particle from collapsing into a wave. And then they want to keep the equilibrium of a wave and stop that from collapsing into a particle. Whenever we deal with science, there is no God. There's just what's empirical. Now, hey, people got their own subjective beliefs. I'm going to land right here, Brother Quantum. People have their own subjective beliefs. But that does not make their subjective belief objective when it comes to nature. Go ahead, brother. I land my plane with that. I apologize. I'm long-winded, by the way, bro.
Oh no, for sure. What they say, that's called getting the understanding of one's view, so people know. Said that's why I don't deal with the
I can't hear you if you're talking, bro. You cutting in and out.
What about now?
Yeah, you sound a little better. You sound like you on the microphone.
My bad, I had to go get in the car, man. I got to go make my afternoon runs. That's why I switched my phone onto this but yeah, humble. That's why I argue for the new definition. Like you said, you ain't marrying any of those. But when you take certain steps, especially in the philosophical world, you have the right to form arguments against all the old ideas, the ideas of what people said and what they had, figure out why they wrong. And that's what we do, right? Like I said, that's what we both do. It's just
facts.
I feel like if we figure out the mechanisms and the conditions that people was talking about, then we can have answers to that. So when somebody do say time, they can say, oh, time is God. I mean, when somebody do say God, somebody say, oh, time is God. Well, how is time God? And then you explain what God is, and you explain formation, and you explain your whole mechanism, and then people will understand what you mean when you say God, because you will prove that it ain't only a God. There's also this thing called goddess, which is actually nature. Oh, what's nature? That's the structure and the individuality of all of existence. This is what we see. Like, we see these things. That's why I say I argue for intelligibility, because the answers that they look for, while they're not in that form, they can be found if you ask the question right and your answer is stationed right, because there is a supremacy in that thing that they're looking for. However, that thing doesn't have intention, and that's the problem we have. I don't know if you want to call it a new thing or whatever, but to me, it's the function of God that we're looking for when we think about anything. What's the function of this word God? What is it supposed to be doing? Once you give it like a human form, like you said, and say that it's a creator and the creator of thing with agency, that's where I disagree with the word. And
But
so
then,
I can't
you know what's so interesting about that, Quantum? When we talk about energy, we don't know what energy is. We just know the functions of energy.
Correct.
We just know it can be created nor destroyed. It can only be transmuted from state to state. We don't know what energy is. We just know it makes up everything in our empirical existence. And and here's the thing about God. Here's another thing about God. The moment you bring God into reality, now we need a causal closure for God, because we know for every physical effect, there's a physical cause. And if you're saying that God is a physical cause of anything, you're now saying that God can be measured. And science have not measured anything like that yet.
But for me, they have time. That's why I say it's wonderful.
No, because that's what I'm saying. So when you say, okay, time, you're saying time is God. But when I'm talking about God, I'm talking about the definition of what a God is. I'm not
talking
just
about the tradition. You talking about the traditional outlook?
Right. I'm not saying let's take a label and slap it on time or slap it on nature or slap it on energy, because we can do that, but that does not make those things we slap the label on, that does not make that God.
Until you argue for it. Until you argue for it.
Definition. No,
You
no,
want to
no.
debate that? You want to debate that?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Bet.
Oh yeah.
Remember, I'm coming from philosophy, so don't get mad from me when I bring the philosophical definitions of why we can argue for that. Because you can argue for the title of God. That's what everybody been doing. In fact, just like you said, even when you said it earlier, when you was talking about commissions and you was talking about the net. Hold on, you was talking about the Neteru. Let me show you why I say quantum onlyism is the truth, because it has no bias for anything. The same thing you said we can't do with God, they did that with the Neteru, and you agree with that.
No,
They did that exact. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. That same thing that you said when you said we can look back and we can see the evolution of the Neteru throughout time, and that's not the same as God, and that's how we know that it's different. It's nature. I agree with that. But you talked about the evolution of the thing that it actually was first. You know what has always been the same within existence? Time and nature. So if you can argue that same argument for the Neteru, why is it different when you argue that for somebody else trying to answer the question of what God should be?
I'm about to explain to you now. Because what you're doing is you're making a connotation fallacy. God hold a certain connotation in this reality we live in. You cannot erase those connotations on God. How many connotations you want there? That's not how these things work. Because
how
now
many different definitions of God? How many different definitions is it of God in a dictionary or different glossaries? And how many different definitions of it is it of God when with people in their regular understandings? Just between different people that's not even documented. Think about the documented definitions of the God, and people use the word God.
But here's the thing. Number one, there's only one definition for the word God. You look up the word God, you're only going to get, you're going to get 1, 2, 3. You're going to get one main definition, and then you're going to
not. How many did you say? I know it's at least 5. I know it's at least 5.
What you're going, they all center around the one main thing: creator, deity, worship. Whenever you enter God, you enter theism. This is why God is synonymous. This is why I'm talking about the category fallacy you're making, right? So when you, in a connotation fallacy, when you say God, there's things that imminently come with the term God, right? Such as theism. Theism is the belief in God. If you're saying there's a God, then you're a theist, right? Okay, now, what's another thing that comes with God? Creation. If you're saying you believe in God, then you're saying you believe in a creator. So now, when you argue for something that cannot be created, but then you argue on the other hand that something created the thing that cannot be created, now you're like, okay, that's a conflation fallacy right there. Association fallacy. I apologize. That's an association fallacy right there, because you're associating two distinctly different things to one another. And that's where the conflation fallacy comes into play, because you're conflating science and religion. And science does not validate religion, and religion does not validate science. These are the fallacies that one creates when they try to blend God with anything physical. Because there's things that come with this term when we use the word God. We can't just take the term without everything that come behind it. When you take this term, you've got to take the things that come behind it. So when you take this term and place it on something like nature, now you turn nature into something that creates. You turn nature into something that is to be worshipped. You turn nature into a religion. Or time, I apologize. You turn time into a religion. And so when you do that, you take time out of the ramification of science, out of the ramification of objective, observable reality, empirical reality, and you put it into place of mythology. Mythology and observable reality are not the same. This is why when we speak about things, I'm gonna land my plane right here. This is why when I speak about things, I like to be correct when I use the terms, and this is why I keep certain terms separate. This is why I keep the terms energy and God separate, because I know if I conflate energy with God, then there's a lot of things that are attached to God that are going to be overlaid with energy that I don't want there, because energy don't act in that function. I land my plane with that, Brother Quantum. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I see your concerns. However, I think you arguing an argument against somebody that don't argue the same thing I argue, because I never said energy or anything. When we talk about arguments and philosophical arguments, to say one can't argue for the definition of a word and what it should be, as we sit there at the same time and say that netters mean nature. So when people say gods, they don't mean gods. But then you turn and say that the netters do the thing that these people say God do. Now are you arguing for is what you calling this thing? And so we see again that it's like a standard and not a conflation, because it would be conflating the idea if I said time and nature were created. My argument is not for the creator idea of God. And that's what it is. See, the understanding of what people think God is has been wrong. Not the definition. That's the definition they was looking for. That definition doesn't fit what we mean when we say God. How do we know it doesn't fit? Because it isn't logically possible. So do you stop arguing for God? You can if you want to. For me, it's incoherent, because people will still argue if God exists or not. So then what's the intelligible way to explain what these people were talking about when we agree, as you said, when they first started calling it was nature they was looking at. So then we know if time and nature is natural and everything needs ordered update and structural constraint, what is the problem with identifying these things coherently and intelligibly as what you're looking for, arguing for or arguing against? It fits better when you ask, what is the reason we are here and what sustains it? Not did it create us or any of those things, because that's a whole different argument. I'm talking about the idea of a creator God is incoherent. The word God is not incoherent. It means something. And people argue for this, and they've been arguing for this, like I said. So while you can snap the word God on whatever, it just comes to the argument of what fits that that exact standard of what you're looking for when you say God. Me, myself, I'm not looking for a creator. I'm looking for what is the reason there's an existence and what sustains existence. And when I look at existence, I see that there's a morphogenic process to everything within existence. It changes from state, phases, and form. Always have, always will. And so then we argue for what are those conditions. Those conditions are that there's time and nature. And so my argument will always be against the idea of the traditional God for a better understanding and an update for what God is. And that's what it is, because that's what we're doing. We're updating our information. So we got to update exactly what it is. What was they looking for? You say it's nature. Is that the same function that I'm talking about? Then why do you disagree when I say that's goddess, if I understand that time also has a mechanism that nature needs? And so that must be the reason that there is an existence and isn't. I don't think that it'll ever cause a religion when you argue that these are the functional foundations and are only meant to be seen as, and see, and this is where I ain't gonna say I took, it just felt like that out of the idea of the nature and things. These are forces that we can these are conditions that we can actually identify, time and nature. They are real. And they superior, because everything needs time and nature to have an intelligible idea of what it is. You can't explain nothing without understanding that it needed time to even become what it is when you identify it. That's the beauty of quantum onlyism. That's why I can say I'm not a theist, because I'm the traditional idea of God is what a theist is. I don't have the traditional outlook. These are new ideas and new philosophical views. And so while you might not want to argue with them, you still gonna have to deal with it because I have a more coherent ideal of what God should be labeled as. We're not gonna let it go.
Okay. So it's my turn now, Quantum? Okay. So me and Quantum agree that, I would agree with Quantum on the time and nature thing, right? Of course, time, nature, space, time, existence, we agree on existence, right? My thing is, and I think we both agree that energy is the fundamental substance, right? That transmute into all of those conditions. Energy, we already identified what there is at the base level of everything. We already know the functions of that. We don't know what it is, but we know the functions. Now, what we disagree on is, can we call that God? I say we cannot call that God. Why do I say we cannot call that God? Because God already has functions attached to it. Let me show y'all what I mean. Quantum, can you share my screen, please? Or are you able to share my screen?
Dang, Humble, I'm in the car. I told you that's why I switched, because I got in the car. I'm on my phone now.
Don't worry about it. I can read it. So when you look up the definition for God, it says the definition for God varies significantly across cultures, philosophies, and religious traditions. Generally, it refers to the supreme being, creator, or ultimate reality. Monotheistic tradition, right? Judaism, Christianity, Islam. It says Sikhism, right? In monotheistic religion, God is understood as the supreme creator, the singular, uncaused creator of the universe and everything in it, right? The omnipotent, omnipresence, possessing infinite power and infinite knowledge, omnipresent, present everywhere simultaneously, personal or transcendent, often viewed as personal, being who interacts with humanity, answer prayers. These are the parts we have to deal with God, right? So the supreme creator, that right there, we got to hold on one second. I got the omnipotent and omnipresence. We can get that with energy. But then these are the issues we have issues with when it comes to God, right? Answering prayers, right? Establishing moral laws while simultaneously existing beyond the physical universe, right? And then we have people like Aristotle, right? Who go ahead, Quantum. You good? You good over there, Brody?
My bad. I'm covering, Humble. Go ahead.
But so then we have people like Aristotle, who say God is an ultimate cause or first mover that sets the universe into motion without being moved by anything else. That right there is incoherent. I see where Aristotle's trying to go, but that's incoherent. Why is it incoherent? Because we know that energy is always moving. What moves energy? Vibration moves energy. Vibration never stops. Everything vibrates. So we know this by definition cannot be a coherent view of God. Absolute idealism, a unifying ultimate reality or grounding of all beings from which all particular emanate, right? This sounds like energy, right? But this is, again, like Brother Quantum said, this is a philosophical way of bringing energy. But again, it like the idealism, right? But I don't think that this would classify in a sense like Quantum would say as a religion. Just is a philosophical stance on them trying to talk about what God is. But then my issue is they're just talking about energy. They're just talking about how energy works. And so what they're doing is they're just placing a label onto energy and saying that's God, right? The ontological definition of anihilism, right? Defined as that which nothing greater can be conceived, right? Again, right? The only thing that we could probably conceive is energy. That's the greatest, but that is natural. That is nothing that is omnipresent, got his own mind, putting things in motion. Is nothing that you have to, it's not religious. When you talk about God, you're talking about religion. And I think that's the issue that me and Quantum, that's the hump or that's the phase that me and Quantum come to a standstill, is that you cannot put God onto nature because you cannot put God onto nature, because then nature becomes religious. And that's, I'm gonna land my plane. Go ahead, Brother Quantum.
And you absolutely right, Humble. And that's why I say my argument, my philosophical argument, is totally different from that of the people who say energy have the conclusion that God is energy or light or electromagnetism. That's why I say my argument, because anytime I look at those things, I say, well, do they exist? And then I say, if they exist, what is existence? And that's why I always argue for. But I see that ain't what we talking about. I see the type of arguments that you talking about. You actually not talking about my type of argument. Maybe that's why you said my argument was conflating, because I understand exactly. I understand exactly what you mean when you say, like, you can't place the title God, especially the traditional title God, on different things, because you'll always find a mechanism that's greater than that shows why it is. Like energy is at different capacities at different times, in different, like you said, forms or values. So when you look at energy and you say that energy is God, like you said, it's a substance, and a substance would need the conditions to be. This is what leads them back to cause and effect within existence. That's a fallacy for me. That's why I don't do it, because when you talk about Aristotle and he was talking about the unmoved mover, when you say it like that, that means that mover can move, right? And so then you say energy is that unmoved mover. Well, that really couldn't be logically sound. And why? Because if you look at it as that it's coming into existence, then something would have had to create it. And the idea of a creator just ain't sound for me.
It ain't
just
sound
ain't
for me either,
sound.
Brother Quantum. And I get where
that's why I say I agree.
See what I'm saying? And that's why I'm actually explaining certain things the way that I'm explaining them. You feel what I'm saying? Because
yeah, I see now.
You know how when me and you first talked, or some of the earliest when we first talked, one of the issues that you came out when you talk about your philosophy is a lot of people try to say that your philosophy is a religion because you use God, but then you had to keep clarifying what you meant by Father Time and Mother Nature. You see what I'm saying? And now you see, now we having this conversation, and now you see why they kept saying that, because there's already a connotation attached to God. So when you say this is God, then they'll say, oh, well, how is this God? And da 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 da. And then you have to come and say, well,
I didn't even think about it like that. I didn't even think about it. That's why a lot of them was arguing like that.
Yes. Because you have to think, most of these people already have the idea. I don't even want to say idea. They already know what God is, right? God is an omnipotent force that answer prayers. This is why I say God comes with a religion. So then, if you ask a person what God is, or if you ask a person if they believe in God or not, they're automatically talking about this God. But then for you, it's opposite, because when somebody asks you about God, you're not talking about that God. You're talking about God in your own sense. But they're not going to be able to perceive the God in your sense, because when every time they hear the word God, is going to take them back to what
They
they
think
know
about
about
creator,
God.
like I did before I was able to shake that. Yep, I get it.
Exactly.
I mean, like
This is
like
why,
I
you know
was before.
what? This is why I said earlier, right? I stopped at God don't exist. I don't even want to try to bet it don't exist. Just like I stopped at Santa Claus don't exist. Just like I stopped at Tooth Fairy don't exist. When we deal with everything that make up what we are now, we are already working on that, right? We already got terms for that we can verify in the scientific field. Energy, matter, mass, vibration, frequency. We can play with these things. We ain't gotta make them spooky. You feel me?
But they always do. You see, everybody else, everybody have that different. Oh, and no, energy is it's sound. The first one, you know what I'm saying? That's why I say the argument for it is always gonna go on, humble.
It is, and you know that's why we got brothers like me in the community now. Because as long as the arguments go on, they give me people to beat up on. They give me people to beat up on.
Because I done heard, I mean, you know, when you start talking to people about God and stuff, at first, it don't matter which God it is, unless it's time. Time has always stayed the same. When I argue for time anyway. But a lot of people, when they talk about God, it don't matter how they start. It changes so much within the argument, and you can just count the ways that it changed. From a
And
man.
the issue with all of these, and I'm gonna tell you the real main issue with their God argument, right? Even if you want to say the supreme creator and you don't follow a necessary religion, that God takes a belief. So your belief in that God gives it attributes. Now, to prove that God, all we gotta do is say, okay, well, can we prove the attributes? We can prove the attributes of everything that exists. Why shouldn't we be able to prove the attributes of this God someone is claiming to exist? I think that's a fair question. What about you, Connor?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a fair question. When you see what my proposal of God is something that I can actually explain and verify. So hell yeah, for anybody else, because you ain't just talking about my argument. Anybody that says that they can God, you have to be able to identify it and give us what it is, the mechanism, so we can experience it. Dang, you ain't at your computer either, are you, humble? Humble, you at your computer? You ain't at your computer, are you? Can you hear me, humble? Oh, I done cut out.
Yeah, I'm here, Brody. I'm talking to my daughter in the background. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay, bet, my bad. Um, what's the name? Wall Street. I see you in the back, man. I'm not at my computer. I'm actually making my afternoon rounds. I think A1. See if he pop back up. But I can't let you up right now. Wall Street. I ain't at my computer. I don't think Humble at his either.
I'm back, Brody. My daughter just got home from school. I was just talking to her about her little day. Go ahead, Brody.
Gotcha. I was about to say you at your computer, Humble. Can you can't you ain't on your account where you can let anybody up, are you?
What you say, Brody? I apologize.
I think you can't let nobody up, can you?
Nope. I wish I could.
Dang, I think Wall Street. He said backstage. So Wall Street, if you hear us, we can't let you up. A1 is probably out of there until 10. I think he said. But I'll be back at the house. Hell, I don't know, 45 minutes. But
no, what was you just saying, Brody? Maybe I have a response to what you was just saying. We got Brother Sad in the building. We got Old Account. We got Immortal Dragon. What it do, family?
I can't remember exactly. We was talking about people that say that energy is God.
Oh yeah, well that's not true because we know God is a omniscient being that is said to have had powers, and you gotta pray to God and all of that stuff. When we look at energy, we see that energy is a substance that cannot be created or destroyed but transmute from state to state. Anything extra you add to that is just flim flam. We know, like it's just moment you add, you gotta pray to it. It's personal. You gotta talk to it, and no, that's flim flam.
And when you say energy in this form, because you know it's
and that's the thing about God too, if I may. That's the thing about God too. The moment you strip away any quality from God, it stops being God. The moment you strip away the fact that you don't have to pray to it, it stops being God. The moment you strip away the fact that it created all of existence, it stopped being God. The moment you strip away these attributes from God, it stopped being God. Now, this is another issue I have with the labeling fallacy, right? Because once you take this label, strip away all the things that come with it, all the connotations that come with it. Once you place it on something that already have connotations, and then you invert those connotations, right? That thing is no longer God. That thing is now the thing that you placed it upon. You see what I'm saying? Just because you put an orange skin on top of an apple, don't make the orange an apple. It's still an apple. And so that just be the we got Cosmon in the building. What up, Cosmon? Hey, listen, this fit for your creator too, Cosmon. This fit right. What I'm saying go for your creator as well. Because you cannot create something that cannot be created. That might be our debate. Oh, I can't wait to get you in the face off, boy. Oh, I can't wait to get you. Can you create something that cannot be created? I need you to answer that, Cosmon. What you say to that, Quantum? What would your answer be from your philosophical viewpoint, Quantum, of that question if I asked that to you?
What's that?
Can you create something that cannot be created?
What would be my answer to that?
Yes.
Begging the argument that I believe in creation?
No, I'm saying from your only explanation.
Yeah, hell no.
Absolutely not. And so I think Owaspi, hey man, you fall into the category of religion, bro. You're gonna have to deal with that. It's okay if you're religious, Cosmon. You just gotta stop trying to flam at people and then trying to beat me. Yo, this man, my son, bro, he wanna be a methodological naturalist so bad. Eternal. I'm gonna explain to you why you're not a methodological naturalist and why you can never be one, right? Because there is no creator in naturalism. By definition, matter of fact, that's a conflation fallacy, quantum. That's worse than being an agnostic Christian. Being a naturalist and having a creator. Where they do that at, quantum? When
gang.
He don't
Shut
even
up,
know.
yeah, the gang.
He don't even know what the definition of a naturalist is. So ain't no way, bro. See, I told y'all, your Cosmon out of his league, bro. Cosmon out of his league.
Dang, man, I wish I was at home. I asked Cedric to come up. Because he said to explain.
Let me call him. Give me a second. Let me call him. See if he answer.
Shout out to Chet. Where you at? Shout out Cosmon, Immortal Dragon. Seed said. PK Ortega in the building. Old account. Immortal Dragon in the building. Smash. Jay Snake. You know my guys is in the building, man. Max Leisure. Shout out to More Wisdom. M2F. Marti. Smashing Idol. Jay Snake. Shout out everybody in the chat and where you at. We just kicking back. Trying to get some hours under our belt, man. Some nice topic. I don't know who was here earlier about the Charlie Kirk part, but we done went on to talking about different philosophical views and reasoning with the word God. Humble got some great points of concern, and everybody do, you know, on different views and different perspectives. I wonder, when you form a definition, said like you said, you can't form it because it makes it unfalsifiable. But if you form a definition and you give the mechanism to falsify your argument, isn't that not? I can't think of how to say it. I think he'll understand what I'm talking about if you hear me.
I'm back. I'm talking to my daughter. Go ahead, Brittany.
Humble. Cosma asked you a question in the chat.
What did he say? What is supernatural?
No, he say a metaphysical. That's where you at. What is supernatural? Yeah, you can start there. He gave a couple more too. That's
okay. What is supernatural? Something that is supernatural is something that is outside the realm of what we call our natural or our empirical reality. Humble, a metaphysicalist, is cosplaying as a naturalist. He is terrible, bro. That's what you are. No, you are a theist cosplaying as a naturalist. That's what you are. Imaginary like what? Imaginary like arbitrary. Imaginary like abstract. Right? So this was the hey Quantum. Do you remember my video the other day I did about numbers?
About who? My bad, I cut my air conditioner. About numbers? Oh yeah.
So this is the realm that we would put God in. Abstract realms. Realms that They don't really exist, right? But to make people feel good, they just want to place the label on something, onto actual reality. The issue with the God is if we do that, then God by definition becomes an illogical fallacy, right? It will break the law of non-contradiction. So we can't just do that. You see all the issues you run in with a creator. My man Old Account say nature is supernatural on its own. This is, come on, bro, you terrible. You would have to prove that, Old Account. I'm gonna tell you source up on that one, bro.
I would love to hear his argument for that.
Yeah, that's wild right there.
I'd love to hear that.
That's why I keep everything the way it is, Quantum. I don't try to create my own stuff because I know how easy it is for people to call it flim flam if they don't understand it. I don't try to, exaggerate on certain things because I know how these people do. You know what I'm saying? I try to go off of what I know, what I study. Okay, how does this apply to me? Okay, how can I put this into practice? How can I experiment this? Okay, what is empirical? At the end of the day, that's what it's about for me. I don't care about what you believe. I don't care about what your feelings is. I care about what's empirical.
What you can see. I care about what you can experience without no contradiction.
And so that's the thing as well, right? This is the thing about this labeling system, right? So physical is not just what you can see, taste, touch, smell, and hear. When we say physical, we're talking about the encompassing thing that makes up existence. Anything that exists is a part of the
That's
physical.
why I say that would. That's why I say that which you can experience, observe, identify.
Yep. Directly or indirectly.
With no special pleading.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It would be nice for it to be a motherfucker who just mean to just trip right after doing something mean and me say that was God right there. But I know it just don't happen.
I've done that a couple times in my life, bro. I've done that a couple times in my life.
It would be wonderful to be able to say that and to have confirmation that what that was. But I see that there's people who should have been tripped way more than that woman who just cussed me out because I didn't hold the door open for her.
That's facts.
And then she tripped. There's people who deserve it way more than that. So that would be my only argument for it. You know what I'm saying? But it would be, I mean, and I think some people like that idea so much that
my hypothesis about that. See, we was talking about Charlie Kirk earlier. Let's talk about that. Why do people want to hold on to the world view of God, but not follow the customs and traditions of where that you come from? My hypothesis on that is because they are afraid. They still have an inkling in them that still holds on to that doctrinal belief that they're going to go to hell when they die. And so they want to hold on to something, to if it's a smither or something, so the moments before they die, they can say, forgive me for my sins. And when they pass on, they can think they're going to heaven. They still believe somewhere in there that there's a heaven that they're going to go to after they, that there's a heaven and hell. That's what they believe. It is like, I don't know, bro. That's wild. That's wild to me.
That's wild. And that's why I just can't deal with it because it takes no accountability.
Old account. Our old account said our physical planet is sitting on nothing, unseen nothing called energy is holding up a physical world that is supernatural. Number one, there is no such thing as nothing in terms of existence. No thing does not exist. That's the attribute of no thing. No thing by definition is non-existence. They're one and the same. Existence is something that exists. And so existence will never go to non-existence, and non-existence will never go to existence. So when you see unseen things in the universe, those are unseen. It doesn't mean that there's nothing there. See, y'all be conflating that. Oh, well, you know, our planet's sitting in some unseen space. Yeah, it's unseen, but that don't mean that it's unseen. It's nothing there. It's still something there. Hella scarier than science. Facts, immortal. Hey, they believe it though. Exactly, Cosmon. So that's where me and you can agree, Cosmon. It's not sitting on, it's sitting in something, not no thing, something.
Immortal Dragon say science is hell is scarier than science.
Mm-hmm.
Science scary. Science scary, Immortal.
That's crazy.
Let me think. I got to think real quick. Can I think of some scary things? I mean, experimentation.
Unseen and no thing do not mean the same thing. Unseen means that it's undetectable by our observable eyes or our observable lens. No thing means something that does not exist. Those are two different things. Something can be non-observable to our observable eyes and still exist. It's called infrared. We can't detect infrared, but that doesn't mean that infrared doesn't exist. It still exists. It just does not exist in the frame of reference in which we can see.
But the greatness of humans, when we become accountable, have been able to find ways and build technologies that can actually detect the infrared.
There you go.
So I said we can't take away the greatness.
But you know what we can't do? And you know what we'll never be able to do? Find a thing that detect God.
Not one.
We'll be able to do a whole lot of other things. We'll be able to
do
a whole lot of other things, but we'll never be able to detect God. And not because we won't have capabilities, but simply because it doesn't exist.
Not in that form.
Exactly.
For sure. And I think I guess I have to present my whole argument one day to you. It's in my book. It's in the book though that I sent you. If you go to chapter 18, it got all my it got my whole argument. All right. Do it got my argument for God too? I believe it do. And the new one.
Cosmos, this is what I mean by conflating the fallacies, Quantum. Man can detect God because he is God. So now man is God. But that's a conflation fallacy right there, right? That's what I was just talking about.
Yeah, because we know
connotation fallacy. You just can't make man God. How do you just make man God? God have whole separate qualities on his own, and man have whole separate qualities on their own. They do not have the same qualities.
Right.
No, you don't know. You can give me your made-up definition on what a God is, but I promise you, your definition of what a God is does not stand up to Merriam-Webster dictionary of what a God is.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do, Humble. You read something a while ago, and I wanted to go back
and I wanted you to read it with me slowly, because I'm gonna point out some things that I wanted you to recognize about the word God. You remember in your chat where you was at?
Yeah.
I can't read that thing that you said. It started out with generally.
Let me see. Let me go back. Y'all know my joint be slow sometimes.
Because generally is the first word I wanted to identify when it was making its statement.
Our traditional concept understood our religion. All right, bang. So it say generally refers to a super being, a supreme being, creator, or ultimate.
Now stop right.
Go ahead.
Stop at the first sentence. Go ahead. Stop at the first sentence.
Oh, a supreme being.
Okay, so it says generally. When they say generally, that right there, what does generally mean?
Most times when you're speaking about this subject.
Okay. Can you read a little bit more?
Yeah. A creator. It refers to a supreme being or creator. Here's how the concept is understood across major perspectives. Monotheistic traditions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and Sikhism. In monotheistic religions, God is understood as the supreme creator, omnipotent and omnipresent. It's a omnipotent. It's a omnipotent and omniscient. Omnipotence. It's an omnipresence, present everywhere simultaneously. Personal and transcendent, often viewed as a personal being who interacts
Right
with.
there. Stop right there. Often viewed. Often viewed. What does often viewed mean?
Often viewed mean it is viewed most commonly in this way.
Okay. So
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you can read some more. I think that might have been the only two that
and establishes moral laws. So basically, I get what you're saying. Your definition of God does not fit this definition of God. I get that.
Right. But it shows that the definition of God changed amongst views. And that's why I say philosophy for me was amazing. Maybe because I had brothers and I always been competitive with my homies and stuff and like to argue. I don't know. But that's why I chose philosophy, because when people ask a question and then you say you just can't answer it, I agree that some things can't be answered. But when it comes to identifying aspects of things that people meant, because sometimes when you identifying what these things mean, you trying to identify what they actually can't be. Like people like us, when we talk about it, when we say the word God, we immediately start identifying what makes it incoherent, what it can't be. Well, we already know that it isn't, so it can't be the thing that's what supreme. Like we have a priority outcome for the word, and I guess we all have the right to seek for something or seek for nothing. Like you said, for you it's incoherent to even look for it. So I understand that. So I ain't gonna even say what I was gonna say, because I understand your point of view, because of the other views that you have to associate with that argument.
Hello.
So I can't argue with you, because we agree on the basic things about
On the basic things.
why that idea is incoherent.
That's pretty crazy. Go ahead, brother. My apologies.
No, I was just saying because I identify with why the other ways are incoherent.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. All right, bye, honey. All right, love you. Bye.
like the word God been used for different things a whole lot. I'm trying to figure out how I can say it. But a lot of the times it's used, it ain't used for creator. If we think about, fuck it, I'm gonna be like, I'm just to act like the Hebrew Israelites. When you think about anime and they talk about gods, you know, the different ideas that they have of gods and stuff. Now we know, but we know that ain't what we looking for. We know when we say God in reference to Goku and his fighting abilities and powers going up, we ain't talking about the creator God, right?
Can I say something real fast, Quantum? I think where
that was my question, and that was a question for you.
Okay, I'll answer it. I think where you split off from the theists is you're looking to explain this thing called God. They already have definitions for God. You see what I'm saying? That's where y'all, because you're like, okay, well, you know, when we searching for something called God, and I'm like, every time I hear you say that, I'm like, yeah, but they already know what their God is. You go to them, they explain it to you, right? Yeah, my God is the God of the Bible. He did it today. God created the universe, heaven and the earth, and He my Lord, Savior Jesus Christ. They know exactly who their God is. You see what I'm saying? So, now, to your question, when we start understanding that they know exactly who their God is, whether it's Cosmon, whether it's a Hebrew Israelite, whether it's, you know, any else of them out there. When they're talking about God, they know exactly who they're talking about. You see what I'm saying? And whoever you label as God, they're gonna call a heretic. You can label it doesn't matter who you come up and say God is, Quantum. Cosmon is going to say that's a false God and is not more powerful than his creator. It doesn't matter who you come up with. Capone is still going to say Yahweh is his God and your God ain't nothing compared to his God. You see what I'm saying? So this is where the argument for God become redundant. I understand the whole thing is incoherent, so I ain't even arguing with it. Why would I argue whose God is more powerful when I understand neither God exists? That's like me and you arguing which Naruto character we think the best. No, because so-and-so whipped so-and-so tail. No, because so-and-so whipped so-and-so tail. Yeah. But now we really getting emotional and mad and upset over some stuff that don't even exist, man. These are cartoons. If y'all don't sit y'all grown men self down. Like, this is what it's like for the religion. It's like, no, man, my God is better than your God. My God is better. But it's like, bro, don't none of them exist. All of them are incoherent. So why y'all putting so much oomph into that? And Cosmo, I understand there's a difference between subjective belief and objective reality. Those are not the same thing. That's what I'm saying, brother, man. They be making conflation fail. It's crazy. Your subjective belief is only real to you. Of course, I wouldn't deny that. But your subjective belief is not objective reality. Yo. I can't
My bad, I was on mute.
You good, bro. You probably out handling. I hear you out driving or something, so I know you good. Go ahead, Quantum. I hear you.
No, that's all I was saying. That last statement you made, I was just saying that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what.
I make up arguments to argue against. No, I don't. My worldview is naturalism. If you, Cosmon, claim to believe in a creator and you say that this creator exists, well, that goes against my worldview. And this is what we're going to be arguing about. Your worldview goes against my worldview. My worldview goes against your worldview. Let's see whose worldview is more empirical. Let's see who worldview stand up at the end. Let's see whose worldview's information have the last laugh. And I promise you it won't be yours. I promise you it won't be yours. So what's the end goal for my worldview? There is no end goal for my worldview. The goal for my worldview is to keep getting better, keep learning more, keep expanding, keep innovating, keep growing, keep producing new medicines, keep producing new technology to keep pushing mankind forward, keep producing thinkers, keep producing explorers, keep producing scholars. That's the goal of my worldview. We don't have an end goal because there is no end. That's the problem. You're already doing, we are already doing that, right? However, we're doing that within a naturalistic framework of living. You don't understand that everything you're doing deals with nature. That's naturalistic. You can't get away from that fact. I don't care what supernatural underlying premise you want to put on it. What we do know is that our reality is empirical and objectively real, independent of us. And it does not need a creator to exist. Checkmate, Cosmon. It does not need a creator to exist. Now faith is a methodological naturalist. Hey, yo, let me take a picture of this shit here. This is my son, bro. This is my son, bro. And let me ask the chat right now. Hey, chat, I don't know how many of y'all in here, but for everybody in here, have y'all ever heard Cosmon call himself a methodological naturalist before humble mystic?
Humble, and I ain't even gonna lie, humble. It ain't before I heard you say it, but it was before y'all started y'all arguing. I heard him before say that they have naturalistic methodology is what what's his name was pushing when he was presenting. Oh, I have heard him say that. It was before y'all started y'all argument, though. And I guarantee you can.
Said before humble mystic. I ain't
Oh
saying
no, not before. Yeah, not before you. Not before you. You always. I want to say the first show that we was on. That's what you said you was.
I have listened to nigga. In all of your lectures, you've never claimed to be a methodological naturalism, nigga. I watched like 50 of your videos. You ain't never even used the word methodological naturalism until that day, me and you started going back and forth, and I made that video about you. You ain't never started using the word methodological. You ain't never even start using the word naturalism. He terrible. What? Boy, this man right here. Wow. The first video you made about me is the first time you used the word methodological naturalism in any of your videos. You ain't never used that word.
Yeah. You want to? Okay.
Huh?
That's fine.
Huh? Huh?
Thank you. Thank you, Immortal Dragon. Thank you, Immortal Dragon. Hey, listen. I ain't never been new. I'm just in this space. I ain't never been new. I'm just new to this space. I've always been around.
You can honestly say you ain't never heard him say, Owaski has a method, a naturalist. I ain't gonna say methodological natural. I heard him say, but you ain't never heard him say that Owaski has a naturalistic view.
No, I ain't never hear him say that. No, in none of the videos I've watched approximately 52, 53 of Cosmon videos. He ain't never talked about a naturalistic methodological view. Never.
Yeah, this mistakes. Unless you mess up.
Source to debate. Source to debate, Cosmon. Source to debate. There these niggas go talking about they done had 500 debates. You sound like another slow bro I know. Named LG. I'm 500-0. I'm 5. You niggas ain't 500-0. Oh, but I most definitely got a track record. Wait.
Who'd you say that is?
That the boy LG over on Bigo. He said, "Oh, I'm 500." Boy, that boy be tripping, boy. He ain't even 1-0. But I most definitely have a track record. Wait till Quantum get back to the house. So I pull up my track record. See, Quantum, that's why I say you gotta keep a file for your stuff, for your content. You feel me? So when people like this come around, oh, you won't be debating, you just came on the scene. No, I've been out here on these streets. Been out here on these streets. I'm just coming to take over your neighborhood now. Now, what you going to do about it, Cosmon? What you going to do about it? And yeah, Immortal Dragon, don't let them slip away from that either, bro. Get them timestamps. Get them timestamps. We want to see the timestamp where you said that Owaski was methodological naturalist. Get that timestamp. Hey, let me write that down because I want it. A matter of fact, I took a picture of it. Hold on. Let me make sure I took a picture of it. What do you say? All right, so I got that Faith is a methodological naturalist, and bam, let me get this right here. Just the flim to be coming out of these people's mouths. Just
humble.
Flim.
You said you watched 52. You said you watched 52 of his videos. You ready for that debate, ain't you?
52 of them. You know I am. And after the 52nd one, he started repeating himself after like the fourth video he made. He just kept oh, and I don't want to keep doing all that, man. I ain't about to keep going through all those shorts like this. I know what he about. He ain't about nothing but a bunch of flim. He do the same thing the biblical people do with the Bible. He sit there and read the Owaski and try to bring that into real life. I was like, man, I'm gonna destroy this dude, man. He ain't got nothing coming.
Get down. I can't wait for that tournament to start.
Me neither, boy. Me neither.
I wish I was at the computer. I run the commercial.
Jay Snake, that dumbass book. You ain't lying, bro. You ain't lying. Your boy, as soon as you open up the book, you can smell the incoherence on a cover.
You can smell it. That's some cold incoherence right there, boy.
You know how you go to take out the garbage, it's like, whoo, there's some funky stuff right here. That's how it is with the incoherence smack you in the face when you open a wise. You're like, woo, what in the world? Hold up. What's this?
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta run in this store real quick.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Waspy. First off, stop saying Waspy. Say faithless. And faithless is damn near non-existent. Damn, the only person I know that follow the faithless is you. Nigga, I don't know nobody else that run with you. I ran into one of your other home partners on the other day, and he ducked off. I ain't seen him since. So your community is damn near dead. They only holding on by a cuz, mom. They holding on by one of you. How you kill a tradition you stole from? That don't even make sense. More like keeping it alive. I wish John Bailey Newborough would have actually known what he was talking about, but sadly to say, the nigga was caught up in the 19th century Victorian age. He was studying seances, doing witchcraft, talking to the dead. Yeah, that's what he was doing. That's way before he wrote Owaspy Bible. Way before he wrote the Owaspy Bible. Actually, when y'all start to go into the story of John Bailey Newborough, you find out that he got bored with stuff like that. And he tried to go become the embodiment. Man, that's crazy out of here. Hey, listen, we don't accept you. You stay over there with the weirdos. We don't want you or your creator over here with us. Hey, what my man Kendrick say? They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Hey, yo. Hey, put a 1 in the chat if they not like us, bro. Put a 1 in the chat if they not like us. Hey, yo, Cosmo funny. My man put a 1 in the chat. Oh, yeah, I already know, Jay Snake. You know I got to keep the entertainment. Listen, you know I got to be Muhammad Ali out in these streets. I got to make it look good. Because, you know, he just going to be there. He there to make... Listen, y'all there to see me. When me and him had his face off, we know y'all going to be there to see me. He just the extra in the role. You feel me? You know how we got movies, you got the star, and then you got the side characters. We know who everybody come to see. He just the side character.
Ooh-wee.
Is that a
Yo, niggas is crazy. This man Cosmo wild, bro. I want you to empirically prove that your creator exists. And see, that's the problem. See, the Hebrew community getting weak. Y'all niggas getting weak. Y'all got this man Cosmon running around talking about Abram is a Persian. Y'all getting weak. How y'all gonna let him play with y'all doctrine like that? Man, that's crazy. Hey, yo, Jay is crazy. I don't think I know everything, but I do know about what I talk about. I ain't perfect. I ain't always right. I am not above correction. But see, that's what make me smarter than you. It's the fact that I know I'm not above correction. See, you work on an absolute, and your doctrine can't be updated because the person that wrote it passed away. But me, I'm always updating. I'm always learning more. I'm always gathering new information. You stuck in a book. Nice.
My bad. I'm almost to the house. You got whatever you wanted to share ready?
Whatever I wanted to share. No, I'm good. Oh. What you wanted me to share? What you talking about? I ain't had nothing to share.
Oh, I thought you said when Quantum get back to the house, I got something I wanted.
No, I said I can't wait for you to get back to the house so you can let them up on the stage.
Oh, okay.
So you need to have your
Nah, you ain't gonna be able to guilt trip me, Cosmon. You ain't gonna be able to play emotional control, damage control on the family, Cosmon. Don't be over here trying to play victim now. Don't be trying to play victim. Don't be trying to play victim. You know what, Cosmo? You can hop on a team, but you gotta let that creator or waspy stuff go, man. You can hop on a team, but you gotta let that creator or waspy stuff go, man. We probably we put you on the end of the bench. Yo, he is funny. Yo, he is crazy. They picture a whole like the bomb squad. Hey, yo, don't hate on the bomb squad because the bomb squad taking all your fans, bro. Don't do that. Don't hate on the bomb squad because you ain't us. You wish you was like us. You wanna be one of us. We ain't letting you win. You can't be down with the bomb squad, Cosmo. We don't accept your type of ideologies, your type of worldviews. You feel me? We don't rock with that. You ain't about to come over here talking about and muddy up our waters talking about no creator. You can keep that over there with the weirdos. Hey, Cosmon like one of those hood niggas that got his feelings hurt. I ain't like you anyway. They ain't want me into that gang. You're the one that's taking words from a white man who didn't even intend for this information to be useful to you. These niggas kind of crazy. No, you the only one. Hey, yo. Nah, ain't nobody sound scared. You the only one scared of the white man. That's my man. Shout out to my man, John Bentley.
What up, though? I'm back.
My man Quantum back with it. He back with it. What it do, brody?
Here, you have to take this with you if you're walking by yourself. Look, I'm going to show you.
Hey, yo, not you conceded to naturalism already. We ain't even debate yet, Cosmon. Don't be one of them. Don't be one of them runner track stars, Cosmon. It's okay, bro. Get in the ring and get beat up, bro. Don't let your people down, bro. Don't let your people down. Hey, listen, I'm already here. You the one that gotta show up. I'm already here. You the one that gotta show up. And I hope you leave the rhetoric at home. Because if you bring that rhetoric with you, listen, it ain't gonna be a good night, Cosmo. It's not gonna be a good night.
I'm up, man. Y'all wanna I don't know what type of argument y'all can come up with today. Right now, at this moment. But Cosman, I don't know how much of the show you watched. If you don't want to come up and discourse with Humble, I would like to hear about what you think about the Charlie Kirk situation, about what was it? He was killed by a military drone. They just said he was killed by a military drone. Everyone got the video. Dang, I wish I could show it to you. But it's a nice little trip. Humble got to address the closed loop system before he speak to me. You hear that, Humble? He's speaking to you. He said, you got to address the closed loop system. Humble. What everybody been doing out there, man? Let me see. Philosophical naturalism stands on a closed loop. You need to prove that empirically.
My bad. I thought I was I know I was muted. So What science shows, and this just shows that he don't know anything about science. What science clearly shows is that all the energy, matter, particles, and stuff that's in the universe, right? Have always been in the universe. It didn't come from anywhere. Now, that backs up the first law of thermodynamics, which states that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transmuted from one state into another state, which means all of the energy, all of the matter, all of the particles, all of the stuff in the universe today have always existed. It just may not have existed in the state that we know of today. There you go, Cosmo. There you go. Do you understand what I said, Quantum? So Cosmo, just so we can have another coherent person, just so Cosmo won't act like I didn't answer the question.
Yeah, you answered it for me. I did come in right at the end because I muted out and I was listening to my daughter. Can you state it one more time?
Yeah, I basically was saying, so when dealing with this closed loop system, he's saying that methodological naturalism deals with, number one, we don't make any absolutes. There's no absolutes in science. So what science does say is that all the matter, energy, everything that's here has always been here. It just was here in a different state or form. And so what he's saying about me addressing the closed loop system and proving it empirically is the first law of thermodynamics. Matter of fact, let's even go, I'm tired of saying that. Let's go into the Einstein equation and the, I was just listening to it last night. Roger Penrose was just talking about it. How the E equals mc squared, right? Energy and mass, which states that energy and matter are interchangeable. And then there's another one that states that energy and vibration, or energy and frequencies, are interchangeable, which lets you know that matter and mass and energy are interchangeable, which lets us know that at the fundamental of everything is energy. Nothing comes from nothing. Something, which is energy, which has always been here, right? Transmuted from state to state. And out of those states and in those various states came other things. So everything that we see is just a different impersonation, a different form of the same thing expressed. Everything is a different form of energy expressed. There you go. That's the simplest way I could put it to you. Everything is a form of energy expressed. Did that answer the question for you, Quantum?
For me, it's still efficient enough.
And see, people like this make this is where they be making categorical errors, bro. They terrible. No, nobody's agreeing with a wild speed. When you flip-flop between topics and your stances, what you are doing is you are contradicting what your stances are. And so what you're doing is you're making Owaspy agree with science wherever science pick in. You're cherry picking with Owaspy agree with science. It's not the other way around.
My bad. I'm going back through the
No, me too. I'm looking.
I was driving. I'm just going back because I remember what y'all was saying, but I didn't get to see what I heard what you were saying, but I didn't get to hear what they were saying.
If I'm saying what Owaspy say, and I've never read Owaski before I've, dealt with you, and I've been saying this way before I've dealt with you, then clearly I didn't get what I was saying from Owaski. It predated Owaski. And clearly, if it predated Owaski, then we know who John Bailey Newborough got it from. And at least he could have at least mimicked somebody that was credible in the field, Isaac Newton, somebody like that. You going to go and accredit what's his name? I can't remember his name. The Vortex dude. I can't remember his name. You lucky I can't remember.
John Ballou.
No, yeah, but the Vortex theory. I can't even think. Nah. The dude that started the Vortex theory.
Oh. Okay.
It say the same thing that I can't remember that verse. I create, what would it say? I create light and darkness. I do this and that. I, the Lord, created all things. That's what Jehovah 101 say. The all is all imminent. The all is breath. The all give rise to da 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 da. What is the all? What is the all? You can't say the all is energy, because then you'll be putting the attributes of the all onto energy, and energy don't function like this all you talking about. So then I'll ask you, what is this all that you're talking about? See, I know this is how you know I'm an astute studier. When I go and dive into something, I don't just read over the pages, go flip it. No. I get into it. I want to know what it's talking about. I don't just go look up some summary. And so when you look at this concept of an all, you find out that it comes from the Theosophical Foundation. Uh-oh, it's Smarty time. When you go look up the Theosophical Foundation, who behind that? Madam Blavatsky.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, humble, right here. Cosmon say, yeah, we are Owaski. Call us to, yeah, we are Owaski. We are. Owaski calls us to be methodological. You never even listen to one lesson, little fella. That's why I say, I promise them words right there. He says, he said that.
Now, methodological, yes. Becoming a calling himself a methodological naturalist, he's never done that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he say,
it's this word right here. But I believe that he say, but I believe that he also say that about naturalists. Owaski calls for us to be naturalists.
No, what he have said is Owaski follows the scientific method. We are scientifically, we follow the methodology of the scientists. That's what he do say, or the methodology of the science follows Owaski. That's what he do say. But he never called himself a methodological naturalist until Brother Humble Mystic until y'all started hearing Brother Humble Mystic start talking about, I'm a methodological naturalist. Now he a method. Okay. So you see how he be terrible, bro.
Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping.
Yeah, what he will come up here and try to do is try to say how the methodology of science agree with Owaski, but he never called himself a methodological naturalist, because that right there is a conflating worldview. You can't be a methodological naturalist and believe in a creator at the same time. That's incoherent. I mean, you can, but then you got some wacky stuff going on that you got to address for and account for that won't stick together.
Yeah.
And that goes back to the main premise of the questions of what I've been talking about this whole time. How can you create something that cannot be created? You have one view that's saying there's something out here that cannot be created nor destroyed. And then you have another view that say, well, this all created everything. That's contradiction. That, hey, we in logic follow a rule of non-contradiction. If something contradicts itself, it's incoherent. That's an incoherent view.
Yeah. It contradicts itself. Definitely no good. Did I hear somebody come in?
How is the scientific, watch this. You say the scientific method is the only way, or WASP say you can prove anything. But yet, in the book, Jehovah sent down angels to teach the people how the knowledge of the world and how to understand and how to build the villages and things of that nature. So where was the scientific method when the angels came down teaching the people how to do all these things?
Is that what you say?
Yeah, that's what Owaspy. In fact, let me
So-
tell you what it said. Owaspy says that Jehovah was talking to the people, but the people did not hear Jehovah. So Jehovah went and got his angels and sent his angels down there. And so his angels started talking to the people. How do your angels got more control over the people that you created than you? If you created these people, why won't they listen to you? But they listen to the angels. Does that make coherent sense? I'm just showing you what I seen in the Waspy Bible. I'm just showing you what I see. I seen Abraham was for Persia, and you know he started the Israelites, Izzrilties, Israelites. Where's the Israelites at in history? I ain't never seen no group called the Israelites, but I do know of a group called the Israelites that they trying to mimic back from the Hebrew joint.
How they spell it again?
IZZ. Hold on, let me go back to it. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, that might be us, the fake Israelites, because the real Israelites is in Israel for real. Is we the fake? No.
Hold on, wait. Well, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna spell it for you. I got you. Give me 1 second. All right. So you at the computer now, right, Quantum?
Yes, sir.
All right. So that means you should be able to share your screen now. You should be able to share my screen now, right?
Yeah.
All right. So here, let me show you. Hold. Let me lighten this up. Let me lighten this up so y'all can see. All right. Let me go back here. Pop this up on the screen. I need you to explain this to me, Cosma. Explain this to me. You see that right there, Quantum?
Yeah.
All right. Abram, page 324. Afterwards, calling Abraham.
Hold on, let me make it bigger. Let me make it bigger. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
All right. It says Abram, right? Afterwards, call Abraham. So here it says Abram, and then it says after Abram, afterwards, called Abraham. And Inhuin, the same people he came up with that flim flam presentation that he tried to say built the North American mounds. They were the North American mound builders, right? Listen, large and red like new copper, and had black hair, right? And had black hair and long beard. fierce to look upon, but his soul was gentle as a woman's. To me, that means he was punk made. You hear me? He was a Persian. Wait a minute. I thought you said the Inhuans were the North American mound builders. Well, if Abraham is an Inhuan, that means he would have been North American, not Persian. All the incoherence. He was a Persian. And the founder, listen, this is the part I want you to listen to, Quantum. And the founder of the ancient Hebrews. Ooh, I need a what? What? Don't ever say I'm lying. Don't ever say I'm lying. Or what they say right here, Quantum. Izzerlites. Israelites. He is the founder of the ancient Hebrews. Wasn't he up here talking the other day when he said that Abraham in the Bible and this Abraham ain't the same? But ain't that Abraham in the Bible the founder of the Hebrews? It's Smarty time. You're going to have to put your thinking cap on when you deal with Brother Humble Mystic. See, I catch everything. I'm always listening. Always listening. I be listening to what the craziness you be saying, Cosmo. Don't be thinking you up here or you in the comments getting away with nothing. Because I hear it all. I see it all. So when you was up here the other day talking about, actually, I was the one that asked you the question. I was the one that asked you, was the Abraham in the Bible and the Abraham in the Owaspi the same Abraham? And you said they wasn't. So if they not the same Abraham, then how come this Abraham is the founder of the ancient Hebrews? Now I got an even more I got a wilder question to ask you if you can answer it. If this Abraham is the founder of the Hebrews and he is a Persian, then how is it that the Hebrews wounded up in the Canaanite region of the upper hills? Can you answer that for me? It's smart.
Let's read some
crazy, bro.
Let's read some more.
Oh, you want to read some more of it? Hold on,
please.
So it says, the Israelites and also the founder of migrations for religion's sake, he took his followers into Egypt. Here they got Egypt, Egypt. That's crazy. And then over here in parentheses got Egypt, Egypt. I told you this is what they do, man. They play with the language, right? They got Brahma in the text, right? An East Indian lawgiver, contemporaneous with Poe and Abraham. So Brahma and Abraham are contemporaneous in this worldview. He was a large man of great strength and rank, the highest spiritually of all the mortals. He reestablished Zoroastrian religion in India. Wow, that's crazy. Let's listen. Let's actually go to.
I thought that was.
No. Go ahead.
The book. I just thought that was the book in order.
No. See, look, they got chapters here, man. They got.
Let's read the chapter, man.
Look, that's what I'm about to get into. We about to go and get into Abraham.
Is that where the story starts at? It don't say nothing about Adam or Eve or anything. It starts at Abraham.
No. The story start. Oh, let me show you. The story start after. Matter of fact, let's read this real fast because
this
is important too. Watch this. Watch what this say right here. Right? Hold on. Is this it? Watch what this say right here. It say hints to the reader, the first read. No. It says, let me see, because I wanna get to it. And the
Wait,
beast
them
number
was
10
them definitions or something? Atmosphere. Hold on, we can't go past hints to the
this
reader.
say the hints to the reader. First read.
The earth floateth in the midst.
My apologies. That was my fault.
The
Go
earth
ahead.
floateth in the midst of the vortex. A vortex, atmosphere, atmospherian ocean.
Atmospherian ocean.
Let me make my screen big
A
so I can see.
spirit, it's the atmospherian. A spirit or more
Atmospherian.
properly angel dwelling in one of the many. Atmospherian heavens and atmospheria. It's a Shavanet. It's a etheria, etherian worlds, etherian cycles too. IESU, Aisu. Who is Aisu, family? Who is Aisu, family? They gave you the Greek name of Jesus. Oh, John Bailey Newbarrow felt as though because he put it in the Greek, we wouldn't know that was Jesus right there. That's wild, bro. Lord, a one-time mortal, ruler over parts of the people on earth for a season. Lord God, a one-time mortal, next higher than Lord, ruler over all parts of the people on earth and the lower heavens for a season. A God, right? So now here's the thing I got a problem with, right? Let's talk about this. Lord God, a one-time mortal, okay, next higher than the Lord, ruler over all parts of the people on earth and the lower heavens. What are you talking about when you say lower heavens? What is that? For a season. See, this is what I mean, Quantum. This is why I separate my words. Because when you say the word heavens, right? Heaven carry a connotation. Before the word heaven, it was sky. They turned sky to atmospheria, and then atmospheria became heavens. Heavens is religious. It holds a religious connotation. So when you're talking about the lower heavens, what are you talking about? Are you talking about something that's here in the physical world? And if you are, then how is it a heaven? Because heaven is not here on the physical world. Uh-oh. God, a one-time mortal, next higher than the Lord God, ruler over all. It's a next higher than the Lord God, ruler over all the people on earth and the lower heavens for a season. So the Lord God and the God do the same thing. Same thing. They rule over all the people of the heavens and the lower heavens for a season. The Orlon chief, a one-time mortal on this or other corporeal worlds, ruler over some etherian worlds for a season. So the Orlon chief, God, and Lord God are all the same. All of these are all the same. Why did you just give Lord God, God, and Orlon chief all the same descriptions? Do you see what I see, Quantum? Or am I tripping?
No.
So, Lord God, look at Lord God. Do you see Lord God?
Uh-huh.
A one-time mortal, next higher than the Lord, ruler over all parts of people on the earth and the lower heavens for a season. God, a one-time mortal, next higher than Lord God, ruler over all the people on the earth and in the lower heavens. These say the exact same thing, right? For a season.
Except for the person that they're next higher than.
Yeah. But they both rule over all. Now, how does both of these rule over all the people on earth and in the lower heavens for a season at the same time?
I guess there would be different positions within a hierarchy. And the highest one on earth is God. Then they got the Order Chief, one-time mortal on this or other corporeal world. So this is like a ruler from another place, ruler over some Ethereal world for a season. I wonder how long a season is.
That's
Nirvana
wild.
and chief. Next higher than the Orin chief, one of a council in the Ethereal worlds who appoint the Orions.
The Orion
Their
chief,
plan.
one of the council of the time. It is crazy, man. I want to go deal with the Abram though. Let's find Abram and see what page. I think it was 320.
360. I thought it was
Abram here,
368.
324. It's 324.
There you go. Shout out
to
Cosmon, the creator gang. Cosmon, I wish you would come up and explain it to us while we're going over. I'm getting you some airtime with the actual Owaspy Bible. Now, are we going to be interpreted and right? Probably not. Not the way that you would want it to. I'm going to try not to keep my interpretations out of it.
All right.
But I really wish you'd come up. We can go over this together. Let me see what he's saying in the chat because I don't got my. He said he gonna hit the chat. Thinking it's like the government. It's a hierarchy. Okay. They're not even the same. He tripping. He keeps saying all in. Okay, he said it is like a government hierarchy. So that's what I'm thinking.
All right. So then now I have the question. Well, why do this Abraham have the same attributes as the other Abraham? Only separated by where they come from. Hold on, family. Hold on. Hey, come on now.
I ain't even been in the kitchen.
Come look. I want you to see.
I'm gonna get right back to it. Let me see, man. That might be it's actually time. Humble, did you mute yourself? You muted if you're talking, Humble.
Yeah, my background was a little loud, bro. All right, hold on 1 second. Let's get to it. All right. Hell, man, and angels. Oh, I need to see this. I don't want to jump all the way to the bottom. Let's go here because I was just saying that looked crazy. Let's go here. The glossary of strange words. These strange words get crazy too, bro. All right, these are the list of the prophets, hence to the readers. All right, Owaspy, let's get into it. You see it, Quantum? Quantum. Oh, he probably muted up. So, family, let's get into this, right? So, Quantum was saying that, like, he wanted to see that they have a creation story in here, anything of that nature. One thing you'll find out. Are you back, Quantum?
Yeah, I'm back. My bad.
All right, so this is the part I wanted to get to right here. You wanted to know if they had a creation story or anything like that. Nope, their story starts after the creation of man. You see that right there?
Yep, because what's that on that other page before that?
Oh,
that's
right
just
this is the joint. This is talking about
that's that other thing.
Yeah, this still note to the reader and all of that.
See, man, for some reason I feel like it's important.
Read this real quick, Quantum. This is crazy right here. Look, and first hey, yo,
That's why I say I think it's important to read these too.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why. I just feel that way. It just feels like it explain a little bit more stuff that we might have to end up coming to look for anyway. The author Gabriel, who by inspiration founded Mohammedanism, first mentioned in the book of Esra. He also is cast into hell.
And you see this, look, you see this right here. You see these also start to follow the same little motif you seen in the early book when it was giving you
Kabbalah. I see the Kabbalah.
Yeah.
Kabbalah.
Kabbalactus. His name is Kabbalactus, the God who by inspiration founded what is now known Buddhism. This is wild. No, you want to know who founded Christianity? This person right here is say founded Christianity.
Luamong
was the false god who founded by inspiration a great sect called Christians. He is first mentioned in the book of Esra, chapter 10, chapter 5, 6, 7, 8, chapter 8. And his career is continued in the book of Esra and Eaz until he is finally cast into hell, which corresponds in dates of time of the people established himself as the Pope. As the Pope established himself as the vicegerent on earth, and very properly because his God was non-est. That's what it say right there. Right? Then you got Kabbalactus, right? The God who by inspiration founded what is now called Buddhism.
See, I see it say angels on that back page over there. Humble, you jumping to let's
Yo, I seen all of this already, bro. I'm telling you. Look, I'm just trying to show y'all eating potatoes. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you got false Lord God, angel who assumed the kingdom after Porphyria, denying Jehovah, professing themselves to be the creator through born of a woman. So false God, watch this. It's a hold on. So where we at? So this right here is all of the attributes to the creator or to Jehovah, right? It's the creator, the great spirit, the almighty. We know that come from Christianity.
I am.
Creator, the I am. Where that come from, family? Father, the heavenly Father. That come from, family. All high, all light, all person. Now, here's what get tricky. How are you all person if you're the creator? That right there contradicts itself. That's a fallacy, right? An all higher, highest cause, person, ever present, ever presents, named by man. This right here kill all of this because this says named by man. So if man is naming this and this is not naming man, who have dominion over who? Let's go down here. Jehovah, Eloha, Elohi, right? Elohim, right? Iguim, I say Ormenes, right? To whom none can attain forever. God said, it says, God said, I am as any other, it says, as any other spirit of the dead. And no time, and no one time, man upon the earth, thine early brother of tens of thousands of years experience distinguished. Then that the twine God and Jehovah are not the same one. No more is thine God than thou shalt be the time to come. And all angels, right? All angels and the gods and the lords and the generals and the captains and the chief. God dang, you gotta add everybody in here. Ain't none of them Jehovah in heaven. Are but the brothers and sisters of mortals. How are they in heaven but they're the brothers and sisters of mortals and the spirits of the dead? And none of their shows, however exalted, can create life or motion or an individual or person. These are from Jehovah, the creator. So up here said, God said, and now God is saying all of these things that the Jehovah, the creator, has told him to say.
It say a one-time man. Look, it say God said a one-time man upon the earth. So this God has a different aspects than the traditional Abrahamic God. The elder brother of tens of thousands of years experience, distinguished then that the twain God and Jehovah are not the same one. So when we talk about the creator and Jehovah, he ain't the same thing as God. God is a regular, they say God is a one-time man. So evidently, we fist to find out that when he's talking about the false gods and stuff, it's talking about men who, come on, let's keep going. Incarnate,
right? Incarnated.
Heavens. We got to find out what heavens. Do it. This the first part. Have it already passed what heavens is? Heavens of earth, heaven, hell, chaos, knots. Is heavens just what we call
look, we see here
the air in front of you?
Watch this. Let's go back. Let's go back.
This is volume 1. Volume 1 of 7. In this book, what is the name of this book? This is
Owaspi by John Bally Newborough. Publication date 1882. Collections, the Internet Archives, right? English, right? Added date. So all of this is here. This is it.
So shout out Internet Archive.
And I even got another one here, right? Just in case, you know, because I remember Cosmo was trying to complain about the other one. I even got another one here, right? What's to say right here?
Owaspi, a new Bible in the words of Jehovah, I don't know how they say that, and his angel ambassadors.
A sacred. Go ahead.
A sacred history of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens on the earth. For the past 24,000 years, together with a synopsis of the cosmogony of the universe, the creation of planets, the creation of man, the unseen worlds, the labor and glory of gods and goddesses in the Ethereal heavens, with the new commandments of Jehovah to man of the present day, the revelations from the second resurrection, formed in the words in the 33rd year of the Cosmon era.
From the second resurrection, which means they're implying there was a first resurrection. What was the first resurrection? Look, what's that symbol? A cross. Publication.
Maple leaf. Don't forget the maple leaf. Or is that a Christmas? Owaspi Publishing. Let me see. Who was that? Published by Owaspi Publishing Association, New York and London, 1882. So they had this printed on the printing press, didn't they? Oh, no, he said it wasn't.
No, this was done by print press.
No, did he say it was a typewriter? This must.
No. This copy right here is printing press. The typewriter copy. This is where this comes from. The typewriter copy.
Okay.
So the glossary.
Semi-dark.
Hold on. Where you want to do? You want to do the
preface? Who the editor? Didn't it already tell the editor on here? It said the editor's name at the bottom of it. Go up one more page. I think it said the editor's name. Edmund Cosmon.
Anno Cosmon. That's it,
huh? So I don't know who the editor is.
When a man's hold up a book and say, "You must believe this because it says, thus says the Lord," it say, "You shall not pity that man." It say, "Shall we not pity that man? Does he comprehend the liberty of man of man.
Let me read it. Let me read it, humble.
Go ahead. Because these
when a
people,
man holds up a book and says, "You must believe this because it says, thus saith the Lord." Should we not pity that man? Does he comprehend the liberty of man to acquire knowledge? I guess that's saying that shit. When a man says that the book says this because of the Lord, should you feel sorry for him because you know he is incoherent and can't comprehend the liberty of man acquiring knowledge? Any book that imparts knowledge of the life and destiny of man is a good book. Any book that unfolds the character and person of Jehovah and the wonder and glory of his creations is a good book. When a book gives us information of things, my bad. Any book that imparts knowledge of the life and destiny of man is a good book. Any book that unfolds the character and person of Jehovah and wonder of glory of his creation is a good book. When a book gives us information of things we know not of, it should also give us a method of proving that information to be true. This book covers that ground. Okay, so this is the go back up. This is the actual. Right, I see this right here. This is the actual meaning of the book. That's a one simple stuff. When a book gives you information of things we may not know of, it should give us a method of proving that information true. This book covers that ground. So it says this book gives us information on how to prove other information true. The day has arrived when men will not accept proclamations and assertions. He wants plausible reasons and substantial proofs that the authority be not merely a presence, but a demonstrable fact. The time of man worship is at an end. That right there is a big statement, because earlier we read what they say God is. So he's saying that. So he's saying that man has been mistaken when they've been worshiping. So see, everybody always seem to have a better understanding of what they already know of. So this is why this is intriguing and interesting to me. Readers no longer accept the book as good and great merely because any certain one wrote it. The book must have merits of its own, otherwise it will soon pass out of existence. That's true.
That's exactly why it's passed out of existence. I said that's exactly why this book passed out of existence.
It's back in, we read it. When a man says, "I heard the voice of Jehovah," saying that part of his speech is worthless. When he says, "I heard the voice of Jehovah," saying, "Do unto others as you would have they should do unto you," then the words become valuable.
Who said that? Pause right there. Hold on. Pause right there. Who said that?
I don't know, because this is the editor. I don't know if this is John Ballou.
No. Where do we get those sayings from? Do unto others that as you will have them do unto you. Where do we get that?
I heard it in the Bible.
There you go. Now, what is this saying? It says, when he says, "I heard the voice of Jehovah saying, do unto others as you will have that do unto you," the words become valuable. So how are you disregarding Christianity up here? Because this the book is talking about. But then, because mind you, this is in 1882, this is the Victorian age, right, of spirituality. And so what the Victorian age is trying to do is they're trying to replace religion. And so right here, they're trying to replace religion, like the religious doctrine. But then you take a part of that religious doctrine and say it's valuable. Go ahead. See, that's what I'm just, the incoherence, man. The incoherence.
Is that saying though that maybe John Ballou Newborough, when we look at his history, was he a Christian? Did he know anything about?
Yeah, he grew up in a universal church, in a universal Baptist church. His parents were universalists. He was actually named after their favorite pastor,
John Ballou
Newborough.
Okay. So when a man says, I heard a voice from Jehovah saying, that part of his speech is worthless. When he says, I heard the voice of Jehovah saying, do unto others as you have you do unto you, or should do unto you, then the words become valuable. His assertion of his authority is of no avail in this age of the world. The words purporting to be Jehovah's should therefore be the only consideration as to merit, and all men have right to pass judgment thereon. So he's saying after you hear this, you should take your own judgment. Okay. Is it not the light of Jehovah within all men that makes them conscious?
Hold on one second. The words proposing to be Jehovah's should be purporting to be Jehovah's should be the only consideration as to merit, which means Jehovah's words should be the only words of merit. If you ain't saying Jehovah said this, then all of the other stuff is false. But now, who are you to say all this other stuff is false and Jehovah's merit is the only merit? After these people been here since 1200 BCE, saying Yahweh's word was the only word that was merit, and then you got these people over here saying Allah's words is the only words that is words of merit. So now, who are you to kneel down on a thing talking about Jehovah's word is the only word of merit?
What it just told you, humble, up there, that Jehovah and anybody who has books in ways of walking are books that's good and represent Jehovah in some way.
But what books are there out there like that? None. This book copies those books. Those books don't copy this book. You don't find no book out there with the name Jehovah in it.
And this ain't my argument, but I did see that up there. So I'm just pointing it out. Remember that.
No, I get you. We just going over this. We just point out the incoherence. That's all.
I could be dead wrong. Where Cosmine at?
He ain't coming up here because we diving into the book. See, he don't like to dive into this.
This good teach time right here.
He like to come up and talk about how everybody should be kumbaya and get up under every. He did. Remember Omar joint. Hold on one second, family. Hold on one second.
Let me see what my chat talking about. Look at my man Big Cos. Big Cos, before you even come up here, I'm gonna say, I hope I was representing what I was reading right and everything. If I wasn't, please don't be afraid to correct me on whatever I said wrong. I was trying to read it in the most unbiased way possible. So now to the stage, Big Cos.
What's the word, Jelly Birds?
What up?
I heard these mealy mouth Negroes up here, stumbling over words, can't read, don't comprehend well. You dig what I'm talking about? It's really sad. You dig what I'm talking about? I seen you, Oli, trying to bring some clarity to what's being read. You dig what I'm talking about? I appreciate it. You dig what I'm saying? At least you're being genuine. You know what I mean? Trying to understand, just not being a negative Nancy hater all the damn time. You know what I mean? So you know these low life drunks. You dig what I'm talking about? They don't want no inspiration. So just to get back up in here, that let's just look at, if you want to blow it up a little bit, blow it up a little bit. Tap it up there a couple times at the top. Because I want y'all to see what it says. It says the time of man worshiping is at an end. All that Jebus, Buddha, Osiris, Atum, Amun Ra, all these deified anthropomorphic men, right? All of that, watch me saying it's time for all of it to end. And this is one of the reasons you can't even pay these youngsters to go to church today. You can't even give them money. They peep the real too. Right? That all of it is fake. You dig what I'm talking about? The time of man worship is at an end. Readers, people, right, who actually read, no longer accept a book as good and great like the Bible merely because a certain God or certain person wrote it. The book Owaspi, the Bible, Mahabharata, I Ching, any book whatsoever, the book must have merits of its own. This is why you must read it. Because when I told the brother last time, he asked me, well, is this Abram the same Abram from the Bible? No. Right? How the only way to find that out is to actually read it. Right? First of all, they tell you Abram is from Africa in the Bible. Owaspi say from Persia. Bible say it's 12 tribes. Owaspi say it's only 2. Ishmael is Abram's son in Bible. It's not in Owaspi. He had sex with Hagar in the Bible. He didn't in Owaspi. He killed a man in Bible. He didn't in Owaspi. He knew and wanted and was about to kill his son in Bible. He didn't and knew the higher law because he knew the higher law in Owaspi. It's a total different story. He's from a different place. Right? So if you want to go back, we can go back. Let's go back to the first page where we was at. You did what I'm talking about. Instead of jumping around, being cognitive dissonant. Right? Let's get some real understanding.
All right.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna land my plane right here. Right there in that verse, if you go back, it says the time for all that Jebus worship, time for all that Osar worship, time for all that Hathor and Baal and any of these one-time living men, Christ, Buddha, Brahma, any of these one-time men that came through the vaginal region of a woman. It's time to get over all that spookiness. Okay, you got it. I'll land there.
All right.
You want to go back? Don't want to keep jumping in there, right?
So
jumping around, or do you want to go to Abraham? Because your point was to prove this is the exact same story. Remember, that's your claim.
No, most definitely. We about to go check out Abraham.
Yeah, let's check him out. Let's see if it's the same story as Bible. Who's a liar? And by the way, when you get done, can you pull up that book of Jehovah? We've been waiting about 3 weeks for you to pull up. Remember you
where
said
he got where he got a covenant, where you got to go in a covenant with him. Yeah, we can look that up.
Yeah, go look that up. Let's see that verse. Did you ever find that?
Yeah, I found the verse where
I'm sure you found a verse. I'm talking about the verse that you copied. You said you copied it from the book of Jehovah. Can you read it word for word?
I got you. Hold on. We got it.
Yeah. Bring up that thing. Bring up that little, you were so proud of that AI, right? Until it started hallucinating and I caught you.
No.
Prove that you were a liar and you did shoddy work.
No. Ain't no proving no liar.
Yeah, you lied. You said
you didn't want to admit. You wasn't trying to admit. Hold on 1 second.
We caught you lying, brother. You said it was a verse in there, word for word, right? And then a month later, you still ain't pulled that verse. And then you tried to buck dance around to covenant. We weren't talking about the covenant. We were talking about that. By the way, which you never gave Page a 38, 1 and 5. You never named chapter and verse. You never did that. Right? So I'm just calling out the your integrity. Right? I'm saying you're disingenuous and you're mad because I've been punching on you from the day I met you. Right? So you got mad and you hallucinated a verse along with your AI and you didn't check to see if it was correct. And then you got up here lying to the people and I caught you. Right? He keep going back to Abram, but he won't go in the book.
So number one. Hold on. It's my time. So number one, when I did my presentation, Quantum, you was there at my presentation, correct? Correct, Quantum? My presentation was about the fact that in the Owaski Bible, you have to make a covenant with Jehovah to be a faithist, just like you do in the Bible with Yahweh. He then come up and say, no, you ain't got to make no covenant. Show me in Owaski where you got to make a covenant. So we say, okay, it's in the book of Jehovah. So when we go to the book of Jehovah, you see the fact that Jehovah, these people are making a covenant with Jehovah and they're calling themselves faithists. We see that. And then he's like, you gotta say that wasn't my point. My point wasn't your point. My point was to show that they went into a covenantal law with Jehovah.
Yeah, that was their choice.
Now, hold on. Now let's deal with this Abraham. No. Now let's deal with this Abraham.
No.
Let's deal with this Abraham. What he say? Abraham afterwards called Abraham and Inhuin. Is Abraham an Inhuin?
Yes.
Is the Inhuins the North Americans who built the mounds?
Yes, they're there.
Are the North Americans who built the mounds were Persians?
No.
So how is he a Persian but he's an Inuit at the same time? Can you explain that to me?
Because an Ahuan is a copper-colored person.
No.
Yeah. A copper.
No. You said the Ahuans was a people from North America that built the mounds.
The Ahuans are a people.
How was he a Persian?
Brother. A Ahuan is a people group on earth. That's like saying nigga.
Get him out of here, family. He tripping.
Right? Now, hold on. Why don't you go down, since we're in the definitions, why don't you go down to the eyes and see what an Ahuan is? I bet you would say they're copper-colored people. And then you have to explain, why aren't there copper-colored people in Persia, Africa, Europe, India, Asia, and America? Show us that they're not.
So you saying the Ahuans and the Persians are the same race of people?
You're slow. I'm saying an Ahuan is a type of human.
Are the Ahuans?
Hold on. There are Ahuans who are American. There are Ahuans who are African. There are Ahuans who are Persian. There are Ahuans who are East Indian. There are Ahuans who are Asian. It's a people group.
So, but this people group originated in North America.
No.
Where did they originate?
Everywhere.
Do you hear the inconsistency, family? Now they originate everywhere. After he just on Ashay's show, on Ashay's and Suave Boss's show, he did a whole break. Quantum, you was there. Am I lying, Quantum? He did a whole breakdown about the Ahuans being the North American mound builders. And he said, these are those people. No. He went into all of these civilizations and was, these are them. And now he's saying these people are all over the world and they can be Persians as well. How does that even make sense?
Hold on. Are there Negroes all over the world?
No, they're not Negroes all over the world.
There's not black people all over the world.
No, there's not black people all over the world.
Wow.
You're making a category error.
Hold on. Are there
You're
black
categorizing. Hold on one second.
Hold on. Are there black
You're
Americans?
hold on.
Are there black
You're
Africans?
No.
Are there black Middle Easterners?
No.
Are there black,
No.
Are they black
No.
East Indians? Yes, they are.
No. So
Black,
what you're
British,
doing,
everybody.
hold on one second, hold on. So what you're doing is you're using 18th century race doctrine to describe people. That's what you're doing.
You don't listen. You're being.
That's what you're doing. So now, are you saying? Hold on one second.
Mad.
So now, are you saying that you're using 18th century race doctrine to describe the Inhuans?
No, I'm trying to tell you that they're a people group, and to get out of your box of ignorance, right? Just like they're black people around the world, they called them the copper-colored people. The copper-colored people are the brown people of the world. Same people today, right? Just not exactly how they were, right? They have been admixed. People have been mixing forever, right? This is an ancient group that is now, as they were in Abraham's time, extinct. The large copper-colored, tall, megalithic builder who are not the mound builders, they are the megalithic builders, don't exist anymore as they do. Just the remnants of their genetics, right? So, if you stop pigeonholing yourself.
This is crazy. But this is why I'm a mop.
Listen, hold on one second. I want y'all to notice he won't just go to the eyes. He won't go to the eye and see if an Ahuan is a copper-colored person. Right? And then he has to be intelligent enough to ask himself, can a Persian be copper-colored? Can an African be copper-colored? Can a European be copper-colored? Can an American be copper-colored? The answer is simply yes. Yeah.
Let's
go
go
find. Go look up Ahuan. Now go back. It's probably going to be on the other page. It's going to be on. Stop doing that.
Let's look up these Ahuans, bro. This is terrible. They got Moses all in the bike, all in the Owaspy. Where you get Moses?
I told y'all that ain't even an Owaspy. Let me pull it up for you. Let me show you what Owaspy says in the definition, in its own definition. You dig what I'm talking about? Because that's not Owaspy. And if y'all notice, it's in the front of the book. Y'all see that?
Now
y'all see how his definitions is in the front of the book, and Owaspy is in the back. The glossary is.
I thought it was just doing that to be something different in Owaspy, but that ain't how it really is.
No, hell no.
Now it's
not like that. Hold on, let me show you. That's not Owaspy. I keep telling y'all that's that it's in 7 parts. Owaspy don't got no 7 parts.
What this say right here, family? Israelites, IZZERLITES. Israelites. Well, who are they, family? They are the Israelites. Isaiah is a Chinese prophet?
Yeah.
Get out of here, family. Get out of here, family. Ain't no way my man said Isaiah is a Chinese prophet.
Hold on, let me show you. He ain't read the book. He's just right.
This
He's just
guy's crazy, bro.
Explain it. Hey, share my screen.
This guy's
Let me show y'all how it look. It's in the back of the book. That's not Owaspy, y'all. Regardless of how he keep trying to
look, he gonna show us the same incoherence.
Except I can show you what Ahuan is because I have the actual book. Right? Look.
Did I not show you that version you caught him?
No.
Yes, I did.
Right? Look. Ahuans. Right?
Women.
Ahuans, right? Were half-breeds between the Druks and the Ions, or the warlike people and the spiritual people. They were red like copper, taller and stronger than any people in the world. Hold on. And
so now how is they everybody in the world and now they stronger than any people in the world if they not everybody in the world?
Yes, they are. The Ahuans are. There are other people. Duh, right here, it tell you that they're half-breeds. So that means there's at least 3 people on the planet when the Ahuans exist, at least. But look what it says. The Ahuans, a newborn race on the earth called copper-colored.
So now they cannot be Persians. That right there just cut your head off.
Yes, they
How
can.
are they Persians if they're their own race of people?
No, they are, but they're everywhere.
No.
Yeah.
You can't be one. You can't. Yo, this guy's terrible, bro.
Watch this. War
This guy's
only
terrible,
covering
bro.
about the loins. Very prolific. Very prolific. And they spread rapidly over the earth, becoming mighty in many countries.
Man, prove they was a real people. They wasn't even a real people.
Hold on. And the Ahuans, listen, they're not just big people. They became of all shapes and sizes and of all grades and
Yo, this is
judgments,
crazy.
even down to the ignorance of a beast.
This is why I'm a mock this man.
What
This
it
is
mean when it say began to be carnivorous?
Right. This says the Ahuans began to be carnivorous. So at one time they weren't.
They wasn't eating meat. Okay.
At one time.
Okay.
Right? At one time they weren't. But and then because the brother won't read the book, he doesn't understand that these people have come on and went off the planet multiple times. They have went extinct.
Can you go to the book of Owaspy really fast? I'm about to show you how our books are the same, Quantum. No. Go to the very beginning of the book.
Okay. And what you want to bring up?
The very first chapter, or the very first chapter of Owaspy, the very first line.
All right. And I want y'all to understand that he lied to y'all when he said that the Owaspy begins after the creation of man. He lied.
We
The
about to
creation
see
of
right
man
now. Go
comes
ahead.
in the biblical narrative. That comes in the biblical narrative. Why? It's towards the end of the book, or at least the middle part. It's like book 28 out of 36. So it's towards the end. It's because by the time the false gods who come up and make that narrative up, it's not even 6,000 years old.
What?
Right? It's new.
This
Yeah,
guy just be saying
the narrative is
anything.
new.
This
The
guy just be saying
narrative-
anything.
Hold on. This is why you don't see Christianity and Judaism as we know it pre-1500 BC.
Christianity and Judaism had a concept of Adam and Eve.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that story doesn't get written down to like the 450s BC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's why, because it's false. It's false.
This wasn't never written. Can we go to the book of Owaspy really fast? Go up to the book of Owaspy.
Okay. All right. What we going to prove up here?
The first thing we're going to prove that this ontology of this story takes place after the creation of man.
It doesn't.
After, yes, it does. This book started off after the creation of man.
Well, the book was written in 1882.
No. I'm talking about in the first thing, right? It say Jehovah. No. Go down after this.
This is Terry's prayer. This is the beginning of the book.
Right. No.
Hold on. Let's read what the beginning of the book actually say before we get into a subjective of. Hold on. Before we get into a subjective belief, right? Because remember, he lied to y'all. I just want to show y'all he's a liar. We gonna always catch him lying because he's arguing from a point of ignorance. He will not read. This is the very first chapter, very first book. It said, Jehovah, the creator, said, I blow my breath upon the planet and man comes forth, inquiring, who am I and what is my destiny? He's lying, y'all. Now let's go down to the book of Owaspy, which is like the second book. Hold on. Go down. Now, the second book says, look, right there, after the creation of man. Yeah, Because in the first book, we just catch him lying. Y'all don't believe nobody, not even Cosmon about this. Read it for yourself. I'm telling y'all, a 7-8-year-old can understand this.
This is a prayer. This is not a book. This is a prayer. When you go down to the first chapter, of the book. This is not the first chapter of the book. This is a prayer. This does not constitute as the actual book itself. This is an actual prayer. No, it does not.
It's the first book.
Get out of here, bro.
Very first book. Do you know what Tay is?
This guy is Turk.
Listen, it's the very first. Hold on, it's the very first book, very first word. Look, ain't nothing in front of this. Look, hold on.
Tay's prayer. This is a prayer, not a book.
Hold on, Tay's prayer is a book. Look, Tay's prayer, chapter number 1.
This guy's wild,
right,
bro.
Listen, he doesn't know what he doesn't. First of all, it's not Tay, it's Ty. He doesn't know what Ty's prayer is. Ty is the aspirations and questions that all good men have asked. All good men have asked, why am I here? All good men have asked, what is my purpose? All good men have asked, why you let this happen to the baby's creator? All good men have asked, why must we go to war? All good men have asked these.
This guy's wild.
These are the common prayer of all good people in the earth. This is why during this, he's asking questions. Right? So to act like this isn't the first book is just ignorance. You dig what I'm talking about? It shows the ignorance and willful ignorance of a person who wants to stay ignorant. Because he could just read this just like I'm looking at it, y'all. And listen, it has so many things that we ask for common, right? As people, as humanity. There's no special people in here. It doesn't toot anybody's horn. It don't make you enslaved to a god. It teaches you that you are God, goddess also, because they don't ever even teach about the goddesses, right? So I guess they think grandma die and turn into a man. See, just like when man is birthed into the planet, he has somebody to help him advance. Help him do everything.
Real fast, I want to address Smash really fast. Smash, if a prayer is in a book, then it isn't a part of the book. No, I know you're well equipped enough to read the book in the Bible, so you know the book of Job and the Songs of Psalms are different. So Psalms are songs. They're hymns.
But is Psalms
is a book.
Psalms is a book too.
So when we are at the beginning, hold on one second. So when we hold on. So when we're in the beginning, this is a prayer. This is not like the Owaspy prologue or the voice of man or the book of Owaspy or the book of no, it is not.
It is. You're lying. Prove it's not.
It's like a call to prayer. It's like hold on, humble. Do you think that the call to prayer, the Al-Fatiha of Muslim, is part of their book?
It's part of the book, yes, but it is not a book unto itself. A prayer is not a book unto itself. It's a part of the book. Just like you got the Lord's Prayer in the Bible. The Lord's Prayer is in the Bible, but it's not a chapter, it's not a book unto itself.
Look at all these books unto themselves.
Those are books. So when I say go to the book of Owaspy, why would you go to that book?
Because the first one, because you kept saying it's the first. It's not.
Bro.
Tay's Prayer is the first book.
Yes, God.
Look, Listen, these are each book. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 36 books in here. It starts with 1 and ends with 36. Or actually, it got 39 in here. Right? But each one of them are its own book. So that's like saying the synopsis of 16 Cycles isn't a book. It is. And it's a Bible because it's a collection of books.
How is this a collection of books when it was written in one setting? That don't even make sense. For something to be a collection of books, that means
written in one setting. You're lying.
What?
It wasn't. It was written over a year. Took a whole year. Yeah, it took a year to write a while.
Bro, so it don't say that he came and wrote these things in a session?
No, it says he wrote it. He woke up about.
So you telling me that he wrote?
I'm telling you you're wrong.
Hold on one second.
I'm telling you you're absolutely wrong.
So he wrote. Hold on. So
I'm saying
he
don't
wrote
say that. I'm saying
of,
you're wrong again. You're lying.
Okay, listen to my question. Okay, so let me ask you the question.
Okay.
So he wrote the Book of Jehovah, right? Completed the Book of Jehovah, and then wrote the other book, and then completed that book, and then wrote another book and completed that book, and then put all of them together in one main codex. Is that what you're saying?
First of all, he didn't write any of it. He typed it. That's one. Two.
Okay, so
hold on, be quiet. 2, we don't know if he wrote Tay's prayer and Owaski epilogue in one setting. What we know is, what we know is he didn't write Owaski a 36 text in one setting. He woke up every morning for roughly 50 weeks. Every morning for 50 weeks. It took 50 to write Owaski. So it wasn't, you're lying. He didn't say it was written in one setting. You're just making it up.
The point I'm making is he did
You're
not
making a
compile,
point.
Hold on. He did not compile these books individually. He didn't write these books and then turn them into a codex. You just said that. You just said it.
No,
you just said it out your mouth.
No, I did not.
You did. You said he woke up.
I said he didn't write it.
Weeks.
He did not write it in a setting, in one sitting. He did not write it like that. We don't know how much he wrote every day, but he wrote it multiple. He wrote multiple times.
What I'm saying is he wrote these books in conjunction of one another, not separate from one another.
It took 50 weeks. That ain't one setting.
You don't know what a codex is, so you don't know what a codex is.
I mean, a codex is a Bible. It's a collection of books. It's a Bible.
Okay, it's a collection of books that was not written. Hold on.
Tay's prayer is one of those books.
Oh, bro, a codex is a collection of individual books that were put together. If he wrote this in a time frame or a time setting where he kept coming back working on it as a single project, this is not a codex. A codex is individual books that are compiled and put together into a codex.
Well, these are individual books compiled.
They're not, because he did not compile them individually.
How do you know?
Because you just said it. Unless you don't know. You know?
I didn't say that.
Just say that. You said it was compiled over 50 weeks.
I said he didn't compile it in one setting.
Exactly.
I'm
disagreeing with me. Saying. No, you're not. You're agreeing with me.
I disagree with what you're saying. You said, hold on, you're a liar. And I've proven you're a liar multiple times. And I'm gonna prove you a liar again. Because you said this was all written in one setting. I said it was not.
Meaning, in one setting, meaning when he didn't go and write Tay's prayer and then publish that as a book. And then publish the Book of Jehovah as a book.
It never claimed that he did that. It never claims that he does that. Why are you arguing a point we're not even talking about?
Because that's what makes it a codex.
It doesn't.
This is why this is not a codex.
It makes it a Bible. And listen,
no, it does not make it a Bible.
Listen, you're using semantics.
Joe,
Bible and codex are virtually the same thing.
Joe, this guy's terrible.
Yeah, it's a collection of books put together. Tay's prayer is one book. Voice of Man is another. First Book of the First Lords is another. Book of Oph is another. They're all different books written at different times.
Oh, he ain't dead.
They're
Bro, me
different
and Quantum
books
earlier.
written at different times, published all together.
So me and Quantum was talking about labeling and the labeling.
You and Quantum
fallacy.
always talking about some bullshit.
And so hold on one second. Hold on, Brody. Hold on.
He don't never run with your lie.
Hold on. And so I was talking about the issue I had with just hold on, Cosmon. Hold on, let me get it out.
Buck dance away from that.
Let me get it out, bro. I'm letting you talk, bro. Let me talk. So we was talking about the issue I have with just putting the word God or anything. The same issue I had with just putting the word Bible. You can't just put the word Bible on a book and make it a Bible. Just because this book got the word Bible on it does not make it a Bible.
If it fits the DNA of the Bible, why you can't?
This is not a codex.
A whole bunch of books together. If it's a whole bunch of books put together, why I can't call it a Bible? Because you said so.
Because it's not a codex.
I can call it what I want to.
Because it's not a codex.
Because you said so, nigga. You ain't no authority. You stupid.
Because it's not. I mean, you're right. You can call it what you want, but then you'll be wrong. You'll be wrong.
I wouldn't be wrong. And you just like you wrong about this. The JBN putting all these books together and publishing them at the same time makes it a Bible.
No, it does not.
It does. Why does it say it's
a book?
Why does
it makes it a single book? Because a Waspy is just as wrong as you are.
Waspy.
Oh, what bullshit! I've been debunking on Waspy since I've been dealing with a Waspy. That's bullshit.
What it is. I've been what it is.
I've been busting a Waspy ass ever since I've been dealing with a Waspy.
Say it's a Cosmon Bible. You
exactly, a bullshit Bible.
And explain to the people what a Cosmon Bible. What do Cosmon?
A 19th century Victorian age spiritualist book. That's what it is.
Well,
that's what it is.
Era. Hold on. Our common era did begin in the 1800s. So that's not a checkmate. Cosmon is the common. Be quiet, idiot. I asked you to explain what Cosmon was. You couldn't. You couldn't put the words together.
He's terrible, bro. He's brought up here.
Now he's trying to overtalk me. Now he's trying to overtalk me because he doesn't have enough information, and I'm showing that he's a liar. Cosmon is the common era we will be in for the next 3,000 years.
Shit, not fucking with Humble.
Cosmon means now. Cosmon means balance. Cosmon is a Bible for now. It is not for 2,000 years ago. It's for the 21st century, 22nd century. Huh?
This nigga is crazy.
Yeah, it's the Cosmon is the next 3,000.
Lost his marbles.
How long does Cosmon last?
Never.
Right, so anyways, let me school you, little boy. Cosmon started in 1848. It's a 3,000 year period that stops in 48. So for the next 3,000 years.
Validated.
Hold on. For the next 3,000 years, we are in Cosmon.
Source up or shut up.
Yeah. Now,
we don't want to hear that rhetoric.
Disprove anything that I'm saying.
We don't want to hear that rhetoric.
Yeah, I know you don't want to hear it because it hurts a drunk's ears. Spiritual knowledge is like a knife in one of you demonic racist Negroes back.
That shit is a motherfucking flim flam.
The white man.
That's that flim flam.
Oh, that white man gonna get you.
You afraid to go to hell, so you want to attach yourself to something that you think will carry you on to heaven, although you're not a Christian.
You afraid of that white man? I showed you that the Ahuans are copper colored people.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
you showed us the Ahuans.
I've been debunking everything you shown. Go to Abraham. Show that they the same people.
No, you haven't.
Show that they the same people.
That's crazy.
I gotta pull it up? I gotta pull it up. Okay. Because you don't read well anyway. So I guess it's up to Big Cosmon.
Hey,
If
hey,
you don't
Quantum,
read well,
hold on
guess
one
what?
second. Hold
If you
on,
don't-
hold on.
No,
hold
you
on,
can
hold
wait till
on.
I'm done talking.
Hey, Quantum. Hey,
Hey,
nigga,
y'all, if you don't
you
read
better shut
well,
up.
you don't also
Wait a
comprehend
minute.
well. That's what he won't let y'all know. Because
I'm
he
about to get
doesn't
you up
read
here,
well,
man.
he doesn't comprehend well.
We got our Shay in the back, Quantum. Man, you got this bull crap up here on this screen, man. Everybody worrying about what this is. This we know this came from the Like I say, hey Hebrews, y'all better come jump on this boy. He twisting y'all history.
Jump on him.
He twisting y'all history.
You need some
What's
help,
up, brother Ashe?
because you can't
Hey
do it
man,
by
we got
yourself.
Birdman on the stage.
Humble. I had to come up here because this motherfucker is retarded. He up here talking about some Cosmon. Cosmon is a Greek word, right? Then he was over talking about some Inhuman and all of this stuff, acting like it's a whole
White man, there he go with that white talk.
Hey, look, I ain't gonna lie. Shut your bitch ass up while I talk.
Oh, you look like
you gonna
Aunt
have to shut your
Jemima
bitch ass
by
up
the
while I
lip.
talk. I ain't gonna
You
lie.
look like
I
Aunt
can't
Jemima
do
by
it.
the lips.
I can't do it. I can't do it. You up here,
This
he
is
up here.
crazy.
Everything this man saying is some made up BS.
Oh, you
Everything,
can't
bro.
debunk
He
it.
got up here. Listen, the man got up here and said that the Bible say that Abraham is from Africa. Chapter and verse where the Bible say that Abraham is from Africa. You damn idiot.
Yeah, order.
Then you went as far as to say that your book say that Abram is from Persia. That's the same thing that the Bible say.
It don't.
That he's from Mesopotamia, which will be modern day, which will be Persia.
It's not
which will be
Persia.
modern day Iraq. So
It's
say
not.
the same damn thing.
It's not.
Like ain't
They're two
nobody
different
got
land masses.
This is my problem. This hey, shut your
listen,
damn
this is the problem right here. When I'm dealing with people who
Let
are
him
not
talk,
actually
Cosmo. Hey, Cosmo, let him talk.
I was in the middle of talking. No,
One mic.
I was in the middle of talking, and
No,
he
you
just
wasn't
came
doing
in,
shit.
butted in.
He was in the middle of talking. You cut him off,
I
Cosmo.
was in the
What is
middle
wrong
of
with this
talking,
disrespectful
and
ass
he
dude?
just
I ain't
came
got no
in
respect
and
for him.
butted in.
I ain't got no respect for him,
So
bro.
I don't care.
So shut your
would I
damn
care
mouth
what
when
a
I'm
dummy
talking, because
said?
I ain't here to talk to
You
you.
did what okay, so
I ain't here to shut
so
your
anyway,
damn mouth.
but you're here to
Shut
talk
your
about
foolish
me,
ass
though.
mouth.
You
I ain't
want
here
to
to
talk
talk to you,
about me,
fam.
though.
I ain't here to talk about
like
nothing
a girl.
about you. Get your
You want to
pseudo
talk
ass
about
on,
me like
nigga.
a girl.
Shut your
But
ass
you won't
up.
address. You
Shut
won't
your
address
ass up,
none
nigga.
of what I'm bringing up
You an
because you
ignorant
don't
nigga.
have the
You are an ignorant
intellectual
nigga.
fortitude to
Ain't no
bring it up.
intellectual nothing to you. You a homosexual. Shut your mouth.
Ah, that sounds
What is
good.
wrong with you, nigga?
While
You
you
ain't got
sitting
no
up there with no
motherfucking tool,
shirt
nigga.
on, looking
That's the
zesty.
problem, bro.
Did you
I
brush
can't
your
sit up
teeth
here.
this morning, sir?
Ashe, I gotta put you backstage for a minute. If I put you backstage, I'm gonna put him backstage too, though. So you won't think I'm showing no favoritism. Ashe, I know how you is. Can you just calm down with the cussing and stuff a little bit? We've been trying to do it. I know you don't like him. I heard what you just said and everything. But I'm gonna let y'all back up, man. Let's try to be easy with the language.
No, just let me speak and I'ma go. I don't need no ignorant niggas
Yeah, you do.
talking
You
while
got a
I'm
whole
talking.
team of them.
I done sat here and listened to that the whole time. I'm not, bro. This dude disrespectful as hell. He ain't up here talking about nothing of no substance, talking about an Inuit. Like that's some type of brand new human being or something. And my problem is the cats who just sit up here acting like that's normal activity. That's not normal. For this dude to sit up here and imagine that it's a brand new type of human being out here who can expand itself from a giant into a regular person, and that it's from everywhere, and that Abraham was one of them, and that, like, bro, that's retarded.
Yeah, you are.
It's class A retardation, family.
Facts.
We can't even act like this is a doctrine. This is a psychosis. This ain't no doctrine. This ain't nothing you follow. Bro, understand that this man got a doctrine from a man who came up with it when he was taking a Duke spook. Do you know that? A Duke spook, a number 2. Do you know that that's how the dude came up with the doctrine? Do you know that?
Prove it.
That means that we are literally dealing with a shitty doctrine.
I think he lying.
By definition.
He looked like a little African.
That means we dealing with a boo-boo doctrine.
That's
I
why
would
he talks
never.
about booty
It's
holes.
wild to sit up here and listen to this man go in like this and say, "Oh, you're an idiot. You're stupid, bruh." And what is the origin of Cosma? Greece. Where's the origin of the Inuit? Whenever a nigga tell you something like that's, like me asking you right now, Quantum, where you from? You like, man, I'm from everywhere. What? How you from everywhere? That's stupid. But then he got the nerve to call my bro stupid.
Yeah.
Crazy word. We're talking about the Inuit come from everywhere, and then he said copper colored. I'm copper colored.
Yeah.
You copper colored.
Facts.
Are
people who look like us all around the world?
So by his stupid definition, we'll all be Inuit. And then he said that's a tie.
He hit on something. He agreeing with Owaski.
He said that says tie.
He agreeing with
That
Owaski.
says tape. That say tape. Do you know how to spell? If you were spelling tie, it would be TAI, PHAI, TYE, or TIE. Ain't no spelling of tie like that. So you made that up. And then that book really said that Isaiah was a Chinese prophet.
Yeah.
Man, what type of new age crack was that dude smoking on that toilet? Come on, man. A Chinese prophet in a book that come out of the Levantine area. Come on, bro. It get to a point where it's like, bro, if I was humble, I wouldn't even sit with you. I wouldn't give you an ear. You don't deserve that. Because this is like, you need to fight with a Nuwapian. Because this is like some Dr. York remix. You dealing with this root race theory. You're dealing with this origin of human beings all across the world. Because the reality of it is, you are just like the rest of these groups of niggas who were scared of the African origins of human civilization. That's all. So you ran to a white man. Hold on, wait. My question is, why didn't the Inuit write this? Why a white man sitting on the toilet?
They're extinct.
The number 2 write it.
They didn't write it because they're extinct.
That's the question. Why didn't the Inuit write it?
Hard to write something when you don't exist.
They're around here building megalithic structures, but they can't write nothing.
When?
They can't write.
When did they build them?
This is wild. And I'm super offended because after I had a great face off, you and Omar Muhammad had the nerve to come up there with that pseudoism. Y'all had the nerve to come up there and disgrace the North American people, try to take away their identity and assign it to some people who you said got the ability to shape shift.
What are you talking about?
Shapeshifters.
Only the North American people.
That's what it came down to. We got shapeshifters. He said these people were once giants. And then now they can range anywhere from the size of regular, so they shapeshifters. That's what I'm listening to. And then it said they became carnivorous. What was they eating? Because as I know, all human beings in their inception are carnivorous. This is why our eyes are in the front of our face. These are predatory eyes. So that means if it was some Inuits and they came out and they listen, that means if the Inuit was originally herbivores, that means these dumb looking ass niggas would have had eyes on the side of their head.
That is not true.
Because that means they would have been grazers. It is true. Because therefore they would have been grazers. And they would have been prey.
Hold on, do primates eat? Hold on.
Only carnivores.
Hold on one second.
Carnivores have eyes in the front of their face.
Stupid stuff. Are there primates who are based vegetarians? Simple
primates
stuff.
are omnivorous.
They can't even answer simple questions.
Primates are omnivorous.
Are there primates who are based in herbivorism?
They're omnivores. They are omnivores.
Are there primates that are only
name the primate? I ain't finna play question and answer with you.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What primate? Name it. What are they called?
They don't want to answer the question when you ask them a simple.
Because you ain't got the answer to your own question.
There are primates who are just herbivorous. There are primates who are omnivorous. There are primates who are carnivorous.
Name a primate that's vegetarian.
A primate that's a lemur.
Lemurs eat bugs.
They eat fruit too.
But a bug that's omnivorous, goofy.
Hold on, even orangutans and goddamn monkeys and all that primates are primarily fruit eaters.
Oh no, they're
right?
not. No, they're omnivorous.
And our primates.
They're omnivorous.
Not all of them.
Even deer. Do you know? Even deer are opportunistic carnivores. Do you know that? See, these people don't know. You're not educated because you got that doodoo doctrine. Got that doodoo. Got that doodoo doctrine. Hold on, where my laptop at? Because I don't think the family believe me when I'm saying that. That this dude came up with this stuff while he was in a very peculiar state.
You said you got a receipt for us, I say?
Yeah, let me just pull this up. Hey, look, let me just give y'all one. Let me just show y'all one real quick. Herbivorous monkeys are primates. They don't eat any bugs. They don't eat anything else but herbs and fruits and vegetables and stuff. They're herbivores. Herbivore monkeys dine solely on plant matters, solely, including leaves, fruits, stems, nuts, and flowers. Here's a full listing of all herbivore or Old World and New World monkeys, including the Bolivian red howler, Atlantic TT, the Javan Cerilli, Mount Kilimanjaro Gurazi. Look, notice there are herbivores everywhere. Huh? Just like there's animals everywhere, there are people everywhere. Right? From America to Africa to everywhere. So don't let these goofy pseudos, you dig what I'm talking about, just come up here and talk to y'all like all primates have to be omnivores, have to be carnivores. They're not. See, they come up here with that definitive. It must. They must be carnivorous and blah, 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 raggedy row. And you ask them a simple question and their whole doctrine unravels.
You showing me monkeys with tails in a conversation about humanoids?
We're talking about primates.
We talking about humanoids.
No, we're talking about.
This started off with the Inuit.
Okay,
you
hold on. Let me ask you a question. Hold on.
You trying
are
to jump
humanoids primates?
Yes, we are. We are former
Well,
primates.
shut up, stupid.
Particular
well,
ape.
Then we're talking about
are humanoids.
Hold on. Does your eye facing? Hold on. Does your eyes facing forward make you a primate? If you can walk upright hold on, is one of the definitives that you must be to be a primate, is it that your eyes face forward?
Yeah, it's part of your cortex.
Shut up. There is no 100% in this, bruh. Man is a primate. Man has eyes in front of him.
Show me a humanoid.
Can totally be herbivorous.
Show a humanoid, past or present,
what do you think
that was only a herbivore. Show it. Show a herbivore or human.
There are tons of herbivorous people. Billions.
By choice of today. No. We're talking about early people.
Yeah.
What are they?
People.
Because hunter-gatherers, which we come from, Homo sapiens, they ate meat.
So there are people who didn't. So what's
like who?
Like the Ahoans for a time. Like the mound builders.
Pull up Ahoan. Pull that up on your screen. How you just pulled that up. Pull that up.
I did. Hold on, I'll pull it up again for you. Hold on. Where that's at?
And what language is that?
Y'all see that? It's written in modern English. But the
Ahoan is an English word?
Yeah. It's written. You don't listen well, do you?
You said it's English, and you said it's English.
I said it's written in modern English. Many of these words come from old languages like Phoenician and Vedic.
Okay, I don't care about all that. What is Ahoan?
And hold on, Greek and Egyptian and even older languages.
But where does Ahuan come from?
Ahuan is primarily, I would say, Phoenician. But I'm gonna go into that. But let's go back into this dictionary of what they say a Ahuan is, right? Because I ain't make none of this up. I ain't make a Waspy up. I ain't make up none of this shit. You dig what I'm talking about?
Tell me how to spell it.
I'm just going what's in the book.
Can we cross-reference what's in that book with what is out here in history?
No, you can cross-reference it with reality. That's what a Waspy tell you to cross-reference it with. They say use the scientific method to try to.
Okay, so where's the Ahuans in history then?
Right, in history. And hold on, you asked the question. In history, they would be the communities that leave behind polygonal masonry.
Source that up. I need a source for that.
Yeah, polygonal masonry.
I need a source for that.
Like, hold on, Teotihuacan and Teotihuacan and all these places.
I need a source for that.
Hold on, that is one of their styles. Okay, hold on.
And this is for thin infantry who always be riding my meat sack wherever I go. Right? This for you. All primates evolved from small early primates, right? And these were small tree-dwelling insect and fruit-eating mammals. So they evolved from omnivores. This is why when you're hunting anything, you have to have your eyes in the front.
Does it say that they evolved from monkeys?
Yes.
A Waspy don't agree with that bullshit. Anyway,
wait. So why you pull this up? So why you got what you got on the screen?
Because it says they're people, not no monkeys.
Hold on. So you telling me that thing right there is in the conversation about Inhuans, right? I said these Inuits would have had to have eyes on the side of their heads if they became
they wouldn't.
Carnivores.
They're human.
That's what I said. That was my original statement.
And that's
Listen,
that's your belief. If that's what you believe, I'm not going to argue with that.
You're about to get caught, and you know that. So within that conversation, you pulled up this. Within that conversation, you pulled up this monkeys, right? So why would you do that in the conversation about Inuits?
Because I pulled it up to show you that people are primates, right?
And where do primates come from?
Hold on. Yeah, and the same stupid statement you said about the eyes being have to be on the side, it doesn't prove in real objective reality. You just made that up.
No, that's a predatory feature. What are you talking about?
No, you're an idiot, sir. You don't have
No, you're not. You're a fucking
You don't
bum.
have to have eyes on the side of your head to be human or to be an herbivore.
Yes, herbivores have eyes on the side of their head.
Well, show us a herbivorous people who have eyes on the side of their head.
Now let's make sure we watch the insults.
People originate from what?
Will you show us a people who are vegetarian or herbivorous who have eyes on the side of their head, sir? Because if you can't even double down this claim, can I just keep cooking?
People are hunters. Homo sapiens, as in hunter-gatherers coming out of Africa, right? They were hunters. They were hunters. They wasn't out there just eating. Did they have maybe vegetation within they? Did they have vegetation within their diet? Of course, but they primarily hunter-gatherers.
Some of them were agriculturalists. Totally
true indeed. But even within that,
so can you show that any of them had eyes on the side of their head?
No, because you're missing the point.
Well, what the hell are you talking about?
It sounds like you're slow.
You are up here.
You're missing the point. Are you not missing the point?
Yes, because you didn't make one. You totally didn't make a point. You tried to say because these people came carnivorous.
Show me an image of the Inuit.
They must have.
You still ain't pulled the Inuit up. You ain't pulled the Inuit up. Pull it up, the Inuit. Pull the Inuit. Pull up Inuit.
That is foolish.
Pull
I'm
up
pulling
Inuit.
them up. I'm pulling up the definition right now. Y'all don't see this? Hold on. Hold on. Let me get this out the way. Y'all don't see that? Ahuans, right? The Ahuans were half-breeds.
Half-breed of what?
Of what? The Druks and the Ions.
The what and what?
Yeah. You need to
Oh,
read. Stop trying to
come on my
argue
laptop.
something you don't. Now y'all
Hold
see
on,
the
but this is
problem
where my
when you're trying to
question comes
argue
in,
something you
Cosmo.
don't really understand. You
Where
argue
can we
from a
find
point
this
of
in
ignorance.
anthropology?
Hold on, we just
Where
want to
can we
hold on.
find this
Hold
in
on,
the
these
field of
hold on, these
anthropology?
people, hold on, these people would take on various names over different times. These ain't
No,
new.
no. See, that's that Flim Flam family. That's
Yeah.
that Flim Flam. Well, I asked,
Yeah.
he's so
And-
gung ho to
hold
show
on.
you the Owaspy and show you who these people are in Owaspy. But when you say show me these people in actual history, oh, well, they could be taken on in myth. No, why aren't they known as the Indians in actual history?
Hold on, there are people who have
Hey,
this
bring
name.
me up on my laptop.
Hold on. I've listen. You sat here and you said you watched that the documentary on Ahuans, right? I showed various amounts of people who have the Ahuan in their name, right? I showed various amounts of groups. You dig what I'm talking about? So let's just see what one is, right? This is in the glossary of Owaspy. They say they were half-breeds between the Druks and the Ions. And what a Druk is a warrior, a low man, somebody who just eats flesh, and you know what I mean. These would have been your warrior groups and all that stuff. You know,
So they come from carnivores.
the roaming hordes and all that. The people who do destruction. And then there are Ions, spiritual people, everywhere on the planet. There are Druks, people who don't get it, and there are Ions, people who do get it. Right? They mix. They mix. So these is humans. They gotta be humans. Right? So these humans, the niggas who don't get it and the niggas who do get it, produce a half-breed of people called Ahuan. Right? They were copper colored, right? Taller and stronger than any other people in the world, so they say. And this is only per 6,000 years ago. They still on the planet.
This
Partly.
why
Hold
we got
on.
on the phrase. Go ahead, hurry up. Go ahead, man.
Again,
Because I got something I'm trying to
it
put up.
says, go ahead, again, the Ahuans are again brought forth again. So that means they went extinct once, at least. Right? They're brought forth again. Why? How? Through sex, through admixture. Because these are types of people. This don't got nothing to do with skin color, what you look like, none of that. It's how you live. Right? Let you know if you a man of destruction or a man of peace, how you live. You Druk or you Iron. Right? These Ahuans, right? They partly obeyed the Lord and partly obeyed the way of flesh. Omnivorous. Right? Began to be totally carnivorous. That shows a progression. This new race, Ahuan, right? Called Ahuan, were copper colored, capable of speech. They wore only at one time only loin coverings. They were very prolific. And these people groups spread all over the world. Not from one place, but from many admixing of people who get it and people who don't. They all shapes and sizes, colors, everything, in levels of intelligence, everything. They're a people group. And they're Negroes. They large niggas. Right? And look, just because they got dark skin don't mean that they don't get the the advancement and goodness of everything that would come from a so-called creator, right? The Ahuans went more after the way of darkness than light. Cool. Now, this Lord said, now I will raise up prophets from the Ahuans. They get it too. Now, in the time of Apollo, this is a time roughly 19,000 years ago, y'all. In the well, roughly about 20,000 now. In the time of Apollo, right, the Ahuan, the flesh-eating man was capable of hearing the voice your God understanding. This is over 20,000 years ago.
Let's make sure to get. I share some time, Kaz.
Yeah, I was just showing. You know what I mean? Before they make these blanket statements, you dig what I'm talking about? You hating on some of your own people.
I'm gonna be real with the dude.
Go ahead, bro.
I could go to Jack and the Beanstalk and get to showing you 80-foot people, and I ain't trying to play that like that's real, but that's not. Let's go back to this.
Yeah,
now, like you just said, like it's funny that even within your source it said that the Ahuans come from carnivorous people. But just to even show, like in all primates come from omnivorous monkeys, right? But this is just to show you that when you're dealing with herbivores, you got the eyes on the side of the head. This is like fifth grade. Like this like fifth grade stuff, right? Herbivores have eyes on the sides of their heads to get a wide field of view. The panoramic vision helps them what? Spot danger from almost any direction and escape predators while they eat. Now, us as Homo sapiens sapiens and human beings, right? We don't have that because we were primarily hunter-gatherers. We were primarily carnivorous. This is what we are. This is how we've always been. So this is why I ain't got to worry about that. But the funny part about it all is, and I'm also went ahead and looked up the term inhuman, right? Now I'm pretty sure Humble did the same thing. Do you know what inhuman took me back to? Nigeria. The term inhuman, sometimes spelled Uhuan, refers to the important traditional New Yam festival celebrated by the Assam people of the Edo State, Nigeria. It marks the end of the farming season and the joyous start of the yam harvest. This is weird. It's because when I asked you where's the origin of the term, you couldn't give it to me because you don't know it. This ain't even, and I'm pretty sure that this ain't even what you're dealing with. So where can I find Joseph? That's my question, bro. Where can I find your inhumans at? Quiet. So maybe we can get some images or some background on the inhuman. Or did your boy just make it up? And you just followed it blindly. That was such the Dr. York special because he said it basically was a disagreeable and agreeable being. That's how Dr. York laid it out. And the agreeable beings came together with the disagreeable beings, and that's what the whole Adam and Eve story was. And they came together to create a better race of people. This are we the production of, right?
Yeah, Waspy don't agree with that.
No, okay, you heard everything I said. So where does Inuit come from? The word?
I told you, Inuit is Persian primarily.
Persian
you dig what I'm talking about? You gonna find traces of these words in India. You'll find them in the Middle East, and you'll find them in Africa. That's one place you'll find African the word Ahuan. You're gonna find it. God damn it, I forget exactly where it is, but it's a place in Africa, and I want to say it's like Nigeria or it's somewhere in the west coast of Africa, and I've just drawn a blank off the top of my head, but it may be Benin. But what I was saying is you'll find remnants of this word in Asia, you'll find remnants of this word in the Middle East, and you'll find remnants of it in Africa.
So I'm gonna do Inuit. I just did Inuit in Persia. It took me back to the first one.
But he just said these people were the megalithic builders of North America. How are they now all these other people?
Because they're a people group.
No. That
Oh
don't
my
even
God,
make
man, this is
Egyptians are a
crazy.
people group. That don't mean that you just go out the Egyptians.
Yeah, it is.
How?
It's a people group.
That don't mean no.
Hold on. I don't get why y'all don't get that. There can be niggas. There are niggas everywhere,
Why you keep
and there
okay,
can
why
be
you use
niggas
that word
everywhere.
nigga with it though? Like, and I ain't even being
Right,
funny with
because
that.
they describe them as Negroes.
Because
long, they got long black coarse
nigga,
hair and they're copper colored brown.
But we know Negro is usually talking about somebody of
blacks.
African descent.
They're talking about black. It's the
African
Spanish
descent.
word for black.
And what is black to you?
Black. It's a color. It's
I'm
an
not
adjective.
black.
It describes.
Am I
It
black?
describes a person.
Brown.
It's not what a person is.
Am I black or brown?
You're brown.
Can you show me a black person?
No, it's a social construct. It's not a real thing.
And it's
right. There are no black people.
And it's an American.
So when I tell you that you were called black and Negro, you dig what I'm talking about? You were called Negro, which means black. It doesn't mean that you are that, but it does describe the people of America, the people in Africa, and people that look like Negroes. Large, copper-colored brown with long black coarse hair. Spiritually symmetrical, so they're physically symmetrical, which means they're going to be able to pull the stuff up out of the sky, like make songs, and also be the best athletes.
So who is?
Yeah, they're an admixture of the best of the best.
So you telling me Inuits are still around then?
Huh?
So they must still be around.
No, they're not. They're pretty much extinct. Their genetics in a way are around, because niggas is still around. Copper colored people is still around, but they're not the same. They're not the same. And as a Ahuan, they would be extinct.
So they was around in the times of the Persians, though.
Huh?
They was around in the time of the Persians.
In the time of Persia, yes. I would say they stopped being prolific probably around the same time as the fall of the Mayans, about 1000 AD.
So they let white people outlast them.
Yeah, it was big people everywhere. They would have been before white people.
Okay, how does this advanced race of people allow a race of people like white people to outlast them and outdo them?
Well, you dig what I'm saying? I don't think the dinosaurs had any inkling either that they knew. Right? So I wouldn't be able to answer that question in being honest, but it just seems like they ran their course, just like anything else on the earth that goes extinct. Its purpose is no longer useful, or like, well, for many things, the climate change, and it becomes hard to live, and they go extinct.
This is deep, bro. This is deep. I didn't know you had this going on over here.
Owaspie actually says the main way they go is bad breeding.
Hey, Quantum hosting the show. I'm up here, but Quantum hosting the show.
Oh, this
Quantum but show. We over here, I'm me and Cosmo got a debate coming up.
Oh,
we got our face off September 28th. I'm a stomp dude. I'm a stomp dude. I ain't giving everything. Hey, Ashe, you know me, bro. I ain't giving everything away up here. But
I'll give it all away and you still can't win. I'll give it all away and you still can't win.
Oh, and I'm
because you're gonna have to defend something.
We
gonna come up with something you gotta defend, and it ain't gonna be naturalism
until then.
It ain't gonna be naturalism.
I already got him calling himself a naturalist.
Wait a minute. Owaspie calls me a naturalist. I am a methodological naturalist. I am based in corporeal knowledge, or what you call the natural sciences.
That's that flim flam. Ashe, who did you hear say that they were a methodological naturalist before me?
Darwin.
Exactly. No, listen, man.
Well, you a new nigga.
Ain't none of them coming. And now I'm around here talking about methodological naturalism, and now all of them want to be methodological naturalists.
What is that? What's a methodological naturalist? What's that?
So a methodological naturalist is someone with a worldview who says that the only thing that is empirical to our reality is what we can would adhere to the laws of nature, right? What is fundamental to our reality. So we disregard anything supernatural, right? So gods, spirits, ghosts, all of that apparatus stuff that you cannot prove, we getting it out of here. And so what a lot of people try to do is they try to replace, or they try to take that label of God and place it on something natural. But see, that is a damn, I was just saying it. I was saying it earlier. Exactly.
Are there many gods? Are there different types?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'm breaking it down.
I don't think
the issue is that is a connotation. Hold on 1 second, Cosmo. I'm breaking it down. So the issue is that is a connotation fallacy, because God already comes with its own attributes. So to then place the label of God onto something fundamental like energy, like for an example, naturalists say energy is fundamental. Everything comes from energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only transmute from state to state, right? But then people will come and try to put the creator on energy, or they'll try to put God on energy. The issue with that is now you're giving energy an attribute it does not have. Energy does not.
Can you show where I ever said
that?
It
transmutes from state to state.
Can you show where I ever said that?
You said that because you worship a creator God by the name of Jehovah, by this white man who said to create everything. That is impossible to create something that cannot be created.
First of all, I've never said that. He's arguing a point I would never make. It's oxymoronic once you read Owaspy to say those things. Doesn't make sense. And then he's arguing a point that I'm not trying to make. He keeps saying creator and God is the same thing. I'm saying creator and God are two different things. One actually serves the other.
And break that down.
Right. God is a man, right? One time living, breathing person that lived on earth, came out of a woman. Now this energy he keep talking about, right, is the misunderstanding of the spirit. The spirit is the energy within the body, right? But it's still, even the energy is not you. The energy would still be tangible. It's spirit, right? The spirit would be the energy. It would still be localized. So a spirit would be still right here, and it still would, it's not conscious. It doesn't think. Electricity is not smart, right? Magnetism isn't intelligent. So even if it change forms, until then, it's just potential. That has nothing to do with the actual you in the physical shell, right? It's a different understanding and how they look at it. Man is, or God is a, how do I say this? Is a variant or a job, right? I will put it that way. Job. God is a job that a dead man, once he dies, that thing y'all talk about, energy, spirit, and all that, the soul actually goes on. The energy transforms. It does what it does, right? But the soul goes on. Just like in that field of rushes with Asar, yeah, the soul goes on, right? So in Owaspy, it's explained in Owaspy that just like school, as above, so below, you start learning. And once you get to a certain level, you gain certain emancipated titles.
Soul fit into naturalism?
Huh?
Where does the soul fit into this naturalism?
Well, the soul is natural too. It's the thing in a man that actually thinks, that's not the energy.
Does everybody have one?
Yes. Every living person has one. Right? It's the birth seat of consciousness. The soul.
Come on, bro. You gotta be real though. Come on, Kaz. Even though,
right? So like real, I was explaining, right?
That's supernatural,
like,
bro.
Yeah. Okay, but I even supernatural is in the natural world.
That's the part. That violates the law of non-contradiction. Yeah, that's logically incoherent. That makes no sense.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is everything. There are parts of it you can see and parts of it you can't see. It don't make it not all one.
And see what Cosmo don't understand is when we're dealing with physical reality, right? The word physical don't mean tangible. Physical and tangible are two separate things. He's making a conflation fallacy. I'm gonna rip his head off in this debate, bro. I promise you.
Anything physical is tangible. Like even light.
No, it is not.
You can measure it.
That does not make it tangible.
Yeah, yes, it does.
Light is not.
Light is. Hold on. Light can be both. Life can be both. It can be physical and non-physical. Yeah, you didn't know that? Light interacts with objects in real time, but it's also everywhere and can't be seen in many places, like space. That doesn't mean it's not in a photon there. It's absolutely there. It's just not being acted upon by an energetic force to make it glow.
So with a person who's saying that the black woman is God, will he fit into this naturalist thing?
Say it again.
Would a person who believes that the black woman is God fit into this naturalist ideology?
I would say it's incorrect ideology because black women don't turn into gods; they turn into goddesses. The female version, I would say. I would a female human does turn into a goddess. Yes.
So the black woman is God, can be God, if you would.
Yes. And a black man can be God, can be God. But you gotta understand that if a black man can become God, a white man can too. A Latino can too. That's what y'all gotta get out of the racism and the bias and the hate.
Let me play this real fast. Let me play this real fast.
Looks ugly on y'all black people. The white man.
It's not tangible. It's
Damn.
not physically touch, hold.
Hold on.
All right, I gotta go do some shit real quick. I'll jump back on.
I got you. But hold on. Listen to this, family.
On these boys.
Easy
work.
Or weigh it in the way you interact with everyday.
Listen to this, family. Wait till I can get it. Hold on. Because it was playing, but my phone was down. Listen to this. Simple things that people don't know, bro. Just simple things. All you gotta do is research.
Strictly speaking, light is not tangible. You cannot physically touch, hold, or weigh it in the way you interact with everyday physical objects. Here's a breakdown. World. No rest mass light consists of particles.
So while light is a physical thing because it exists, it is not tangible. And so if you want to say that you're God, now number one, even him claiming Owaspi and then saying he's a naturalist, that's a contradictive thing too. Because Owaspi says there is a creator. Naturalists like myself said there is no creator. Right? And then when you look at the worldview of naturalism rejects anything supernatural, a creator, a God, any of that. You see what I'm saying? So now how are you a naturalist, but then you believe in worshiping a creator? I'm gonna chop this man head off, bro. It's gonna be something terrible. And then not when you can go into WASP and find Bible verses word for word that match the King James version of the Bible.
Yeah, that's.
And then my man say, no, you ain't gotta worship Jehovah, but literally in there, he's making covenants with people. Bro, one of my last shows I was doing on Tuesday, right? Before that, me and you was talking about the Baal cycle. You feel me? And then literally when I was doing my presentation, I had to stop and realize what was going on, bro. When you read the Bible, when you read the OYSP, it's literally like the Baal cycle. You got these false gods, or false god, challenging Jehovah. And then Jehovah, right, needing other help and all this, Man, listen, it's terrible, bro. It's the same old rhetoric.
They did like a Gnostic style.
Gnostic style. Same old thing, Victorian 19th century, the spiritualism joint. Crazy. Or one thing, I got this up here. I just wanted to show my brother Ashe Quantum's amazing work. Bro, man, go to Rhetoric Frontier, man. Shout out my brother Ashe, man. He be putting down that nasty work. Bomb Squad. We taking over, bro. We kicking in the doors, bro. We getting rid of all these incoherent arguments. Niggas just coming up here saying anything. No, that's going to stop.
Gotta stop. We gotta get some fact checking. I appreciate that too, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've been off, man. You know, I got pneumonia and shit. So I've been down.
Oh man.
Yeah, but I'm getting it back together and stuff, man. But
that's good.
I'm really prepping for this Black Woman is God thing.
Okay.
The way I'm looking at it, it's insane. We got a brother who's telling me that the Black woman is God, but the Black man is her God. And then he says the only reason that she is God is because she can create life. That's. So you telling me that God's creation, I ain't ever in my life, in no story I ever read, seen a God's creation become its God. Become its God. And
That's
then
great.
we got the brother, and he believed that they did it on their own. Parthenogenics.
The funny thing is, bro, we've seen procreation, but we've never seen creation. And so people out here saying, oh yeah, man, they create, this thing create, the woman create, energy create. No, it does not. We as humans procreate, but we don't create anything.
And that's coming from, see, and this is my counter argument that I've developed. If you, by his definition, because I'm going to allow my opponent to define God by his definition, and we can play it like that. By his definition, the coalition of the Black male and woman is God.
Right.
That's what God is. When a Black male and a Black woman get on one accord and they form that coalition, this is when we see in our revolts take place. This is when we seen laws get changed. This is when we seen our situation as a whole, as the Black man and Black woman in America change.
Exactly.
It wasn't just a Black woman doing something, and it wasn't just a Black man doing something. For you can't even have a nation at the backbone of every nation is the strong is the woman.
Right.
So you need both. You can't win no war just sending out a whole lot of Black women and saying, y'all go ahead, man, y'all got it, y'all go do it.
Facts.
It's gonna be a rap for you.
Facts.
It's gonna be a big rap for you. And then we can't have God selling. I've never seen a God prostitute itself. Ever. That's
the issue with the label God, man.
Yahweh give you some blessings, man. If you got a couple $100, you can slide that, and Yahweh, I ain't never seen that.
But that's the issue with title and stuff with God. Now you have to also take what comes behind God. You got, and I was explaining this with the Neteru and with ancient civilizations and these religions. Worship and veneration are two different things. This is the problem, yo. We conflate labels a whole lot in today's society. Like they'll look at something and say, "Oh, that was worship," but then we'll be like, "That's veneration." No, that's the same thing. No, worship and veneration are not the same. See, when we go back in time and we dealing with the Netters, we're working with the Netters. But then when you had them and Enki or Marduk, and they were praising and worshiping those people. That's crazy.
Yeah, so it's just insane, man, to hear these new, like, to me, it ain't even new, because that's what Polite was kicking. The Black woman is God. And they will say that that's the only debate he ever lost. Because when Cesario got there and got to talk about that realism-ism, because if you want to deal with first of all, if you want to make blanket terms like the Black woman is, the Black woman is a lot of stuff. Just like the black man. Cain
Just like
screwed
the
up.
black man.
The black man is a murderer. The black man is a liar. The black man is a thief. The black man is a prisoner. Just as quick as the black man is a king. Just as quick as the black man is a revolutionary. Just as quick as you can say the black man is God. Just as quick as you can say that the black man is the cream and the planet Earth. Just as quick you say all that. But you gotta also take what the black man is doing. What is the black man doing? Doing? And then God gotta be exempted of certain things. God can't be in no man prison.
Right.
Yeah, if I can show you black women in prison, hold on, that are made by white males, not even other black males, and this, and that's even wilder, because that's one thing I can't agree with Kyle's mind on when he said that. If the black woman is God, just because she got a womb and she can have a baby, then what we doing with the white woman? We just go act like she don't.
That's crazy.
We just go act like every ability that the black woman got, and anatomically, the white woman don't. So we a whole different race. We ain't see. That's that special Negro syndrome, and we got to get away from that.
There you go.
We are somehow a different type of race than everybody else, a different species. No. The white woman produce milk just like the black woman.
Exactly.
The white woman give birth just like the black woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And the black man can go into a white woman, and a white woman can be received by a black woman. Like, you know, so it's like, what are we doing, bro? Okay. And then what happens when the black woman is giving birth to white children?
There you go.
Is she still operating her godhood?
There you go.
See,
it is. It's most definitely.
I was just stopping through, bro, because I was listening to it.
I appreciate you, my guy. Yeah, man. Listen, you know how the pseudos go down, man. Then they be strong and wrong about theirs, boy. I tell you, they be strong and wrong about that, man.
They bring up monkeys and conversations about humans. They keep on using the word inhuman and stuff like that, and it won't give you no origin for it. Looked in Persia, looked in Asia, couldn't find it. Only found it in Nigeria.
Exactly.
But they hate Africa so much.
The Hebrew joint was crazy. The fact that you can go in there, the fact that he tried to lie about the Abram and the Owaspi not being the Abram and the Hebrew is crazy.
Come on, bro.
Because literally, when you go into the book, it literally tell you this is the founder of the Hebrews.
Come on, bro. Same title, doing the same thing. I'm pretty sure.
Crazy word.
But it was a different dude. That's a scam.
Facts.
Can't keep letting these dudes get away with this new age scamology. Can't. That's whack. That's wild, man. So yeah, I want to say big shout out to y'all, and I gotta get some of y'all over at the Rhetoric Frontier, man. The Owl.
Oh yeah, Brody.
Of course, you come through all the time. But I gotta get some of y'all over at the Rhetoric, man, and get a little invasion show or something.
Most definitely. Look, you know I'm with it, man. You know, hey, listen, my little schedule been piling up. I've been doing stuff. You'll catch me over there at there's a joint called Paradigm Shift. Catch me over there. I got some stuff going down over there too. Yep. I got some stuff going down there too. And then you know I'm also getting ready for this face off. So once I settle everything, you know we gonna talk about something, Brody. You know we gonna get something going.
Yeah, man, definitely. Once we get all these pseudos out the way, man, we gotta get back to really just educating the people.
Yeah,
putting the truth out there, man. So yeah, like I said, I gotta get off. But I appreciate you for having me, brother.
All right, most definitely, brother. I sure you know we appreciate you.
All right, much love, Quantum as well.
I don't even think he there. Quantum.
Nah, he gone.
What up, fam? So yeah, man, you know I just had to put a joker in his place. My man Cosmo, he came up and he tried, bro. He tried. But the incoherence just didn't work today. It just didn't work. And it ain't gonna work any day when you come against me, Cosmo. I need you to remember that, bro. I need you to remember that. I don't know where my man's, but I don't want to just lead him up here. Hold on 1 second. Owaspy is Gnostic. Owaspy is something, bro. Whatever it is.
Oli, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing today, Toe?
Oh, man, everything good, man. Everything good.
That's good. That's good, man. I'm glad you could recover from last night. And now, like everyone said, though, man, you stood up. You got some points. Maybe we can find a debate, or I'm sure in the future we will, or you can find somebody around right now. Since I got a schedule that's kind of laid down with tests, but you know what I'm saying? You stood up pretty good. But one thing I have to tell you before what's the name get in, you lied when you said that wasn't in the Bible.
Oh, no, it's like, I'm not sure you understood what you read. It's like two different things. That what you read was true, but the curse is still happening. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's still like,
I definitely understand.
It's still like, our parents signed a contract, so we have to pay for what our parents did. That is still happening.
No, I definitely remember. Know your justification. I just don't agree with it. That's all that is.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I understand.
Yeah, so I do want to give a salute and I want to congratulate and I just want to speak on my brother A1. 1 year anniversary, a great accomplishment, great things doing with TDL, pushing forward this information, doing an excellent job, letting people have a voice. So I just want to take my hat off to brother A1 for the 1 year anniversary and give a salute to the brother. And then also to the brother Toe. This is brother Omar. So remember yesterday, I was at work, I was in my truck, and I was the brother who hopped in for a quick second. I'm an Israelite brother too. Yeah, this is a brother. Yeah. Hopped in for that quick, for that quick 30 seconds. But I want to take my hat off to you, Toe, and I want to give a salute to you. Not only as being an Israelite brother coming inside the truth, we doing our best to keep these laws, statutes, and commandments. But I also want to take my hat off to you because here's the thing here. I really didn't do a lot of chiming in because I was working. I was at my job. I listened to the whole thing when I was doing my route. And you know what, brother? I must say, you stood tall. You didn't run from the questions. You answered the questions to your best ability. You stood tall. You didn't run. You put up a valiant fight, a valiant effort. You know what I'm saying? So I do want to take my hat off to you as being, my Israelite brother, inside the truth.
I'm bad, humble. I went in there and made dinner, man. I didn't know it was going to take that long.
Testament of both.
I got to go pick up my daughter real quick. You good?
Our deal is these laws, statutes, and
I was what up? Is you back, Brody?
Yep, my bad. I was in there cooking real quick, man. I got to go pick my daughter up now. She's just around the corner.
I'm about to drop off. I got to go spend some time with my wife, so I can make it back up by like 8, 9 o'clock so I can finish doing my rounds.
Yeah, I think I was supposed to wake up around 10. I'm probably going to go ahead and end this. We done went long enough.
All right, bro. I'll catch up with you.
All right, bet.